Start your day. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. I was waiting to see when y'all would realize we were live. We're just sitting here hanging out, talking. That's kind of what we do.
We live?
And I was live, and we had to switch over YouTube. We were just sitting here holding court. As we roll back for another day, we thank you for being with us. RBU this week with Greg Phillips, an interesting talk as we dive into a number of different topics with Greg Phillips. The guys had a great time with him. I think it's going to be an interesting podcast for all of you, and we'll continue to talk about that today and make sure that you set your notifications for Saturday morning as it will publish wherever you get your podcast. We'll also be sending out links via social media at Rick and Bubba on Twitter. So be looking for that Saturday morning, both the video and audio side of links. So that is all there for you. Greg Phillips, this week's RBU guest. All right, as we continue, let's bring him in. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yo.
How are y'all?
Yeah, I was completely caught in the stare.
I was waiting.
Here,
I was waiting. I was like, let
sorry.
me just see. I'm not going to say anything. Let me just see.
I didn't even do my little run behind.
You didn't. You didn't.
Panicked.
We just. I mean, we really are a little off today. We're not starting like we should, but we're going to get it together. I know one thing that distracted us, Greg, is that Helmsy was showing off his new iPhone wallet thing.
Yeah, he still ain't found his card. But
yeah, I know. Let's go back a little bit. Helmsy lost his check card. He doesn't have a wallet. He uses the card.
He's anti-wallet.
He uses the little thing that sticks to the back, the little pouch of your phone.
Yeah.
And that had come off, and he hadn't replaced it, and you were all out of sync.
Yeah,
and you losing your check card really, you kind of taught Helmsy a lesson, didn't you?
I did. I certainly did.
And you had to order a new one, get a new check card. It's been an inconvenience for sure.
Yep, big time.
But it looks like you've got a system now.
I think I'm all back. So you used a great word there when you said I've been out of sync. Yeah, and I have. Yeah. And I think I'm back in sync now.
Okay.
So I ordered me a little thing off Amazon. It's a phone case, but it also has this magnetic deal on the back.
Okay.
And you open it up, and it's got a place for whatever. I have a driver's license, a check card. That's all I carry. And then in this little side is one of those magnetic things you know how you put them in the air conditioner, you put them whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So you can stick your phone up on the dashboard. You don't have to constantly keep picking it up. And so I've got the magnetic strip. I was kind of worried about it. I was afraid it wouldn't hold, but it does. It holds well.
Good.
So I think I'm back in sync officially.
Okay. So the magnetic strip that you have for the car and the dash, that's something you had that you added to that. It didn't come with it.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the little piece.
I've always had it in my car.
It's the little piece that's like a little small card, but it's a magnet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just stick it on there and it just stays.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey. Look at you. So you ready to go?
So I'm back in sync.
So you are back in sync. You're ready to go.
Well,
you know what? Something's missing. You know what I mean? And you're like, okay,
I felt unorganized. That's not like me. I'm a detailed.
You stick a credit card
guy.
in your front pocket.
I know.
Yeah, that's not a good.
Well, that's disaster waiting for it to happen, Greg.
Yeah.
You know that.
I've been there.
I've never gone with with the system you have. I've always just had a wallet, whatever. But so now if you lose your wallet, you lose it. I mean, you lose your phone, you lose everything.
Yeah, you do, and
so
that's why you really hold on to it.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
All right, so that's settled. We're good. All right. So today, busy show. We have a lot of updates, and we have to apologize to Kentucky because apparently we don't care. And I say that as a country.
You're going flooding.
You can't find the story hardly anywhere. Nobody's talking about the devastation and the flooding that has left at least 8 people dead in Kentucky.
Man.
Historic flooding, and you can't get many people to talk about it. So we want to mention that, and our thoughts and prayers are with those affected. Hundreds of homes lost. The damage is massive. And so flooding in Kentucky is a real problem, and I know that we have a lot of folks that watch and listen in that area. Also, I saw where the Las Vegas Strip looked like a river.
Yeah, it did.
What's up with that? Well, what we got going on there?
Yeah, I don't know. You're out in the desert there.
A good night alive. Of course, they're going to talk about that because that's a major market. But we saw a couple of days ago all the flooding through St. Louis, and they said it was moving east into Kentucky, and it sure did. That's a beautiful area up there.
Yeah, it is.
When Tyler played for Jacksonville State, Helmsy, in the OVC, it took you through Kentucky a lot to go on road trips in that area. And so me, I love barns and I love open fields. I love
when there's something about that. When they call it the Bluegrass State, there's something to that.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful scene. It's a beautiful
It's really
scene.
nice.
Yeah. So anytime you would get north of I guess I would say north of Nashville, maybe. Everything. It's pretty south of Nashville, but you get north of Nashville and get into Kentucky, it is absolutely gorgeous.
And to your barn speak, because I know how that pulls at your heartstrings. Those horse farms up there, unreal.
You kidding me?
Yeah. Unreal.
Come on. But everything's moving east, and so West Virginia, get ready. And as now y'all are going to expect a lot Friday. But I just want to apologize for the country because nobody gives a rip. You can't find the story. No. And it's real. It's real to them, Greg.
Now you want to talk live golf? We got you covered.
Oh yeah, you want to talk live golf and Trump teeing
Saudi
off,
princes and
all
blood
that.
money and.
Yeah.
Did y'all see where Shooter McGowan's joining?
Greg.
Shooter.
I forgot about that movie.
I love that name. Gosh, I love that name.
Live.
Adam Sandler, of course, did a great job, and I guess it was last year or whatever. There was an anniversary or whatever, and he teed off like him. And,
when he take off running.
Yeah. That was good stuff.
Funny movie.
Yeah. I think he said he can't go. He usually can't go play around the golf without somebody asking him to do it.
Yeah.
Shooter.
There's been many a times in the middle of my round I'm teeing off so badly I just want to tee off like him one time. Oh man, just forget it. Let's just hit like him. All right, we'll be back. We've got a lot to discuss today. Your phone calls as well. They could be unscreened as always during this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG, but that's on the table. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The best thing about summer, the food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing all the summer flavors right to our door with their limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. HelloFresh's ever-changing menu offers more than 55 weekly options that keep your taste buds on their toes, and the pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Get 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
For nearly 100 years, folks have trusted Blue Star medicated ointment to relieve the pain and itching of almost any skin irritation.
It works on my son's dry, itching feet and their jock itch.
I had this rash on my neck. Nothing worked until Blue Star.
Blue Star worked great on my ringworm without steroids.
My wife and I have been using Blue Star for years. It's never let us down.
Look for the white box with the blue star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
There are good and bad surprises. With a protection plan through CarShield, the surprise of your car breaking down is easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. You choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. Get covered today at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-391-8888. Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial, delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. And as always, we thank you for being with the show. Big news yesterday. Chris and Aaron Adler announced that they got a little baby boy on the way. And Ruby's going to be a big sister.
That's
That
right.
was a big discussion on yesterday's show.
Yep.
And appreciate all the love and congratulations. It was sent his way. Some sent through us, just emails, guys, and we're happy for the Adlers, and we are too. That was a big moment yesterday. And I talked to him after the show. He goes, all right, I got to know. I know Greg. He said, I know Greg was in the phone screening area, and Helmsy had been running around. When did you figure out something was going on? Because he had came in and planted a cupcake.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was in there and I heard y'all talking about a cupcake.
Yeah,
I was kind of disappointed nobody gave me one.
Right. But you know how a lot of times there's a lot of movement and activity here in the studio, walking around desks and people putting papers here and moving around. He said, so I had the cupcake, and I was hoping nobody would notice as he walked around the counter here to put it close to where Rick is. And he said, did you see that? And I said, yeah, I did see it. And what struck my interest is when Rick asked what this cupcake's doing here, and you said, I don't know, maybe we need to talk about it. I went, what's going on here?
I didn't have a clue.
Yeah, and so I didn't know that it was going to be a reveal, but I knew something. I was curious as to know what was going on, but he did a really good job of keeping it a secret to the staff, because really we found out when y'all found out on air. Yeah. We weren't pretending, that's for sure.
I love that Bubba thought that we knew and had not told him.
Yeah, right.
And you weren't in here, Greg, but it was funny because Bubba looked at us and he goes, "Did y'all know this?" Mm-hmm. Like he thought we were keeping it from him. But I'm gonna tell you, I had zero knowledge of any of it until that cake was cut.
Yeah. That's pretty creative. So anyway, congratulations to them.
Yep. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's gonna be fun to watch right there. Excited for them. We were talking about Live Golf. It starts today at Trump's courts in New Jersey. we were talking about Charles Barkley. He had come out about, I guess, a week ago or so and said he had had lunch with Greg Norman in Atlanta and was telling everybody to pump the brakes and calm down because there was a talk with him maybe going to live golf in some type of capacity with, I guess maybe being an analyst or somebody that was, part of the game day operation. I don't know, but yesterday was the Pro-Am. He played in it. So did former President Trump and others. And I was asking the guys.
I bet Trump was looking good.
Yeah, I was asking the guys if they had heard, because I thought he had given a deadline of Thursday and he was going to make some type of announcement or whatever. But there's a story out today where he's basically telling everybody to calm down again. There hasn't been an offer made from Live Golf. And so Helmsy's got just a little bit of that here, him being asked about it. But so this is interesting.
A contract. They asked me, was I interested? I said yes. I met with Greg and told him yes. And I have not heard it. He asked me to play in the Pro-Am, and I'm playing the Pro-Am. But I'm not going to keep TNT in limbo. That's not fair to them. I mean, they're concerned. Not only they're concerned, my sponsors are concerned. I heard from Subway, Capital One, Dick's Sporting Goods. So at some point, I'm going to have to make a decision.
And so we'll see how that plays out.
From people his sponsors are.
Yeah. But again, this is this thing. And look, I mean, I know it's a very sensitive subject, and I'm not going to make light of it because I know the 9/11 families are insulted that that Trump would be host the Live Golf at his course there in New Jersey. I understand that. I'm not really going there, but what I am going to talk about is the inconsistency of the media and those on what they care about. And there was a really good story about what the Saudi Arabians are invested in and the businesses here in this country that they're invested in already and currently been. And I think former President Trump spoke about that a little bit yesterday. Of course, the NBA's involvement with China and stuff. I mean, as Charles Barkley said in an earlier interview, there's blood money in any athlete that has been long enough. It has been endorsing products long enough. You start looking at that tree, and you're going to find some places that that you don't agree with. But they start today. First round is today in New Jersey, so we'll see how that plays out. But yesterday was the Pro-Am, and so that's an update on Charles. But I saw President Trump tee off.
How'd he hit it?
He hit it down. It looked like it was the side angle, but it looked like it was good contact, and everybody clapped. But I think they'll probably clap no matter what.
Sure.
But it looked like it went down. It went down the middle.
He's probably one of the better president golfers we've had in a while.
Right.
I think Obama was okay. Clinton cheated all the time. But I think Trump actually. He's got a decent little handicap.
Yeah. Yeah. And speaking of New Jersey, the USFL is really paying off for a lot of these football players. The Dallas Cowboys have signed the USFL MVP. I think it's Cavante Turpin. He was with the Generals, the New Jersey Generals, who went 9-1.
I've heard of. There's been a few that are getting invited to camps.
Yeah,
he make the team, but.
He led the league with 540 receiving yards, and 316 of those were after the catch. So that's the yards after catch is good. So anyway, he made a name for himself, and the Cowboys said, "I tell you what, we'll offer." And so he is looking for some receiver depth chart, trading away Cooper and Cedric Wilson.
Where'd Cooper
go? I don't know. But there's some holes to fill there, and so Jerry Jones and the crew said, "I tell you what, we'll take him."
As of yesterday,
congratulations to him.
As of yesterday, there were 21 USFL players that are at an NFL camp right now. So,
and they're a little dead leg since they just played a season.
They are.
Yeah,
they are.
But if you are a football player, then this has worked out for you.
This is the dream.
I mean, this is the dream.
This is why you did it.
Yeah. And it could be that some of those guys. I know that that when we spoke about this early, USFL, a lot of the players, some had played and were just trying to rebound. Some were locked in this COVID deal where they kind of were forgotten about and kind of got lost in the shuffle, and so this kind of brought them back up. To maybe be seen and get a highlight reel, but for them, it's worked out.
Yeah, like I said, Put yourself out there. You may get a chance. That's what these leagues also, benefit. Everybody goes, why do they keep having them? Well, the players, there's so many out there, especially now you got another league starting next year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a good thing because they get to show what they can do. Cooper's with the Browns. You'll be happy to hear that.
Is he really? Okay. I think I knew that.
Because you're a big Browns guy.
Yeah. They're going to look weird. That's what a mess.
I love how he's titled you as a big Browns
He's a
guy.
big Browns guy. Well, he picked him to win the Super Bowl one year, like 4 years ago.
Right. He even had a theme song for him.
You did.
Yeah. A change is coming. You remember that?
Sure. Now Baker Mayfield's gone.
Right. Well, I will tell you this.
The massage king.
Hey, that was a change. What they did for a couple seasons was
Yeah,
a change
yeah.
compared to what they'd been doing.
Sure.
Yeah. I think the first year, they didn't make it to the Super Bowl, but I think they were like at 500.
Don't forget he had Greg McElroy taking the Jets to the Super Bowl too.
Right.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
forget
Forgot
that.
about
No, I think
Long
I
time
just
ago.
said he was going to be.
Who's going this year?
I think I said he was going to be a Pro Bowler, didn't I?
Yeah, that may be.
That's it. Yeah.
Who you got going this year?
Carolina Panthers. Isn't that where Becky went?
It is.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
If you own a fleet of trucks, or if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards. That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. Seriously, folks, with A to B, there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or any truck stop that accepts Visa. And talk about nonsense. Unlike other fuel cards, A to B has no gallon limits, and A to B is going to help you grow your business. As you're paying on time, you're growing your credit. Apply today by going to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/radio to apply with no credit check and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. A2b.com/radio or head to rickandbubba.com under sponsor. Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
25 minutes until top of the hour. I bring this up only because I know how much Greg loves this, and that is lasagna.
Yeah, I like
who doesn't love
lasagna?
lasagna?
One of my favorite foods on earth.
Yeah. Today's National Lasagna Day.
Ooh, I wish I had a big old plate of it.
I mean, just a big old plate.
Yeah.
Big old plate of lasagna.
Call my mom, tell her to make some.
What kind of bread you like with lasagna?
Oh, I like
Chase
that
garlic
bread.
Yeah.
Real crispy. I want it crispy.
Man, that'd be good right now, huh? that type of eating is your weakness, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that
when
okay?
my mother makes lasagna, I eat just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
And I'm miserable.
Mm.
But I love it though.
Yeah.
I'd eat it right now.
I mean, in a second. National Lasagna Day.
Well, it deserves a day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
We got a lot of these dumb things about days. That one deserves one.
How do y'all on like Italian food, like Alfredo? Like
I like it all.
Chicken Alfredo,
Yeah.
shrimp Alfredo,
Bring it
anything
on.
else? Is it just the white sauce? Is
I
that
like
what we
it.
love so much?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Bring it all.
Terry-
All that in that little world I like.
just bring it as much as you can have. Bring it all.
The endless pasta bowl.
Yes.
And the chicken has to be marinated a certain way.
Oh,
yeah. Get a little flavor to it.
You kidding me?
Can't just throw some chicken in there that you've thrown in a pot.
No,
You gotta
not
dress
at
it
all.
up a little bit.
So yesterday was the congressional baseball game where the GOP play the Democrats, and apparently the GOP beat them 10-0.
No shootings?
Well, there was a lot of protest. These climate change activists right now, they're on fire. No pun intended.
Yeah,
with
well, they'll
protest.
show up at an event, won't they?
Yeah, they'll try to shut down
They'll
an
glue
event.
themselves to something or tie themselves or
Some of the activists
Joey Chestnut said sit down.
managed to enter the Nationals Park where the game was being played, and they threw down some banners and all this kind of stuff. They tried to block the entrances to where nobody could get in. Of course, you should see the D.C. police. They were done with it.
They got
And
tired of it.
A couple.
We're gonna put an end to this right now.
One man even rushed the officers and
that ain't very
and all
smart.
that.
Not very smart.
There's some clips and footage of the police going on, and that'll do it.
And I'm done.
There was one power push where a climate activist went from here, I think, to Adler's door.
You told me when they get out of balance and they're trying to stay up.
Yeah, and then got up like, what are you doing? But at least 3 people were arrested.
I don't get the mindset.
I don't either.
Of these people.
I don't either.
I mean, that they get up every day and they're just looking for this. This is what they're going to do.
It says here,
and it ain't going to change anything.
No. It says that some of the demonstrators getting in the venue was a handle. Some, it says here, were marched backwards. That's interesting. Trying to get them out of there. And they some of the Metropolitan Police officers were seen shoving the activists, causing one guy to fall backwards. That's when I was talking about. They were still trying to enter the area, and were surrounded by police. And it just was a mess. I mean, it was an absolute mess. But anyway, the GOP shuts out the Democrats 10-0 in the 2022 congressional baseball game.
Wasn't even a game
at Nationals Park.
And we survived the protest.
Yeah.
And now, how many laws or whatever they want changed happened because they protested? None.
None. And and I don't know. I have to look here if they had. I wonder if they had a number on their shirt on how many days we got left.
Oh, I love that. They're all look the same. The women are all homely, and the guys are all geek looking. It's the same bunch. You can see them coming a mile off.
Right. Do you think some of these people really believe what they're protesting? Are they being paid to be there?
Or you had these people that just think they're sharp by doing it.
Yeah. There's
obviously
some of that.
They don't have anywhere to go to work.
No,
doesn't look like because a lot of these happen in the middle of the day.
Right.
I don't really have anything to add. I was going to jump to a different subject. Y'all looked at me like I was
about
to.
You kind of were sitting up like, I got something for this.
There was two things. I was stretching my back.
Okay.
And I was just kind of leaning in because I wanted to pay more attention to what I was paying because I didn't really have anything to bring to the story.
Okay.
So I know y'all looked at me like I was about to say something in regards to the Congressional.
We were kind of done. It really was just a.
I was hoping you would go, well, I actually see their point of view.
Right, yeah. Just jump in there and go, that's what I was doing this weekend.
Yeah. That's why I shaved my head.
Yeah, look at me.
I do have this to say. I went by the old studio yesterday.
Yeah, why are you whispering right now?
Hey, a few ghosts still there?
And I think you're right, by the way. I don't think that company sign that was there that I thought are moving in.
Yeah,
they were there, and our sign was on top of it. They removed our sign, and therefore their sign is there.
Yeah,
now.
we used to get their mail all the time.
Yeah, and by the way, some of the mail we got, they owed
money.
Yeah. So I don't see them starting up again. No. not by the same name.
No.
So you can't make this up. Okay,
sorry.
God love them. They can't get it right over there as far as the
What's
pipes
it look
and
like in
stuff.
there?
Oh, is it still?
So let's start with the parking.
How's the smell?
Let's start with the parking deck.
All right.
The parking deck, I counted 20 spaces where there was yellow caution tape.
Oh,
what in the world?
That part.
So that was
That's
going
way
on.
worse than it was.
Zoe's is closed down. So
Really?
it's
What's
not
up
there
with
anymore.
that?
I don't know. I mean, it's there, but there's a big lease sign, and there's a couple furniture, whatever.
At one time, the pandemic shut them down, and then they came back when we were there. And
but
how about our old breakfast place? They still kicking?
They're still kicking. They're still there.
Yeah, and it's our order though.
And I went to the Taco Mama, and they were still kicking. There's a big crowd there. But the main reason I bring this up is twofold. One, nothing has changed about the studio. I mean, it's
still like we left it.
It's exactly the way they left it. It almost looks like a staging area for other construction going on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is that pizza place is this close to opening. Davenport.
They've been talking about that pizza for
that's some good pizza
years.
right
when
there.
I walked by yesterday, because somebody had told me earlier in the week that, man, is that place ever going to open, whatever? And so when I went by there yesterday, it looked like they could do it today. Like it's I mean, they had like they may have been training people
Did you get
and
you a
doing
cookie?
something. And so I thought, wow, okay, so this is real.
Yeah.
But it was nice to be over there. I had a little mixed emotions. I know I live over there.
I know.
But I don't go. There's a lot of I'll just bring you in the world. We do Taco Mama a good bit, but we don't do that location because, and you'll love this, Speedy, we go to the Summit location because they give a nursing discount.
Oh.
And this one doesn't?
And this one, well, we've never been able to work that out.
Is the discount more than the gas it took to drive all the way there?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the hassle of dealing
and
with
there's
Summit?
a couple of other, well, not for us because there's a little back way you can get to quickly.
For those of you around the country, that's a big shopping area. So
it's like 3-minute difference for us, maybe 4. But
I'm
I had
over by your house today.
The only time I go really over there is to run through Panera, get some kids something to eat, smoothie for a tennis match or something like that, and so or run through the Starbucks to get some, my skinny vanilla latte.
Yeah.
And but I kind of had mixed emotions. I kind of
Well,
there was part of me
let
that
me
missed
ask you-
it. I know.
Do y'all think the city center that we were at for so many
Spent a lot of
years
time there.
was crazier than it was fine? Or the other way?
I didn't mind.
Because I'm going to tell you this, it had its problems.
Well,
All
leaking
places
water
do.
every now and then would hurt you.
Yeah, especially the brown water. But the people we dealt with were great people, and they cared.
Oh yeah.
It's an older place. They've
and they fixed it up
totally
and made
redone.
it nice.
Yeah, exactly.
The last bunch that took it over made it really nice.
But the convenience of working out there, the food that was around the place,
you walked everything.
It made you feel better about it.
Yeah.
I will say this though, and I never thought I'd get here. I like this place better.
Okay.
I never thought I'd say it. I never thought I'd get here and be in that mode, but I do. I like this place better.
Well, there you go.
And I don't know if that's there's different variables, obviously, of why we say things like that. But I'm finally at that point. Where when I left there yesterday, I'm like, okay, I like where we're at. I like the setup we have. I like the offices. I like this. There's something about this place that I like better now.
Well, I'll tell you this. One thing I noticed. One thing I noticed. You know, when you're around something every day, you don't really notice it. I did notice that if we would have stayed there, we needed to really upgrade a lot of stuff. Yeah. I didn't realize how old it was looking. Yeah. You know, because you're around it every day.
Look, you get 6 dudes in the same building for 15 years.
With tons of the greatest listening audience in the world and golden ticket seats for years.
You need paint on the walls. Yeah. Carpet needs replacing.
Oh, yeah.
But just little things like the way our setting is now, we're closer to each other. I feel like everybody hangs out more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had to call somebody on a cell phone to get me and Greg back in the back.
Yeah, oh, I know. Y'all get back there and start loving on each other, buddy. And forget about everybody. You'd be like, where's Greg and them? Well, they're up front. Helmsy's got Greg.
You got us loving on each other.
Well, yeah. You know what I mean. In a heterosexual way.
Well, sure. I certainly hope so.
Clearing that up.
Right, I just want to be clear. So that's the update. Helmsy went back to the old studio where it was located.
While I was there.
And he gave the staff an update that, hey, it's got a new name, but it was really the old name.
Yeah. He thought he had some.
Of the place it was before us.
He's just trying to update y'all, Greg. Hey, from now on, I'll take you off with that.
I'm on.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, we fresher than a new parachute.
Just like that, it's goodbye summer and hello back to school season. Luckily at Famous Footwear, you can find unbeatable savings on the hottest brands. Have a son who's determined to bring his A-game this year? Lace him up in fresh Puma courts. Is your daughter's style as big as her personality? Have her show up on day one in iconic checkerboard Vans. All the famous brands to fit whatever your kids are famous for. For a limited time, save up to $20 off your purchase, both online and at a local Famous store. Some exclusions apply.
Blue Star medicated ointment works fast to relieve the pain and itch of almost any skin irritation.
It's amazing. It's like as soon as you put it on, you can feel it working.
We've had Blue Star in the family for years. It works on everything.
I love the cooling sensation on my athlete's foot.
What a relief for my eczema.
Nothing worked on my dry, cracked skin until I tried Blue Star.
Blue Star is great for scalp itch.
Look for the white box with the Blue Star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Bundling car and renter's insurance with Geico is so easy, your neighbors are probably already doing it. But who? Look for the signs. Chances are they live in a home and have a car. They use money and enjoy having more of it. They probably drink lots of lemonade. Lemonade. And they've probably said something suspicious like, I'm bundling with Geico, or stop spying on me with those binoculars. If so, you may want to ask them how easy it was to bundle with Geico. Bundling is easy with Geico. Just ask your neighbors.
This is a court-ordered notice. If you were subject to the data breaches of the United States Office of Personnel Management and you experienced an out-of-pocket loss after the breaches, you could be eligible for a payment from a class action settlement. To see if you're eligible, go to opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567. That's opmdatabreach.com or call 1-855-917-3567.
Supper time! Did you know that most commercial dog food has 50 to 64% processed cereal byproducts, even in some premium and organic brands?
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein, and I've saved dogs no one else could with proper nutrition, which led to my development of Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food made with real cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit that I created to support your dog's health, happiness, and wellness.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and contains organ meat, some of the most nutritious meat you can give your pet, and it has 0 artificial preservatives, additives, or fillers. For a limited time, save 50% off your first order and receive a free bag of dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Your dog will love the taste of Nature's Blend. Text free treats to 511-511 today.
Tax fees may apply. You may receive up to 1 additional text. Text opt to opt out.
Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rolling back. All the players are in the house for the main show to start after top of the hour break, so be standing by for that. Fieldofgreens.com. Fieldofgreens.com. You've been hearing us talk to you about them a lot, and they bring you this portion of the program. If you're interested in doing something easy to improve your health, then you need to check this out. It's proudly 100% made in America with all American ingredients, and it can help you stay healthy. Plus, it's organic, gluten-free, vegan, and it works fast. You may be familiar with other products out there, but Field of Greens is the real deal. It's far superior and costs less. Field of Greens is simple nutrition we all need with results so powerful that the next time you take your physical, the doctor will probably go, hey, what in the world are you doing? Whatever you're doing, keep going. So check them out right now at fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com, and use promo code BUBBA to save 15% off your first order and then 10% off all future orders. The website again is fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code BUBBA to save 15%, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, boys, I got an update for y'all.
Boys.
I got an update for y'all, boys.
Right.
Do y'all remember?
Like updates.
Do y'all remember the Subway promotion where they were going to offer free sub?
You got one.
Guys,
you're the winner.
I've got a foot
right on your butt.
I've got a foot long tattoo.
Bad place for a pause.
Well, and I got an update here. So,
now you're bragging. Braggadocious.
Subway superfan.
Oh, super fan.
Subway super fan.
Is he really a fan, or is he just want it for the food?
I don't know, but he's a super fan. Gets a free sub for life after getting a foot-long tattoo.
Let me just ask you this, and we discussed this some the other day. Who do you eat enough subs to even justify it? I mean, it may be free for life, but I don't eat but one every 6 months. That's not really that great a deal.
Yeah,
I know.
I think you would eat more than that, Greg.
Well, I'm talking about currently.
Yeah. Well, James. Boy, is this? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna say James from Colorado. He went.
How old is he, by the way?
He doesn't say here. He looks
because that's important
what kind
to
of
know
sandwich
if you're going to get it for life.
Yeah, some old.
If you're 25 or 65, then that's a whole different.
And Subway's
investment.
hoping it's an older person.
Sure,
because they don't have to pay out many free sandwiches.
Right. It doesn't say here, but he doesn't look too old. But anyway,
does it show the tattoo?
He went under the needle. It shows him getting it. He went under the needle.
So it shows the tattoo.
He went under the needle to get the foot-long tattoo featuring Subway's latest promotion, earning him the privilege of being able to walk into any Subway shop and order a free sub for the rest of his life. The sandwich chain also gave 8 other loyal customers free subs for a year after they received a 3-inch tattoo showing the same logo.
So I guess Subway picked. So is it a logo or is it of the sandwich?
It looks like to me it's their current promotional logo.
Oh, so it's not a sandwich.
It says here
Never mind.
9 people were eligible to have the and we told you about the guy that was actually doing the tattoo. Anyway, he did the tattoo, and someone from his team drew a tattoo of the Subway series logo. That's kind of, and it was part of the promotion. So I think it has Subway on it, but. Anyway, it's a tattoo, and then that's the update.
I didn't realize that Subway had arrows on there going out.
Nah.
With their
on
the S and the Y at the end. You know, if you look at the FedEx logo, you'll never not see it ever again.
Yeah, I didn't see it before until somebody pointed it out.
Caroline pointed it out to me. I think she saw it on like TikTok or something.
Don't stop.
And in between the Fed and the X, there's an arrow.
Yeah.
And once you see it, you'll see it on every. I mean, and
I got an Amazon truck.
Yeah, sure.
This would be my luck.
Thank you, Greg.
You know so the guy.
Hopefully, Caroline's not pointing that out.
No, let's not do that. I'm trying to help here.
That's the guy that probably Braden.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, got the foot-long tattoo. He's received a one-time payment of $50,000 worth of gift cards. So I guess if you ate Subway for the rest of your life, it'd be $50,000. Here's my problem. I would lose the gift cards. I would get the foot-long tattoo, and then I would misplace the gift cards. And
only got 2 sandwiches.
Where's the gift cards at?
Let's see.
Well, you know, every time you go visit this guy, he's going to have subs for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You know that.
Well, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you invite him over, he's going to bring subs.
Oh, of course.
Greg.
Of course.
I wonder if it's limited to what sub he can get.
Now, look,
he's got about
what? You know?
So what's it cost to get you a foot long?
It's more expensive than you think. Hey, every time I go in there, it's a pretty big bill.
I mean, we talking $10?
Let's settle on 8.
8?
I want to know.
Let's just do 10
is it just
for the
sandwich?
Well,
does he have a stipulation?
I guess he got a
wonder,
gift card. He can do whatever he wants to with it, right?
If there's the only thing you can order is the cold cut trio, or can you order anything?
I don't know, because part of this is they revamped their menu.
Do you think you can go in there and eat for $10?
I think so.
All right, so let's do that. You said $50,000 worth of gift cards?
Yeah.
Let's just settle on 10.
So he's got about 5,000 trips.
I'm just stapling stories right now, too.
He's got about 5,000 trips.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a lot of Subway.
It is. It is.
No way. All right, at what point does he just get done with it and don't cash
They've got a lot of different things, though. If he'll be smart about, hey, I'll take this week and this next week and maybe this week. Meatball.
Now, he's going to come out of the gate eating there every day. Fired up about it.
Of course. I know, yeah. I would.
I guarantee you there's a limit on what sandwich you can get.
So I don't think they're going to limit that, Greg, because he has gift cards. He can do anything he wants to. He can get a drink and chips if he wants
to.
Greg,
they're going to limit it.
You don't know.
Now I got to read the fine print, guys.
All right, so moving into weekends, because we're about to go to the break and the guys are going to join us. I know you have. I may actually end up involved with you at this weekend if it doesn't go well for me at the house. I may need to just leave at some point because Braden and Caroline are getting their wisdom teeth out today.
Oh yeah,
and so at some point I may have to bail and just come visit you.
You just get out.
And you've got phase 1 of another move.
I do.
Does that start today or tomorrow?
Well, part of it starts today because today. We take over the unit, the apartment complex, and so today, you meet with the people, and roommates are coming in, and all that
stuff going on.
Yeah, we do. And then tomorrow morning is the official, I would call it, phase 1 starting.
Okay.
And anytime you live in the Southeast, where we live, a rain shower could just pop up in any second. Sometimes the percentage of rain means nothing because once the heat of the day kicks up, you could just have anything pop up and you just never know it. So there's rain where we live forecasted, but it's not more than 60%. But again, you don't know where that hits. So we got a little pull behind that we rented, so we can just use.
You like those pull behind trailers?
Well, they serve a purpose. First of all, it takes weather out of the equation. Yep. So if it rains, who cares? And it allows you to throw in your mattress and some things, so maybe a piece of furniture that doesn't need to get soaking wet, and then you can use the back of your truck for things that you care less about, I guess.
I'm assuming this one is a much easier ordeal than the last one.
It's a lot less.
Yeah.
It's a lot less. Yeah. With Tyler, it was a full U-Haul, 20-foot U-Haul that was just, stacked to the rim. This one here, it's a lot less stuff.
Have you ever talking about it raining, tried to put a tarp on something and it worked out?
Oh, no.
It never works out. It'll either come loose or it just won't keep it from getting wet.
Yeah.
We took our truck on vacation, or my truck on vacation this year, and I tried to tarp everything.
It's a mess.
I finally got it dialed in on the way back home, but on the way down there I had to stop 10 times.
Yeah. It never just the first time you go, well, that worked. That's awesome.
I'm in a battle.
Rain didn't even get wet.
I'm in a battle with Terry, though. College students don't need a whole lot.
They don't.
They just give them a bed.
Simplify it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Daddy, where'd he get the mountain lion? Mm-hmm. Why am I not asking that?
Yeah.
All I can think of is we're in the pickup truck. I guess we're going to stay up mountain lion.
According to the phone calls, where we're based out of and sitting right now, there is a cheetah and mountain lion not too far away.
Yeah, is that the one on 6? You want me to
We got 6 and 3.
3 and 6, Rick.
Really?
All right, I got to go to the
There's
3.
a lot of HVAC workers in our area.
Yeah.
Alan, what's going on? And
I feel like a painter, though, this morning. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
Because Alan, I think you're mistaken. You're saying
Off-white?
there's a neighborhood, wherever you live, fill in the blank. This is where more of the old money lives, where we live, called Mountain Brook.
Yeah.
And he says
That's correct.
But I think you may be mistaken. You probably have seen a cougar in Mountain Brook, but I don't know about a cheetah.
Okay.
You can leave. Okay, I'll talk to y'all later. Now go ahead.
No, but Gary Neal Drummond used to have a cheetah in Mountain Brook.
You don't have to be quite so descriptive, but
you talking about of the Drummond family, the oil?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So we really brought it in.
Fence. He had it in a high fence with a half a dozen German Shepherds. Them German Shepherds would turn themselves inside out when he'd turn that cheetah loose.
Now, come on. You're messing with us. This is not true.
No.
Because I can confirm this one, by the way.
Yeah. You can?
Yeah, I'm talking about I can find out whether this is a real deal.
Okay, good.
I got a connection here.
All right.
Yeah. I understand it. It eventually died.
You're telling me there was a family in Mountain Brook that had a cheetah that was a pet of theirs.
Yes.
And how did the German Shepherds play into this again?
They're different
He had
fence?
a half a dozen German Shepherds that were guard dogs inside this fence where his house, where the lake is, where it runs over 459, used to be his compound there. And
real specific.
But the cheetah terrified the German Shepherds, and if you heard that gate clank where the cheetah was kept and the German Shepherds were in the fence, they'd turn themselves inside out trying to get to the house.
Well, it is the ultimate cat. I mean, they tell all their German Shepherd friends, hey, your neighborhood, you ought to see the cat we chase.
Yeah.
I mean.
And all I ask for sure ain't what I got now. Somebody say it. Well,
Speedy's here. The real Greg Burgess and Helmsy. We got Eddie Van Adler with RBTV this hour. Put your hands together and welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is.
Yeah.
Bill Bubba Bussey.
How about it?
How about you, buddy?
Yeah.
Did you get that one down, Helmsy? You'll get a lot of requests on that.
What is that?
Blackberry smoke. Ain't much left of me.
All right.
Got it? So Helmsy committed that he will now create a list every day of bed music. So if you ever wonder what music was played when, he'll just throw it out there every day. Boom.
That's right.
You gonna put it in
alphabetical order? May even give you an iTunes link. I don't know.
Careful.
Close the business today. It'll be in goodies. I promise you that.
By the time we're done today, you'll be able to go to goodies
If
every day.
not, I'll tell you this. If not, someone's getting fired. Heads are gonna roll.
Heads are gonna roll, baby. Helmsy's had enough of this.
I have.
This new hype on bed music is really number one.
It is.
All right, we got a little aftermath from yesterday. It was Valentine's Day edition of Rick and Bubba, and we tried something new this year. In the past we did personal ad shows, and those went well up until we started getting subpoenas and things like that. And then we were like, okay, well, you can't. I mean, as Gary would say, you can't have nothing.
No, you can't.
You can't even have a personal ad show without creeps.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, hey, you can't even. And people who are trying to date who are still married.
Yeah.
We just had some issues.
The law
there.
doesn't look good on that.
I mean, hey. And so we said this year, why don't we just kind of make it simpler and a little more straightforward, little Valentine's wish for somebody. And I thought that went pretty well. Led to some good stories, led to some humor. Because when you try something like that, you got to be sure it doesn't just go downhill.
All right.
And I thought that kind of produced a little bit. I think we all could win with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when newly married Adler told us his plans for Valentine's, and Helmsy said he saw him roll in today in his mode of transportation now, which is
caught me off guard.
Which is his wife's former car, and she now has his car that he brought into the marriage. Do I have all this right?
You do,
Rick.
And people were wondering, would that turn out to be romantic?
Mm-hmm.
Would that just be simply a husband taking care of his wife? Or did it lend itself to a special day,
right?
With other things going on, and I'd just like to know how it went. I mean, I'd like to know how your first ever Valentine's Day as a married man went.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. Glad you're here. Another day of unpacking the world in which we live. Good gracious. Looking inside the show all across the country and around the world. We are glad you're here. And we do look forward to talking to you, too. We start this hour with the national anthem. the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba. All here and ready to unpack another hour as we roll through another day, wrapping up another week in Rick and Bubba history, and we hope that you'll take time to be part of it. Somebody say, hey. All right, so we're missing one member of the team. I'll be Rick, and over there be the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional and cheaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Here I am. Hey, little thing, let me light your candle, cause I'm sure hard to handle now, yes, around. Hey. Yes, around. The Black Crows covering Otis Redding.
How about you, Black Crows?
How about them Black Crows? I have a piece of gold that I'm bringing to the show right out of the gate. Adler, did you get that?
A little piece of gold.
So let me know. I know how much we love people butchering the national anthem. I mean, we love it.
Oh, well, you got to, Rick.
For it.
In
it's
our
one
business,
of my things. Now,
what else could you love?
I will say that I've attempted I was dared to open with this as the national anthem. I didn't think that was the way to go, but I've been trying to find out the background on this video that was sent to me. It looks like the guy's at some sort of horse track or dog track. I said, where was this? I need a little more background from the listener that sent it to me. They're saying that they think it was something called the Hayworth or something like that. I don't know if that's a race or clearly in the background you'll see he's got some sort of racetrack behind him.
All right.
But let me tell you what we learned from this guy. Okay? We learned from him that when you're in duress, just be confident. Stay with it. Just keep going. And hope that no one picks up. Now you know if you know the lyrics to the national anthem, now you know that he starts out good, but buddy, it goes bad quick. And this has nothing to do with him singing bad, but just listen to the confidence of how confidently he sings the wrong lyrics. Okay, so here it is. Here's the national anthem, and you see if you agree with it. Some sort of track behind him.
Gage Charles.
Gage Charles.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam?
In good shape now.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there.
Now we're on.
As the rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there.
What?
The stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Everything's there.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet glay?
Glay?
For the land of the free.
Back down.
And the home of the brave.
He got in a loop. loop of what all was there.
Something about rockets.
Look, he got in the loop and he kept coming back to rockets.
You know, a lot of times when people slaughter it, you can tell they're just not good singers.
Right, yeah.
It's clear he was a good singer.
Sure.
He just didn't know the words.
He just didn't know the words.
And
there was a lot of stuff
in an
there.
area. He was trying to get his way out and he couldn't get out.
Did you see the confidence on his face? Just keep singing with confidence.
It's over there.
I like when he reached out and says, what am I doing bringing the stripes back? I got stripes back in there again. Man, he just kept looking. He knew what the melody needed to be. He just couldn't. He didn't know what lyric. Once on the national anthem, if you ever leave, and you don't have you get the lyrics going bad for you. It's a terrible feeling. What do you think was going on? He stayed calm, though, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
And the rockets were over there.
Over there, rumbling.
And the stripes are there, too.
Everything's there.
And then there, watch that glare.
If you're him and you lose it and you know it, do you try to just make your own up or do you hum it?
That's a great question.
He kept looking for a turn that would take him back to where he's supposed to be. He just couldn't get it. He went around the block a couple times.
Yeah. Well, one thing he realized, no, gosh, I've already said something about that.
Right.
But the one that was the weirdest to me is when he said he brought the stripes back. We still got stripes.
The stripes are still there.
The stripes are still there.
The bombs in the air.
Great, look, something about rockets. So,
wow.
That is good.
That's a dandy. That's a good one.
I tell you, we got some really dandy clips today from different things.
We do. So we'll jump into it. We'll be back. Thanks for sending that to us, by the way. That's that bunch in Arkansas again. Hey, they'll find stuff. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Aerosmith from their album The Big Ones, and they've got all their later hits. You know, when you've been a group for a while when you have to have multiple greatest hits.
Oh, that
compilations.
What a great problem that is. Huh?
Yeah. So anyway, we move into another hour of the Rick and Bubba show and another day. And Bubba, the update on you. How are we doing?
Well, do you want the truth or do you want what I would like for it to be?
You can't handle. You can't handle the truth. No, Bubba, the truth will set you free. I mean, it's just.
Well, usually it does.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Truth
get you in trouble too.
Yeah, I'll say this: I laid off the cough medicine yesterday, so I at least can think a little bit clear. Mm-hmm. In real life, probably 6 or 7. But I can fake probably an 8.5.
Okay,
most of the day.
Well, look, our show rarely is done with more than 8.5.
Well, I know. If you bump 9, that's probably about as good as it gets.
Sure. So we're good. Well, we can live with that.
Look, I'm just glad to be here. Love y'all, man. I love everybody, man.
Thank you.
Love
Bubba.
all of y'all.
Yes.
So don't you know it.
I love you too until I start coughing over the weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway,
man, I just can't get rid of it. I feel like someone has my ankle and I'm dragging them. I just can't shake it.
Well, I know that. Well, the good news is that we have a study today that's going to perk you up, and you've been screaming this for a long time.
Yeah.
Caffeine is back, and caffeine may lead to a longer life.
I printed that just for
I think I've said, and Rick knows this for a long time, I think caffeine is a vitamin.
Right. You've said it so many times. You really have.
Well, I call it C12.
Also,
if you had your C12 day,
C12.
Right. Matter of fact, I'm about to take a pop of it.
I'd also like to. I'm going to raise a concern today. Is there something in the studio that causes everybody's eyes to burn, and feel like there's something wrong with your eyes?
Yeah, because
because Greg used to have this issue, and I thought it was just Greg. Well, I've started to have it, and then I thought it was on me. I just thought I need to. I don't know what, part of aging, I need to start getting some eye drops because my eyes keep drying out in here. Mm-hmm. And then they feel like I've got something in my eye, but I don't. Mm-hmm. But when I leave here, it goes away.
Can I tell you what I think it is?
I do not have that problem once I leave here.
I really thought yours, Rick, was the fact that, and I've said this for years, that, oh, boy, I just pulled my neck, that you don't have any tear ducts.
Well, I thought that was part of it, too.
I'll take to squalling sometime, and you'll just be dry as you could.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I just, my squalling is just, it's not, but the thing I want to tell y'all, you pulled a muscle in your hand?
Cramp in the back
of my head. Hey, guys, I just want y'all to know there's something in this place that makes your eyes burn.
Can I? You know what I think it is?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever got up above?
It may be sunlight when it hits us.
Have you ever got up above those lights?
No.
It keeps on going. And how long have we been in the studio?
A long time.
More than
nine years.
You talking
10
about
years.
dust and stuff up there? I mean, you ought to be
Well,
able to
I've
look
told,
at all that. Look.
I've told Speedy and Greg that I'm convinced that there is something in this building that messes with my allergies and I'm with nasal congestion, because I can leave here for 3 or 4 days, be perfectly fine. The minute I walk in this door, within 30, 40 minutes, something is on me. It's something in this building.
That could be Greg.
Yeah.
Could.
And Greg, you have that red eye thing every now and then. I think there's something here.
Well, that was when we had them old TV lights in here. They drove me nuts.
But I'm like you, Helmsy. I thought I didn't blame the studio. I blamed myself. And all of a sudden, I got out and left here yesterday, and this thing that was annoying me for 4 hours went away and didn't bother me again. Now it's back. All right, we'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show comes your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just try to make the world a little better, shine a light.
By the way, Helmsy wants us to pass along to you guys that he's done it. He's been talking about it. For those of you that email every day, want to know what songs we use as bed music when, he now has put rickandbubba.com under goodies. Every day you'll see all the bed music that we use will be listed there. And if you desire, it'll even tell you where to get them on iTunes. So I don't know how much more service we can do there. I mean, that's super serve right there.
And it is a living and breathing document, meaning they're not all there yet.
Right.
But as we play them, you'll see them up
This will be there.
Even when the storm comes.
What are you saying?
That's a classic right there.
This is one of those kind that I get asked about a lot. So anyway, that's going to be now part of your Rick and Bubba experience. Also, just noticed our newsletter starting to go out bi-monthly now, not just monthly. It's a little shorter and stuff like that. We got the Good Time Gang in. And an experience it is. 20 minutes past 28 and a half years we've been at it. And here again. All right, so Bubba, you said you had a clip that you sent Adler you wanted us to all unpack a little bit.
Well, Rick, there's tennis tournaments going on all over the world. I believe
Speedy's about to be in one.
Yeah, I believe this one is from India. And they have trained monkeys to bring out towels to the players.
Oh, my.
And one of the monkeys decides he's going to quit on his first day.
For day one?
Greg, don't miss this.
Look at him.
Hands it to to the player.
Right.
He's standing there to
Got his shirt
hands
on.
it back, and he's just to heck with it. That's
funny.
Look, he's
Look
got
how
his little
serious he looks.
shirt and pants on. I can't believe they trained the monkey to do that and to stand that still when he hands him
and
the
stand
towel.
upright so good. I'm out.
I quit.
Hey, get your own towel.
Anyway, I just had to show y'all that. I thought that
that's
was
solid
funny.
gold.
I was laughing
That
pretty
is
hard at that
solid
one.
gold. All right, so
we'll try to have that on the website. There's the link so you can download it.
I never thought I would live long enough for the Congressional baseball game to be like a place that is controversial and you could lose your life at it or around it. So, we had the shooting at a practice for this. I forget how many years ago that's been now, but and of course that we didn't make a big deal out of that because it was somebody on the left trying to shoot people on the right. But,
right.
But and you had that kind of gets wiped off the landscape pretty quick. But yesterday we had a combination of things happen. Now I know that you know how we're on this show. We're always looking at what are things that show us the current state of our country, and our country has become an embarrassment in so many ways. And one of the things is we really have lost class.
Buddy.
And so you were telling me, and Adler now has it, that in the Congressional baseball game, which, by the way, the Republicans won 10-0. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a blowout.
It was a blowout. Hopefully,
much like the upcoming midterms.
I was about to say maybe that'll show us about the midterms. But we had one of the Democrats actually shoot the Republicans a bird.
Yeah, she's coming off the field. I don't know if she just made an out or was being pinched run for or what the deal, but She comes in front of the Republican dugout and just gives them a bird. I mean, it's like she plays for Tennessee or something.
Mm-hmm. That's hilarious.
Get an eye on who the pinch runner is going to be. It looks like it's going to be Jeffries.
Pinch runner.
Oh, I can't believe they got a pinch runner for her.
I knew that was coming.
Watch your left hand.
Well, not much reaction from
Oh, wow. Wow.
Hey, it's a ball game. Don't blame her. That's the enemy.
I mean, what is that in response to? I mean,
have a seat, Tubbs.
I think we just went by.
Yeah, so she goes by.
Somebody's heckling her. She didn't turn to look.
Unless somebody had, she
they
did look. Yeah, somebody may have said something.
Yes, somebody said something.
They probably said something about a pinch run for you.
Greg,
Can't believe they're running for you.
Hey, I figured you was a sprinter.
But
hey, that base I had all he could get.
That base couldn't handle no more.
I'm sorry.
No, somebody says something. Watch her.
Right there.
Hey, you out of breath?
Yeah.
Right. But
I have no problem with that.
But you admit, I mean, if this was the industrial softball league,
I got it.
You're like, sure.
Yeah.
You would like to see it. How about this? I might not even be surprised to see it at a church softball game.
No, in fact, it would actually happen there first.
Worse. Yeah, because there's nothing church about church softball.
No,
not
drinking Budweiser in the parking lot after the game. My goodness.
I don't know if you saw it. I had somebody ask me about it. They told me there was some church with the pastor dressed up as in drag. And whatever they said, can you believe this church is doing this? I said, I think the word church is being used loosely here. But in this one, but you kind of think about Congress. You think a pickup game is so traditional.
Yeah,
it's an exhibition.
Yeah,
I mean, my goodness, the
is.
person over here on first. It looks like somebody's great grandfather. And all of a sudden, and him going and a woman to go by and shoot birds at the opposing party. And again, I may need to hear what somebody said in the dugout. Maybe they both were classless,
or maybe it was somebody in the stands. May not have been anybody.
But it just shows just the overall. We have just no class, none.
There was also a big play at the plate. I don't know if we have the video of it, but one of the Republican members tried to run over. It was she tried to run over the guy at home plate, and she did knock him pretty good, but he held on to the ball for the out. But it wasn't enough.
Yeah, but
as the GOP came away with a 10-0 win.
Yeah, and I know we had some protesters, too, out or whatever.
Yeah, the group Now or Never staged a protest outside the park. They tried to make their way inside the park.
Listen to the audio of this.
I haven't screened it yet, so I don't know if we can.
Speedy, I just seen the shove you were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah. But the Metropolitan Police at one point go, and that'll do it.
Yeah, he got tired of this one guy.
And who are they mad at? Who is this?
This is
they want climate. They want everything shut down.
What, softball,
get a job,
baseball is going to get it.
Well, it's the Congressional
because they have Congress.
Well, again, I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this guy pushed one of them. They decided to do away with him.
Show the one where he dumps this guy here in a second.
Apparently, he's never heard the song "I Fought the Law and the Law Won."
Rick, you know the chest power push.
Oh yeah,
where you like,
hey,
you need to get back. They had a good time with him. A couple were able to get in with some banners, and the Metropolitan Police had to go through and rip all those down. But it was.
Did anybody glue themselves to the floor?
Yeah, this is them taking all the banners down now.
So they're there.
This is a climate emergency.
Okay. But it's not
banners. This is what the banners were saying.
But it's really not. And I would like to ask them, what have y'all done? Seriously, do you do anything that helps anything?
Well, no. You can ask them what you want done, and you're going to hear a wild.
But do they do it?
Did they show up on bicycles? Did they all ride bicycles to the game?
Mm-hmm.
If it's an emergency, you really start doing stuff like that.
Oh, well, they would be fine with shutting down every gas station in America today.
But they have no idea what life would really
get home.
What life would be like for them if they got their way.
Yeah,
it's really easier to say these things should be done, but hope they never really are, because then you'd be miserable.
Yeah.
Keep in mind too. Let's say we completely shut down the entire country.
I mean, we're gonna shut it down.
Everything. No airplanes, no cars, nothing. We're just gonna sit here.
Walk.
Of course, we're gonna be.
No farting cows.
It'll be Thunderdome in a matter of a week.
Oh, yeah.
But aside from that, if we did that, it's if the climate emergency is what they say it is, it doesn't do any good without China and India.
It sure doesn't.
Doing what they need to do, and the rest of Europe. So, it's I guess it gives you a cause to get behind and all that. And we should look. Nobody's for pollution. We said that.
No.
And I'm all for monitoring all these other things. But I just They're way off the range.
The group issued a statement urging Biden to declare a climate emergency and Congress to fund clean energy, saying baseball can wait, the climate cannot.
You know what I would have loved to have done? Bubba, no way I had the time to do it, but it would have been
the countdown clock.
Yeah.
It would have been a blast, and we'd have been all over, well, some national news. I wish we would have got ahead of it, and we had a protest against them for the birds they're killing. Mm-hmm. And all we talked about was how many birds solar panels and windmills had killed, and why do these people hate birds? And then I would say that Congresswoman, when she shot a bird, it should always make us think of the dead birds.
That's right.
You know, so apparently in order to save our climate, we have to kill birds.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not very nice to birds. I just want to make that point.
What does this statement mean by them, Rick? We're dying by the millions from pollution.
Well, I mean, see a blanket statement like that. I mean, sure, make it gillions. I mean, I can throw out any statement, but now if I have to kind of show you the direct connection, that's a little tougher.
If I got to bring my case to court, it's going to be a little harder.
Right. There's a lot of things vary in that attempt to draw that line. A lot of factors, a lot of variables. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. So there again, another classy gathering of our Congress folk. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're even going to get Bubba engaged in it now.
All right.
You'll see.
Right.
But what I'm talking about, there'll be little different things that one.
All right.
It'll be a little bit. It'll be easier, a little smaller consumptions, but a little more often we reach out and touch you and give you a little something to read and enjoy.
Do you have a date that you want my stuff by? Just like just give me a number, like that day of the month.
Well, here's what
Bubba, I've given that to you probably 10 times.
Well,
this is
this is a new commitment.
Yeah,
first of the month.
The first of the month for that month.
Yeah,
first of the month.
Well, what he's doing now,
I may not do it to the 30th, but I need it the first of the month.
Yeah, he's doing a little something different now. Like he's going around and he'll spotlight. Like instead of you having to do it every month, like he'll spotlight you on one time, and then he'll spotlight somebody else, and that's kind of how we're doing it now. And then
some of it'll be green, so it'll work different times.
Right, some of it'll be green. Bubba, there's the good news, and I wanted to start this hour with good news for you.
Please, Rick, I'm all for that.
The study here it is.
Where is it?
Caffeine may lead to a longer life. Now, this is focusing on coffee. For those of you that are BuzzBox customers, good news for you today. For those of you that are not, then remember it. That daily cup of coffee could guarantee many more mornings for you due to a Stanford University School of Medicine study. They found that the properties in caffeine may counter age-related inflammation in this new study. Caffeine may beat back the inflammatory process that is linked to cardiovascular disease and aging.
Well, you ain't telling me nothing.
Huh?
I've been on that wagon for a long time.
So it says that more
that and the speed a lot.
What they were doing, the school published last month in the medical journal that I know you read, Bubba, almost monthly.
No, I read the journal.
Yeah, Nature Medicine. I know that's on the stack of readings for us. They examined more than 100 people who drank more caffeine than
What is a average amount? Because you guys are coffee guys, and it has more caffeine than the soft drinks that I drink. Yeah. So what is the normal amount? I guess that's kind of where you want to start with this.
Here it says here's what I'm looking for a number. They're not really giving a number here, but they did say this. They said the blood of the people with low levels of the inflammatory protein, that causes all this inflammatory stuff in your body, was found. Their blood, if they had less of it, was enriched for caffeine compared to the other group. Meaning they were taking in a lot of caffeine compared to those that seem to have a problem with the inflammatory protein. And I'm looking to see if they give you an idea, but they really don't give you a number.
You being coffee baron, I figured you had those numbers, and I didn't mean to throw that at you, but I think, and I may be wrong, I think soft drink, just your average run-of-the-mill soft drink is about 50 milligrams. Mm-hmm. Average cup of coffee is about 200, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Does that sound right?
I think you're right. Well, the thing
I guess I could Google it.
Well,
I'm on it right now.
Yeah, once again, you have to be careful because with the soft drinks, you're also ushering in sugar and things that are not so good. with coffee, you're kind of ushering in a more pure caffeine. I guess that's why they're using coffee. And I can I tell you this? And this is. I'm taking off co-host hat, putting on coffee bearing hat.
Yes.
I just sometimes think people, even when it's something that we enjoy and we like, can go too far. Mm-hmm. I've had this information and have even been asked to use it in some of the promotion, and I just kind of thought, is that are we going a little far with that? I'm not trying. I just feel a little uncomfortable when I'm trying to tell you that caffeine's going to save your life.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Drink our coffee. It's going to save your life. Because they hit me when we do marketing. They always want me to market the health benefits more than I do because I wonder if they're accurate. Do you follow me?
Yeah. Well, and I think too sometimes things are oversold, so we get a little
to your point,
a little callous to it, and we don't buy into it.
Right.
But this guy here is at Stanford Microbiology and Immunology, right? How would you say? Is that how you would say that?
You know what? It sounds as good as I could say it because I don't
something to do with immune. It means and an ology on the end.
It means he studied the human immune system.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Let's just say that.
All right, so it says a soft drink contains about 5 milligrams of caffeine per ounce, whereas a cup of coffee is 12 to 30 milligrams of caffeine per ounce of coffee. So there you go.
Say that again on the ounce wise, because I was just going by.
A soft drink contains about 5 milligrams of caffeine per ounce.
Okay, an ounce. And coffee's how much?
12 to 30.
Okay. Well, that's a big difference.
That is a big gap.
Yeah, and that's just your regular Coca-Cola soft drink.
Yeah,
right.
Okay. It does sound though, Bubba, like your ratio's about the same.
Let's see, where are we at?
The doctor says, Mark Davis, as Bubba was talking about, he said. "35 minutes past the hour, you got Rick and Bubba." So, Bubba, the protesters say, there's our Congress playing baseball as the world burns. And they want immediate action. Now, I don't know what immediate action looks like. We gave some suggestions, but anyway, so we wish them the best. All right, so simplysafebubba.com. You don't want to be living like a good one and not know. I mean, what would you think of me if you walked up and I was sitting here and I have a flip phone and you'd go, Rick, everything's moved on. I mean, you're not aware of that? And I said, well, this is it. I'm trying right now. I'm looking at my pictures I just took this weekend with my flip phone. Now, first of all, you'd also be my dad, but secondly, you'd be a little behind the times. When it comes to what's available to you, and security systems of the past have been replaced and outdated by the folks at simplysafebubba.com. In the beginning, you know what their goal was? Had some people they loved, the creators that were living in a rental property, and they couldn't have a security system. They were too intrusive. So the people who are landlords say, no, you can't do a security system here. So Simply Safe Bubba, the creator, said, well, we got to come up with some way for folks that are in rental properties to secure the property. And they began to develop, which is now simplysafebubba.com. And, of course, we all use it. It uses modern technology, proprietary video verification technology. Man, they really hit a home run on this. What that means, and for folks like me, they're like, what are you talking about? Well, what this means is because of the ability to videotape in real time, you can send in hey, my house is being broke into, and law enforcement can see that it's really happening. And so they get there quicker. Also, you have high priority 911 dispatch. You've got, something, God forbid, there's a fire, there's leaks, flooding, whatever the case may be, you're monitored 24/7. So if you'd like to go to simplysafebubba.com right now, oh, by the way, no waiting on installation crews. You install it yourself. And it takes less than an hour to do that. But somebody's there to help you if you need any help on that, too. And then you're monitored 24/7. And right now, if you go to simplysafebubba.com, you can claim a free indoor security camera and get 20% off with interactive monitoring that I just mentioned to you. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. All right, so, Bubba, we had an update, and the show got away, and we didn't get this update. What in the world's going to happen to Brittney Griner? And I know this is something that keeps you awake at night, but we had the professional basketball player go to Russia, and Russia caught her with what they considered to be illegal drugs. Now, isn't this Is this more of the I have marijuana, but it's therapeutic for me? I don't have it just to get high.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. That's what she's saying.
Now Russia seems to disagree.
They do.
Yeah, Russia not real big on that open interpretation of it. And hey, if you go to Russia, you need to know Russia's rule.
And I was going to
check.
But I'm glad you made that point because I want to talk to everybody who's watching or listening right now. Okay, here's some helpful suggestions and some wisdom. If you decide to travel the world for whatever reason, and you leave the United States of America, this is real important. Do everything you can to minimize the probability that you'll be trapped there. Know what their rules are, know how they operate, understand the culture, and you want to go there and be as vanilla as you can be and not do anything that the culture that you are visiting, by the way.
Right.
That there's nothing that could get you in a bind with them. Look, I've traveled the world. You got to know the deal. Like when I was going to Israel for the first time, I sat down with people that had been and said, now look, here's what you do, here's what you don't do.
What's the deal?
If you don't want to be detained, don't do this. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because, by the way, the Israelis, when you're coming through customs, they're real serious. Extremely serious.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't want foolishness. They don't want you cutting up. And don't come in here saying, I'm American, please stop hassling me. You do exactly what they say, exactly the way they say to do it, or you'll find yourself detained. So you don't want that. You want to understand every culture you're going into. And I'm telling you, if I'm going into the Soviet Union, my quote medical marijuana is not going with me.
Yeah,
because I don't want to end up there.
Yeah,
and I don't want them to have any reason they could detain me. So she's there, and now, Bubba, it looks like the Biden administration has stepped up, and they're going to try to do a prisoner swap.
Yeah, for her and the guy who is there that is accused of espionage. He's a former Marine. He still denies that he was doing anything illegal. They're trying to get those two and swap them for the guy. What he's got a nickname. He's an arms dealer. What's he?
He's got that big stash.
Yeah, the butcher of something or something. What's
he
his
had
name?
a nickname.
Yeah, he's got some kind of nickname like that. Now we have another American who is in prison in Russia for drugs, and he's not
medical
included
marijuana.
in the deal.
He claimed his was medical too.
Yeah, but he is not included in this deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
how did he get cut out?
Well, I don't know. And the U.S. State Department and the president went public with this. Now Russia said we haven't made any deal yet. It's been proposed, but we haven't responded. So.
Right.
Well, no. But they even went further and they said that we don't talk about this publicly. That's done secretly. And normally when you hear about it, a deal's already been made, but we're not going to discuss this openly. What we've decided to do.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Well,
I'm looking deeper in the story. The reason why the Biden administration is trying to stay very, very not a lot of details for us. I don't think they want to say the words Russian arms dealer, merchant of death.
Yes, merchant of death.
Yeah. I don't think you want to when somebody says, now who are we going to swap for Brittney?
Yeah.
We're thinking the merchant of death.
Yeah, bring him out.
Right. You probably just don't want that on record, and you probably want and you don't want to say his name because then some reporter might look down, better known as Ducey's kid, to look down and say, "You talking about the merchant of death?"
Yeah. We're swapping him.
So what you do is, it's kind of like the guy singing the national anthem right then. Are y'all doing a prisoner swap? Yeah. Well, I mean, we're looking on stuff, things maybe options, try to get Brittney home. Yeah. Okay, so who would we swap? Who knows? Somebody we have, maybe detained. Could you tell us who that is? I don't know. I don't even know his name. I have no idea. Just we're looking at options. Nothing. And you're saying the Ruskies are saying we haven't agreed to anything.
Yeah.
And the Biden administration won't tell us who they're considering to swap, but people think it's the merchant of death.
I don't know why the Biden administration went public with this.
That's right.
Other than it's not moving forward and they're trying to, or they're just tired of people asking them why they're not doing anything. So I think they go, okay, we put a deal on the table. It's all in the Russians' court now. So we'll see how that goes.
You are correct.
Either one.
This is political correctness pressure is all this is. Y'all don't care about Brittney. Somebody do something looks like we care about Brittney.
Quick.
And don't mention the merchant of death for the love of all this good and kind.
Right.
Hannity will find out about it. And he'll run that. He'll merchant to death. He'll get Steve Shannon to cut a merchant of death drop.
Well, you don't hear a lot about. I mean, he's got that nickname, but we don't know really what he's been accused of.
No.
That's kind of been hush-hush. I would like to see one of the reporters do a story on what he's done and how many people he's killed. Well, how do we get that? I mean,
Viktor Bout, a Russian arms dealer. But we don't know, like I say, what is he accused of with arms and dealing?
I mean, he's been found guilty in a federal court, I'm sure. But what of doing what?
Ladies and gentlemen of Russia, put your hands together for the return of the Merchant of Death.
What was that movie about a prisoner swap? It was pretty big not too long ago.
Yeah, when they walked across the bridge.
Yeah,
you always
Tom
see
Hanks
those in
Tom
those
Hanks, yeah.
in those Cold War movies. You know, they're brought out and you think they're going to be executed, and they're told to walk across a foggy bridge somewhere.
Yeah.
You know,
What was that movie?
Yeah.
That's going to drive me nuts.
Bridge of Spies.
Thank you.
I thought it was The Swamp.
Good movie, by the way.
It was.
So,
a little slow.
This Victor,
Yeah.
Merchant of Death, is the world's most notorious arms dealer in the 1990s and early 2000s. He's serving a 25-year prison sentence in Illinois, but is who they're talking about in the swap.
Okay, and they're saying that, but there may be an issue too, because Putin may not want the Merchant of Death back, because they're saying that the public may learn that there may be some ties to Putin and him that might cause him a little PR issues at home.
Well, I think we
may get a rejection on the offer of the Merchant of Death.
The Justice Department did not want him released to begin with, but
probably not.
You know, Biden called over there and pressured him, and they said, "All right." So
somebody said, "Look, if LeBron James says something else about us not caring about Brittney, and if only she was trapped in China, LeBron would shut up."
So tell me this: what's
I'm here all week.
What's Russia's mindset? Or what's their advantage to doing this deal versus not doing this deal? If they don't do it, they know that Biden's catching heat at home and all of that. What is the advantage? Do they need this guy back?
Can I give you the advantage?
Yeah, well, what would it be?
For the love of God, let's don't do anything that may not get this guy reelected.
Please get him back in.
Let's keep this bunch in power. Give Brittney back. We'll take the Merchant of Death.
I think they're going to... I don't think they're going to take the deal on face value.
Probably not.
Or they'd already took
Probably
it.
not.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll say, we'll swap one for one, you pick who you want back?
Yeah. Something like that.
Because they knew that'll be more of a handle for them.
Right, yeah. You kind of get the best of all worlds on that. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Said it really actually surprised us. He said that the direct benefit came as a surprise. What we've shown is a correlation between caffeine consumption and longevity. And we've shown, really, in laboratory tests that we were very rigorous about, it's a very plausible mechanism for why this might be so. He said, look, we even tried to rule it out thinking, well, this can't be right. He said, but I got to tell you something. This has been a pretty solid scientific theory, and we tested this the way in science you're supposed to, and we have come to the conclusion that consumption of coffee and caffeine helps your body when it comes to inflammation.
Okay, this inflammatory protein is often related to folks with high blood pressure and free radicals in their blood, which free radicals are pieces of molecules that grab onto things and make other things you don't want. So you don't want them.
No. Or Democrats.
Right. It said with those gene clusters containing low levels of the inflammatory protein, most often had family members who had lived well into their 90s. So you don't want that protein.
Right, and they're saying caffeine, large amounts of caffeine fights that.
Well, for a long time, I knew people who were, battling cancer and stuff. They didn't want them to have caffeine.
Well, this is, again, that road we get on.
I know.
We'll come back.
Egg and caffeine.
No. We'll talk to you next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Tell us about it.
Yes. Yeah. So this is the Russian spy ship?
Yeah, we've got a Russian spy ship sitting about 30 miles off of the coast of Connecticut, and where we have a major naval submarine base there.
Yep.
The ship was spotted earlier this week about 70 miles off the coast. Now it is just 30 miles off the coast. While yet remaining in international waters, a U.S. official said the armed boat, capable of intercepting communications and sonar capability, is loitering.
Well, let's go back to this. The Democrats claim the Russians put Trump into power here.
Right.
Well, don't they have what they want? What are they doing? If you believe that, then this seems to be in conflict with that. Are they saying no? They're here so they can hang out together more. I mean, is this to make their communication easier with Trump? I mean,
well, the Naval Submarine Base at New London is known as the home of the submarine force. It's a 100-year-old base, and it is the home to 16 attack submarines and employs more than 9,500 active duty personnel.
So they're in international waters, right?
They're in international waters. They can do what they want to do. I think they don't like us in the Black Sea over there, and I think they're just giving us a little back. That's all.
Right. So,
but you hate for something to happen to it.
Well, you would hate that. Could have a major incident.
If I was on a ship and I was just trying to aggravate somebody, I don't think I would go and mess with them at a submarine base. I mean, a submarine would be the arch enemy of a ship, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that seems like a chicken, hanging out near wolves trying to spy on them.
Yeah. I mean, there's other places if you want to create havoc. Pull up to where the cruise lines go out or something. And cause a panic because everybody could see it.
Right.
But I don't know. I think this is just the normal tit for tat kind of thing.
Right.
As the saying goes.
It does. Yes, it does. Wasn't sure where you were headed there when you first jumped out there.
Yeah, well, it's it's been that kind of week for me. A lot of meds. Sure, you got to watch it.
So I don't know what they're doing, but they can do it, and then I guess we just monitor, and if something were to happen, then it'll escalate.
Oh yeah.
Rather quickly.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at it on a map, I mean, it's just not very far from New York City. That's what's so odd about it. You just don't see them out there a lot.
I would like to say too that we all really kind of moved past the fact that Kim Jong-un launched a missile, toward Japan, here over the last week, and just
he killed his brother.
How about this? And let it just land out there in the water. And, and it says, we're just seeing how far we can get it.
Yeah,
that was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it was.
He's a hand. Yeah. So to the phones we go. Angela is standing by in Huntsville, Alabama. She's got 100.3 The River. If you want to call in, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Angela, thanks for your patience. You're now on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
How are you doing today?
We're doing good. I hope you're okay.
Oh, yeah. I Googled tea. There is 26 grams of caffeine in tea in an 8-ounce glass.
In an 8-ounce glass, there's 26, so that would be
milligrams.
That would be 3 per ounce,
something like
give
that.
or take, a little over 3.
Yeah.
Round figures. 3'd get you to 24. Yeah. So
round it.
Yeah. So that's still, that's still way off coffee. I mean, coffee's the walking dog. Isn't it?
Oh.
About 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You know how I said the other day that I really appreciate when someone sends me something, an audio clip, a video clip, and they giving me a heads up because, I can cool on something really quick. Hey, stay with it. And I do. When I get those instructions, I go, oh, well, there's something coming. You're going to need to have that attitude on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We finished our conversation. We talked with Greg Phillips. Now, if you remember Greg Phillips, he was on the big show when we were talking about 2,000 mules coming out, Dinesh D'Souza. He was with the group that did the research and showed what was happening with the ballots and these boxes and drop boxes and all this stuff. So we get in a much broader conversation with him this weekend on, we see what happened. The documentary's been out. People have different opinions on it. Let's talk about making sure elections are secure going forward, because I don't think anything's going to be done about what happened. And we kind of get into that and kind of the state of elections, and we all want to feel secure about them and things that need to be done and other things he's noticed that the documentary has some of the conversations and things he's seen that it's garnered. But when we first start out with him, due to the remote location where he has been, and he's just at the end of COVID too, which he's doing fine. And we had some audio issues that are gonna be troublesome in our first segment with him. But after that, it's fine.
Yeah, we got it worked out.
So what I would say to you, the audience, it's a very, very interesting and important conversation that you'll be the one to decide that, but ultimately, we think it is. But you're gonna have to you're gonna hear us start, and you're gonna think, I can't sit through this. So just stay with it. And Adler's cleaned it up a little bit too, so that'll help too.
Yeah, I was able to clean it up a little bit, so it is better than what we experienced in the room because that was a little tough.
Yeah. Okay, good. So it's not as bad as what we went through, and but just I would say to you, stay with it.
Thank y'all.
Yeah,
because I was a wreck.
Yeah, I know it was a tough run for you. It was hard on Speedy.
Having a conversation in Speedy's office, and he was.
Well, Adler was texting me. I was behind this door pacing because I'm watching it on the program monitor we have in there. And Adler's, we're going. It's kind of almost like jumping rope. It's like, when do we jump in? Do we just dive into the studio and stop it?
Yeah,
or what? And then you guys did.
Well, also if you're in the host role. Mm-hmm. You're sitting here, and I can feel the tension from Bubba. He could feel it from me. You don't know when to go. That's too bad.
Yeah,
I was trying to get to the break.
Yeah,
so
you know what I mean.
Reset,
but you go, okay, that was bad, but it's going to be okay.
Right.
And then now, keep in mind that's pretty bad if you're talking to somebody for 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. If you know you're in a 45-minute conversation, you start thinking, is this going to be my entire experience?
Yeah.
And then you lose faith in the quality of it. Now you're not even hosting anymore. Now you're just sitting here going, oh boy, that's got to get better.
Yeah.
And then you think, is that too bad to stop? I'm trying to make eye contact with Adler. I'm looking at Bubba. And we're all going, well, is this going to be okay? But we got it worked out, and we think it's still going to be, it's tolerable to begin with, but after you get to the first commercial break, after that it's fine.
Yeah,
and so just stay with it. And so you had that thing. All of us have had this. I bet in engineering this happened to you a lot, where you have something set up and you want to know that it's okay.
Yeah.
So you can move on with your life, and you go, that's running. Okay, all right, everything's running.
Everything's good.
And Speedy could never leave it.
No,
because it never would. It
never did lock in.
No.
All right, got the boys started. Let me move on. What I got to do next? Oh, wait a minute, I can't leave it.
I can't leave that. That's not stable.
Everybody seems to be good.
Right.
Our interview sounds good.
And what made it worse is that Greg was really giving so much important information, Greg Phillips, and you were leaning in going, okay, boy, what he has to say is important. Oh, no, it's locking up
I thought to myself, boy, that was really something profound. It's a shame we couldn't understand it.
Right. And Greg wanted it right, too, Phillips.
He did.
So I'm glad it worked out.
So, Bubba, you were telling us, too, now what's happened with we remember the whole everything going on with the Supreme Court, and they've been told that they need to just kind of tone it down to keep people from trying to protest them or kill them or hurt them and all that. Now, what's happening?
Well, they have like an official calendar that you can see where various justices are going to be or what they're doing. And Judge Thomas yesterday, we didn't get to the story, but he actually quit his job at George Mason University teaching law. He did that part-time.
Right.
And, there was a lot of students protesting. They'd signed like 11,000 people had signed a signature. And he said he wasn't going to deal with it. He said, hey, I'm out. But we forget that there was an assassination attempt on Brett Kavanaugh.
Yes, there was.
And thank goodness authorities were able to stop that. So, but they've got a lot more private about what they're going to do, and you don't know ahead of time where they're going to be. But Judge Alito made a speech, and he took issue with several of the world leaders, including Prince Harry.
All right, so here it is.
He said one second, yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
One second.
Hey, just one.
1 second.
Mississippi.
When I saw that he was going to say something with Prince Harry, I knew you were in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anything. Well, Bubba, you've already called him.
All right, here we go.
Now, remember, Alito's not a stand-up comedian. But
yeah.
Over the last few weeks, since I had the honor this term of writing, I think, the only Supreme Court decision in the history of that institution that has been lambasted by a whole string of foreign leaders who felt perfectly fine commenting on American law. One of these was former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but he paid the price.
Wait a minute, this is the wrong thing. This is Steven Spielberg.
It looks like it.
Post hoc ergo propter hoc, right? But others are still in office. President Macron and Prime Minister Trudeau, I believe, are too. But what really wounded me was when the Duke of Sussex addressed the United Nations and seemed to compare the decision whose name may not be spoken with the Russian attack on Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he threw a little barb out there, didn't he?
Yeah.
But
Rick, you know the post hoc ergo proctor hoc. I got that from West Wing. It means after this, therefore, because of this.
Okay, thank you.
So that's
buddy.
what he's done.
Wow.
See, West Wing gives you a lot of things y'all don't realize.
Yeah, you're right.
Say that
See,
one
when
more
he
time.
said that, I was like, oh, I heard that on West Wing.
Say that one more time.
Post hoc ergo proctor hoc, which means after this, therefore, because of this.
Okay.
Is that Latin or something?
Yeah,
Well done.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
West Wing to you.
That helped me a little bit.
Yeah, well,
It's a great show.
I've already forgot it.
Yeah. But
too confusing.
But Alito to be so, I don't know. He was just so open and taking shots. And
Yeah, he was.
Basically, he said, "Yeah, it's great to be on the Supreme Court and hear everybody around the world ignoring their own problems, but weighing in on everything we have." And boy, I was really wounded by the Duke of Sussex.
Yes.
I have to admit,
That's so good.
his dry presentation, that kind of owned me a little
Well,
bit.
it actually works for what he's doing.
Yeah,
It works well. Yeah. Now, why he's decided to look like Steven Spielberg, we don't know. And but they're didn't you say people were saying this is not Spielberg?
Yeah, oh yeah.
they look-
Some of the shows were saying,
By the way-
when you see this is not Steven Spielberg doing stand-up.
Right. So anyway,
This is not related at all, but I kind of got to. I feel like I have to clear the air here before we get to the break. Bubba sent me a link to the Daily Mail website, for a story that we're doing. And the Daily Mail is great for like the latest links, but some of the images are you got to watch out for some of the ads and things like that. And she had clothes on, everybody, okay? And I was doing story research for the show, and when I showed my camera, it showed the monitor. Okay, anyways.
well, I was listening just yesterday. One of the experts out there with the housing market was saying, all right, everything with the housing market is about to take a dramatic change, and now more than ever, you need a real estate agent that knows how to maneuver the waters, the ever-changing waters, by the way. Here come interest rates up, and what does that mean, and how is that going as a housing market? What I need to So if you're buying or selling a home, it's already one of the most stressful things on the planet. I literally was at a dinner yesterday, and moving was brought up, and everybody there. Oh. I mean, there were people saying they had made stands against their wives that they said, "I am not moving." Moving is when people just speak of it, it just brings dread. But you got to have somebody that is working with you to smooth the process, and that you can go to bed at night going, okay, everything's going the way it's supposed to. That's why we were so excited to join lock arms with realestateagentsitrust.com. What's happening here, we have a team now that vets out real estate agents in every market where this show is seen or heard. I'm sure there might be an exception, but we think we got it all covered. If not, we'll find one near you, almost anywhere you want to go. So go to realestateagentsitrust.com. When you go there, and it takes just a few minutes, we need some basic information, and this is so we can team you with the right real estate agent, and then our preferred agent will make contact with you, and the process will begin. But you won't be dealing with any part-timers. You won't be dealing with any beginners. These are seasoned real estate agents that can be trusted. So go to realestateagentsitrust.com and let the process begin.
Yeah, it's always been the walking dog and caffeine. I think that's why you found it so positive throughout the ages. Wars have been started over it, Rick, that and sugar.
All right, now, John says this should be interesting. He's calling us out of Muscle Shoals, listening to WLAY. And now, if the title of his call is correct, and remember that's always up for discussion.
Somewhat debatable.
That he's going to update us on love advice that we gave him.
I'd like to.
Okay.
I mean, John,
like
John, do I have
Bring
that right?
that on.
Did we give you some love advice?
Good morning, boys.
Hey,
Good morning.
hey.
For sure.
Yeah.
I drive a truck for a living. I'm out here listening to y'all every day for
Thank you.
the past 20 years, I guess.
Thank you.
And y'all keep it covered, from comedy to predicting babies to politics.
We do it all.
I love life. You know, you learn a lot, and you stay informed by listening to this show. But Tuesday morning,
what a great endorsement.
I was listening Tuesday morning. I can't remember if Dr. Love there said it or Helms or a caller said it, but they were saying sometimes it's the little things, like getting the dishwasher loaded.
Correct.
And I thought about that. I said, well, heck, I'll try. So I come home from work, a pint of Jack Daniels, and boy, did I get her loaded.
Okay.
and it worked, boy. It worked to a T.
Got the dishwasher loaded.
Oh, that's
y'all knew that was coming.
Y'all knocked that one out of the park, boys. She couldn't go to work the next day because they have that random drug screening stuff down there, but it worked out great, boys. Y'all the bomb.
Thank you, John.
Thank
you so much.
You knew that was coming.
Sure, funny.
I saw it as far as a Russian spy ship.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, sure. Pat has got Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, Pat, go ahead. What's going on?
All right, man. I was listening to old Rush Limbaugh yesterday talking about the Russians.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And he had a fella call in that was retired off a submarine, and, you know, he's been around the world on them. He said every major port they went into, there's Russian ships that just kind of follow them out to sea while they had their head up, and then as soon as they dive down their sub, they just disappear. This ain't nothing new. It's gone on for ages. It's just now, for some reason, the media wants to blow it up and make an issue with it.
Oh, yeah.
Trump and Russia.
We have Russian submarines off our coast all the time, and we have them off Russia's coast. It's not, anybody that doesn't know that or understand that just it's not up to speed, I don't think.
Well, but Bubba's point, there's something about it sitting there out there near New York City that brings a little more, makes it a little more dicey. And what he said, that, you know, the Democrats continuing to say that, you know, Trump was elected by the Russians. Yeah, I think that just added a new little spice to something that, as you said, is not all that abnormal.
Right. This ain't nothing new. They're just wanting to make a deal out of nothing.
Well, I'm not trying to say that the Russians are connected to Trump, but when they let him drive it, I thought,
yeah, that seems. You know, when they gave him the wheel and he said full steam ahead, that seemed a little odd.
Buck is calling us out of Enterprise. Buck, welcome to the program. Buddy.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, look, you're commenting about that spy ship off the coast. I was in the Navy in the 70s.
In the Navy!
You can sail the 7 seas.
Yep.
I was a cannon cocker.
Watch out.
A what now?
Hello.
Cannon cocker, who was a gunner's mate.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so was Speedy.
We were playing chicken with the Russians in the Mediterranean.
Right.
And they were conducting ops, and we were just one guided missile destroyer, and we would plow right through their formation.
So just cutting up out there.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. And they were at general quarters, and we were taking pictures of them. But I've got one picture of us, the crazy captain we had, got so close to a Russian destroyer that I could have jumped from our ship to theirs with no problem.
So this just goes on all the time. I mean, ever since the Cold War, we just keep doing it. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. So as we start this hour, looking at all the different stories and audio and video and stuff's available to us, Bubsy, really for our audience, especially if you watch this show or seeing the videos that come out and you've ever seen us move to the beat, probably a fat guy doing an impression of Michael Jackson, you're thinking it's been there, done that. I've watched Rick and Bubba dance to Michael Jackson for years, but this guy's a little more doing like an impression of Michael Jackson with some weight. Is he, what is he?
He's just singing, but he sounds.
He's just singing? Oh, he doesn't move?
Oh, I thought he was dancing.
Oh, he's just going to sing?
He just sounds exactly like
Okay, but he's not going to pop and move?
I don't think he's going to
There's nothing better than a fat guy with rhythm. Come on. I mean,
we're gonna have
I'd already have been mentally prepared for it.
We're going to find that square dancer that can dance again.
But
I saw that he was back out.
Oh, this is. All right, so he's just going to sing. Okay, all right, well.
He's got a neck
Well,
beard.
let's hear it.
All right, let's go. All right, we're here. Okay, all right.
Hey, pretty baby with the high heels on.
Wow.
You give me fever like I've never, ever known. You're just a product of my loveliness. I like the groove of your walk, your talk, your dress. I feel your fever from miles around. I'll pick you up in my car and we'll beat the town. Check it, me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me, the way you're making me feel. You feel it turning me on. You not me off of my feet now, baby. My lonely days are gone. So, ooh.
Okay, well, I mean, he does sound like
he's a really fat guy that sounded like Michael Jackson. That's all it was. I'm sorry.
I thought he was gonna. I thought
that guy with Michael Jackson.
I was hoping he was gonna be in the bad outfit with that leather hat, just dealing with all it could deal with, and him singing and moving and biting his bottom lip. I mean, I was. He's
got the singing.
Now he does sound like it,
and that voice doesn't match that body.
No, it does not.
The fact that traffic's going by and he's in a parking lot makes it even better.
It looks like he's down at Tractor Supply somewhere.
Yeah. Well, who do you think
he's rocking a neck beard?
Yeah, who do you think stopped him and said, "Let me get a shot of this and send it out"?
Yeah,
because he's like you said, he's standing in the parking lot of what?
Did somebody go up and go? I heard you singing, Michael Jackson.
This means he does it a lot.
He does.
People want,
I'll give him this. He hit all the and all that
weirdness. Now I will say this: if I could sound that much like Michael Jackson, I would do it a lot.
Yeah.
I would
especially
do it
in the
tremendous
shower.
amount. Yeah, I sing a lot right now, and really and shouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, so if I could do it,
if you could do that, you're at every talent show.
They go
every office talent show,
every
show off night. You know,
everybody looks down and they said, we're at the karaoke bar. And you know
karaoke, you're kidding.
Karaoke.
Yeah.
You know what they're saying?
People go, do another one.
Somebody says, hey, that guy y'all work with, the fat guy sounds like
mirror.
Hey, the fat guy sounds like Michael Jackson. Is he going to sing?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be here in a minute. Oh, good. Because I brought some friends. They don't believe me.
They haven't heard
If
it.
y'all could sing like anybody you wanted, who do you think has the greatest voice you've ever heard that you're like, okay, if I could sing this, this is who I'd sound like?
Now, gosh, I don't know. I think
no, not Bob Dylan.
No,
Adler.
I wasn't going to say Bob Dylan.
That'd be good. Probably the guy from Boston.
Wow.
What's his name? Brad Delp.
Okay.
That's a good voice.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Steven Tyler.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
You could probably pull that off.
Yeah. With a little work, you probably could do that.
I thought you were going to say Steve Perry.
No.
That's would you want to be one of those people though? Like, I mean, would you go as far as like want to be a Josh Groban, to where like people keep wanting you to come sing at their weddings, and you always get the solo at church?
I'd rather. I think if I'm going to just add something like that, I like Speedy said, I go,
Sigh.
I go up high, something that you
get up there a little bit.
do. Yeah.
I've rethought it. James Knupp.
Steve Perry would be a good one.
Yeah.
Steve, just something that's so clear and crystal, and everybody goes, man.
Or Lou Graham out of Foreigner.
Oh, well, that's not that hard.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't do it.
Something where everybody they can't wait to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about you start singing and it like stops the room.
Oh yeah, and when they look,
I wish Greg could do that.
I know. I wish Greg was a tremendous singer.
Yes,
yeah, and I just sang.
I wish I could just stop the street with "Say You Will" from Foreigner.
Yeah,
that's the one you went with.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, and you mean everybody?
A lot of good Foreigner songs
people would
out
just
there.
stop
They
what
just
they're
stop.
doing to listen. Yeah.
I thought you'd shoot a little higher than Lou Graham.
Yeah, I love Lou's voice. It's a great rock.
But available to us right now is any voice we want.
One of the best rock
I'm just
singers of all time. I'll give you that.
You know how I love Foreigner.
I do. I know you do. I don't know. It's that that you think Steve Perry to begin with, but I'll be honest with you, Steve Perry's voice. It's like I don't really want to hear it all the time.
Yeah,
Rick, you want to sing like Freddie Mercury? We know it.
No.
Yeah.
Galileo.
But think about this: if I was given Freddie Mercury's voice,
Boy, I tell you.
but I don't have buck teeth,
Yeah,
I probably can get a little more out of it.
And I want you to wear your pants.
Because I'm not working around that.
I want your shirt tucked in real tall, like he's got his pants up here and he's out there. That's
I wish I could play the piano and sing like Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra.
I see
Picture that, Rick, coming out of him.
I can picture it.
No. But you know what I
Just
mean?
owning
In a
the
smoking jacket.
just owning the room.
You know what? I wouldn't mind singing as good as Charles Billingsley.
Charles can sing.
I listened to him the other day. We played his version of Bridge Over Troubled Water.
Yeah.
Charles can sing.
Yeah, he sure can.
I mean, he can really sing. And the fact that he's kind of a cut up, it's like I don't think we realize how good he really sings.
Right. Yeah.
Because he downplays it. Yeah, but because he'll goof around a little bit, but then every now and then he'll go, "I'm gonna show you how good I can really sing right now," and he'll go for it. Yeah. And he just did something at the Kennedy Center or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, he's making rounds.
Yeah,
the British Open and now Kennedy Center.
He's everywhere.
Yeah. Well, you can sing like that, you'll be everywhere.
Right.
After his close call, he thought he better get out and see some things.
Right. But
Speedy wants to sing like Adam Lambert.
Thank you for that. Would y'all rather sing like Pavarotti or like?
No, I don't want to sing.
Nobody. The people that want to hear me sing, they don't want to hear me sing like Pavarotti.
I've told you how I am about opera.
Yeah,
that's the most irritating sound there is.
And there it is,
especially the women. Good night.
I mean, like break glass.
It's horrible.
Already can sing like Pavarotti. I want to sing like somebody else. Yeah. But picture somebody like me being able to sing as good as like Josh Groban. And you look down and you see the song I've chosen. You're like, man, he shouldn't go for this. and somebody goes, no, he can do it. And you couldn't believe it. Because, it really is. There's those people that sing good, but there's still certain songs that are off limits to them. But some of those Josh Groban types, when they're asked to sing something that's just a good song, it's almost like it's too much for them. They can't bring themselves down enough. Yeah. They almost only should be given big songs.
Yeah,
right.
You know what I mean?
They don't need Christopher Cross.
Something that challenges them.
Yeah.
Greg, this is hilarious. He just texted me and said he wished he could sing like Adele.
Who?
You. Remember?
Oh, I did. Oh, Adele. Well, Adam Leonard is about the same.
Yeah.
Well, there is something about people who are just that are just so gifted.
Yeah. And they just open their mouth and away we go.
The word I always look for, because there's some people that can sing good, but they have to work at it, and those people make me nervous. I get a little more speedy stuff. If I see somebody who says, I think I can do this song, and I think I'll do it, and I think I'll get there, but you're almost sitting there going, who? I don't know. But then there's those that it's just effortless.
Oh, Speedy texted me back. Clay Aiken.
Hey, guys, I was able to find a really fat Michael Jackson, so here you go.
Okay.
See, that's the outfit I wanted. Yeah. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, and see, they do the same thing to us.
Yeah.
They mess with our formations, and so.
And I understand as much fun as that can be.
Thanks for your service.
Yeah,
thanks for your service, bro.
Thank you for your service.
Appreciate you, buddy.
It seems like instead of doing all that, we would get a common cause, like maybe getting rid of some of these terrorists,
right?
And say, let's quit bumping ships into each other, and let's have a unified effort and take care of some of these outlaws that need to be taken care of. And I mean hammer down on them. Yeah. I mean like we hadn't seen in a while. And to the point that we go, well, there's no more problem.
Right.
Then we can go back to playing chicken, don't y'all think?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just think it'd be a good use of resource.
Yeah.
All right, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Because, I mean, we've all spent a lot of money on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
We all need to stop terrorism.
Yeah, it ain't helping anybody.
No.
There's nobody that goes, oh, yeah, that's helping us out.
Right.
Another supermarket flattened, that's good.
Distance, directory assistance.
30 seconds a pop. You can get on here and ask a question, make a comment. You're programming the show right now. The show is yours. Handle with care.
Said hello and put me on hold. To say at least the cat was cold. He said, don't call us, child, we'll call you.
All right, so as those phone calls are coming in, and we have plenty of lines available to you, some are engaged. I have to say before we go to the phones, spell check right now has gotten to the point that it's completely out of control. You can't even text anybody anymore. I mean,
I told you mine had been acting goofy about 2 updates ago. You can't even say anything without it completely changing.
Well, here's the thing. I got a text from a buddy of mine. He was asking me a question. I said, hey, man, you mind if I call you after the show? He meant to say absolutely. You know what he put back? Absurdity.
Right.
I was like, wow, that's kind of a And he's already going, hey, sorry, spell check. Absolutely.
Well, you want
Absurdity.
you want it to jump in and help you out, but
it's too much.
They got it turned up too high now.
They do.
They need to back it down.
Totally agree with that.
Yep.
Anonymous caller out of Montgomery.
Anonymous.
Gets us started.
Sir.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Hello, anonymous caller. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I just wanted to make a quick comment that, even as employers with these walkouts today with this National Day of whatever it is, unfortunately, because of recent rulings from the National Labor Relations Board, we as employers, we've got to err on caution because there's been a lot of recent rulings that's going to say this is protected activity and probably aren't even going to be able to discipline these workers if they're collectively bargain associates.
I thought about that. First thing I thought of when I went to the break, I'm like, you know what? You'll probably get in trouble if you discipline anybody for not coming to work with really no excuse because, once again, there isn't anyone or any problem with legal immigration. Immigrants are wonderful. We're a country of immigrants. Legal immigration. Let me ask you this question. What else illegal do we get to do? Can I just declare that I'm just going to do illegal anything?
Well, I have long proposed a income tax sanctuary city.
Right.
And, I didn't get a lot of support for
Right.
that. So if you live here, we don't pay income tax. See, I think that would be a great movement.
If we could,
why can't we do it that way too?
You're
There you go.
on something now.
You're on, now you're rolling.
Mm-hmm.
What if I just declared? What if I just declared that it was bigoted to pay taxes?
Oh yeah.
And people started celebrating the people who wouldn't pay taxes.
Yeah. Well, you'd see a big change right quick.
Hey, we have legal immigration. We have illegal immigration. Bubba, I know I'm just a dang good.
It's stealing, Rick. You're stealing a place. You're stealing resources.
I know I am a good.
Yeah, we all admit that.
You would think
nobody's going to argue.
You
that
would
point,
think
Rick.
that we don't let anybody in.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's just hyperbole, exaggeration, emotion, and you know what? I just have to find out how much trouble I would get in as an employer because I'm gonna tell you what, it would not stand. I mean, I would draw a hard line and say, I got news for you.
I'd dock you.
Yeah.
Dock you pay.
Yeah, no question. And you're not making up work at school either.
No.
How about a big zero?
Zip.
Alt. 866 We Be Big, anonymous caller out of Alabama.
Oh, a lot of anonymous.
Yeah,
He keeps calling back.
Greg,
Well,
why.
they're illegal immigrants.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Never mind.
Hey, I work in an industry that they use illegal, I guess, as well as legal immigrants. And the thing that you're missing right here is that when we're protesting for the illegals, but the legals, the Mexican community, they will stick together because the illegal ones are their brothers, sisters, mothers.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, say you will, say you won't. Make
21 minutes past the hour. This is a song that Bubba says he wants to sing. So you
and just stop traffic with it.
Right. And Greg, this didn't even make, when you search for it, Foreigner Essentials.
You know Bubba's track record.
How does he say you will?
That's a good vocal, though?
I don't like it being Foreigner. No, yeah, he's a good. Foreigner's going too pop. If this was another band called something else, I'd probably go, yeah, okay, that's that pop band. You know what I'm saying? They set me up, and then I was disappointed because if this was the first one from an unknown band, yeah.
Yeah, why don't you sing another one by them? Why you want to sing this one?
Well, I just like the vocals on this
Now,
one.
he does have a good voice. I like his voice.
Let's hit that chorus one time.
Of course, you and I got a disagreement in the break. Go ahead and try it.
No way.
Picture Bubba just bringing it.
I wish he, and with no change in his physical appearance.
I know. But you know, if I could sing like that, people would want me to sing all the time.
Oh, sure they would. Now, I'm not sure. I'm with Greg that he's one of the top rock singers of all time.
Rock singers? Rock
of all time?
I'm putting him in the top 5.
Top 10.
I'll give you
I'll
top
accept.
10.
Top 5. I will not put him in top 5.
I got him in like 7.
Who you got ahead of him?
Oh my goodness! I could run a mighty list.
Well, give me 4. Or
Paul
5.
Rogers.
I like
He
Paul
may be at the
Rogers. I'm
top.
good with him in
Okay.
the top 5.
Paul Rogers is there.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. And we've already Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Dennis
but-
DeYoung.
And
Tommy Shaw.
Tommy Shaw.
Tommy Shaw, Dennis DeYoung, I think absolutely.
He's
The
fantastic.
Boston guy. I'm telling you, the guy from
Brad
Boston.
Delp.
Brad Delp. Y'all not giving him anything.
Trying to. Oh wow! You talk about being able to sing.
Yeah, that guy can sing.
I mean, Steve Perry.
I like.
Yeah.
I already had Steve.
And y'all gonna put Lou Graham in front of those people?
I say they're in that group.
A lot of
I think
you
he's in
think
that
Lou
group.
Graham belongs in that group?
I do. I think he's in that group.
It isn't so much the strength of his voice, even though it's pretty powerful. It's just he's a good rock sound, and that's why him
I
singing
don't
that
have a
pop
problem with
song
Lou
bothered
Graham.
me.
I don't know why we have to go so far. I don't have a problem with Lou Graham. I think he's a good singer in rock
Evidently,
world.
you don't.
All right, so do you think that
Why do we go so far with it?
that there's those that can
I
sing?
think Paul Rogers is at the top, though.
That they sing well because they're a rocker. They sing well over that music.
Yeah.
But a cappella, I'm in a room and I'm just
Well, I ain't
singing.
talking about that.
I mean, you know, some of the other voices really stand out.
Yeah, but
who, Speedy?
in
Who
that
are you talking
category,
Well, some that we've mentioned that just are so
Dennis
powerful.
DeYoung
You know,
and Joe Perry, Steve Perry. Joe Perry playing guitar, singing a
Steven
little
Tyler.
background.
right?
Where you put Steven Tyler?
He's on
As a
the
rock
list.
singer,
Yeah.
he's in there.
We're in the-
now,
what are
hey,
we talking about?
Okay,
I give him a top 10, not a top 5.
Let me give you a great example. Steven Tyler, great rock singer, but if you go quality of singing voice, no, it's not nothing.
I thought we were
that
talking about
impressive.
rock singers.
We are, but
Rick,
I'm
that's
just saying,
why I said Steven Tyler to start
Thank
with
you.
because you said rock singers.
Rock singers.
I'm not
Fogerty,
disagreeing with that.
John Fogerty. He's not a great singer, but
Yeah.
I mean, he is rock and roll, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll put him
man.
at
I
12.
love the way you said man.
Hey,
I'll
what about
put him at
Elvis?
Johnny Cash. Wait a minute.
No, don't start all that. So, June Carter. No.
Now let's go to the worst singers. Bob Dylan.
Right. Oh my goodness. David Lee Roth.
Oh, terrible.
Yes.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Really bad.
It didn't matter.
But it didn't matter.
No.
Did not matter at all. But the
As far as like the voices of our generation, I would probably say like Pitbull is probably.
Okay, Rick, and you'll disagree with me on this.
International.
A rock voice, Sammy Hagar's in top 10.
no way.
Yes, sir.
My goodness.
Absolutely.
I don't even know you.
Seeger. We
Bob
gotta
Seger.
put Seeger on.
Bob
the list.
Seger's
Seger.
fantastic.
Oh, he's in the top 5.
He's definitely in the top 5.
One of my favorites.
Yeah.
And look, I love Tom Petty, but he's just more of a style issue. But I wouldn't say he was a great singer. But
Yeah, but I love his
but
style.
he sings and writes great songs.
Yeah,
And I like his style.
I do too.
Well, this high note right
Bubba,
here.
Bubba.
Strong voice.
Yeah, that guy's good.
I think just on the preference, though, I'm still with Lou Graham.
Oh, sure. I would rather hear probably a foreigner song than a Boston song.
Yeah, I would too.
Just one time,
They're
I wish
interchangeable to me.
I wish I knew what it felt like to have that voice with that band on stage looking out to the crowd.
And you go, everybody knows
and
I'm owning
owning it.
And I am owning it.
Owning
And listen,
it.
and we saw him live, and he pulls it off. He's
Yeah.
dead now, but he pulled it off.
Yeah, now if he pulls it off now, that's really
It is.
crazy.
But
Since
you
he's
remember we
dead.
saw him in concert. Of course, they played that whole album and ruined the whole show. But besides that, I don't like when people play just albums.
Well,
in
yeah,
order.
there's nothing worse to hear a guy like this sing on an album and they got in the studio and they went too far with it, and you get in the arena and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, you can't.
This guy can't pull this
he
off.
pulls it off.
He pulls it off. And he didn't shy away either. Speedy, like
Really?
on these notes. You ever heard somebody sing and they got a hard part in the song and they dodge it?
Look at
Yeah.
that, take the microphone, pull it way back.
Yeah, he didn't dodge it. No. You know what he did? Planted his front foot and said, "Oh yeah, I'll hit this."
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Don't we credit?
You want to pick? He goes.
Don't we credit Tom for the power stroke as well?
Yeah, he did.
Is that accurate? They try to credit. What's the guitar player in Boston?
Tom Schultz.
Tom Schultz.
Who also really is Boston. He played all the
He played all the
and
instruments. Then he hired a band for the tour. But what I'm wondering is, don't we credit him with coming up with the power stroke?
Greg,
You know, if you think back, I believe they were the first.
who is the lead singer of Africa? Because I just like his sound.
You talking Toto? I don't know that guy's name.
Steve Lukather was the guitarist. He sang some.
Again, it's not just for I can sing high, but I just like this.
Oh yeah,
I tell you
a talented bunch.
I tell you
that
another
whole
one
bunch.
I like, Rick. Who was it we had here in the studio? British guy.
Uncle Cracker.
John Waite.
Yeah, John Waite.
That's a good rock voice.
I love John
He's
Waite's
top
voice.
10.
Yeah, but, no, Lou Graydon's ahead of him.
Lou is ahead of him.
He's not. He's ahead of him. Greg, where are y'all on Michael McDonald?
I like Michael McDonald.
Rick, you sound just like Michael
I do
McDonald.
like Michael McDonald.
He's 11. He's number 11.
He is. He's top 50.
okay.
You don't know me. He's original sounding.
He is very original.
I mean,
when
there's no
you
doubt.
hear him, you know it's him.
Yeah.
That's right.
I picture.
I have
you could sing
controversial Doobie Brother question for Greg. I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
I have
Okay, yeah, that's more important than this.
When the Doobie Brothers sing, do you lean Michael McDonald's when he sings, or
Tom Johnston?
Or Tom Johnston?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Depends what mood.
I
I'm
knew he
in.
was going to say, here it is. That's why I said it.
But as far as rock category, Tom Johnston's better.
And there it is. And there it is.
You don't believe
Look
that?
at Adler's face.
I knew he was going to say that.
Absolutely.
Another.
Yes.
Let me ask you another controversial
Absolutely.
question.
Y'all haven't. Go listen to him live.
Which one would?
Now,
who
both
do you
of them are good
think-
live.
Who do you think had the best voice in the Beatles?
The best voice or my preferred voice?
Well, either one. Give me both.
I preferred to hear Paul McCartney.
Me
sing.
too.
Guys, we're forgetting so many. I got to admit, I Googled a list. We're forgetting so many. Robert Plant, Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Come on. Ozzy Osbourne. Come on. Bruce Springsteen. Come on.
Come on.
Chris Cornell. Come on.
Preference.
Have we mentioned Don Henley?
Wait a minute. Ronnie James Dio.
Dio. I love Dio.
I'm sorry. I like Chris Robinson and the Black Crows.
No, Greg.
He's top 20.
Okay, top 25.
No.
You ever heard him live? You ever heard
I'm
him
talking about
live?
the record. I like him on the
No,
record.
on the record, he's great. You ever heard him
not
live?
bad live.
No,
Yeah.
no. Sometimes you go to hear Chris live and he ain't into it.
Well,
you know,
that's when they were acting like they were a jam band.
What I want to say to the Chris Robinsons of the world, I know you're bored.
I
with
like
it.
his voice.
Hey, I do too. No, I love Black Crows. But when I'm at a concert, I want to tell Chris, I know you're bored with this song.
Oh, he does his phrasing.
But we're
and
not.
changes.
We're not bored with it.
He does change.
So get your phrasing right.
Please.
You're right.
We don't
Okay.
care about Axl Rose.
Axl Rose.
That's a rock voice. Not a great voice.
Top 20.
15.
Right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, that's all right.
Well,
I mean,
not always. Not always.
Yeah.
It appears that way on the national level, but I know several people who are immigrants who have come here, and the illegal thing makes them mad.
Yeah, but he's talking about their own family. If it's just like your brother is here illegally, you're going to turn him in. But what I'm saying is this: that doesn't really matter. The country still has to declare.
Yeah,
I couldn't care less what the connections are to everybody.
Right.
I mean, we have to have. This is unsafe to the citizens of this country, regardless of how long you've been here. If you don't have a vetting process on your borders, and when you're at
Rick,
war,
it's the law.
and when you're at war, all administrations, not just the Trump administration, have said we may need to vet these people coming out of places that have been already attacking other countries who let them in without vetting them. How difficult is this to understand? It does not seem difficult to understand, and it seems reasonable.
Even the head guy
What's
in
hard to
Syria.
understand about that?
And guys,
Rick, even a-
temporary ban. It was a temporary.
It's a
It
frustrated
was a temporary ban.
I don't understand what's hard to understand about that.
Even Assad in Syria, who is an enemy, is saying, you better stop these guys because there's terrorists coming in.
You know what it is? We're living in a 2 + 2 = 5 society.
Yeah, we are.
And that's going to be real hard on me.
Yeah.
Because I'm an equal 4 guy.
Yeah.
This is going to be a tough run for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of
no
black
way
and
I
white
live
on
long
some
through
of
this. We continue. Let's go to Dottie in Mississippi.
Dottie.
Go ahead, Dottie. 30
Good
seconds.
name.
Yeah, hey, how you guys doing?
Well, good. I'm good.
Good. My name is Dodie Wallop.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Dodie.
Hey, Dodie.
Okay,
How you doing, Dodie?
That's fine. I'm,
Yeah, Dodie. How you doing?
How you doing? Anyway,
Go ahead, man.
I am an immigrant.
Yes.
Immigrant from Indonesia,
Oh wow.
which has the largest Muslim population in one country.
Yes.
Yes.
And I've been living in the United States for approximately 20 plus years. And I'm married to my wonderful wife. And then I have my citizenship legally.
Yeah. How does it make you feel that people want to get citizenship here without going through what you went through?
It pisses me off to no end.
There you go.
Attaboy, Dodie.
Okay?
Yeah, Dodie.
And- yes, sir.
Now you're hearing from someone who actually has done it.
Oh no, I've done it.
He had a timeout, right?
This is the country of we have laws. So.
And you followed them, and you became a citizen.
I did follow them. Hey, I'm living the American dream. I got my college degree. I am working. I am blessed, and God bless America. By the way, I voted for Trump.
Even without saying that, that makes you a great American. You are living the American dream.
Absolutely. He followed
but I
the
bet he
process.
knows some people he wouldn't want in.
No, I bet he does too.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It brings me to my
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, we're going to continue with the phone show. Doty's call was fantastic because it makes a point about this stay-home immigrant day, whatever is happening today.
I wish I'd have known it, Rick. I'd stayed home.
He's a legal immigrant from Indonesia and shares the frustration. He said, I'm living the American dream, and I did it the way America allows you to do it, and I'm frankly offended by people who just want to roll into the border unchecked, unvetted, and still try to have access to what I had to work to get. And so anyway, that has I thought, hearing us talk about it's one thing. Hearing someone who's actually gone through it,
exactly,
holds a little more weight.
So it can be done.
Well, yeah, and
look what he's done. He's educated himself. He's met his wife. He said,
yeah,
and has built an outstanding life according. And that's all.
And that is the American dream.
Yep.
And I don't have any problem with anybody that wants that.
Now let me tell you
the problem
this.
is there are people coming in who say they want that are up to no good, and we just don't know who's who.
Bubba, it's one thing to say it's a theory.
Right.
It's even and it would still make sense then, by the way. Let me make that clear. Even if it was a theory, it's a good one. Okay, and I'd say
right. I agree.
But it's not even a theory. It has happened.
Right.
Okay. Don't go.
Here in France and other places?
Yeah. I've even said this, hey, baby brother, on your point. I said this. I don't have a problem with us as Americans saying our legal immigration system needs some work.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with that.
Let's get better at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but this thing of just harem, scare 'em, here they come. Red Rover, send anybody over.
And I don't have a problem with visitors coming in and seeing the country.
We got some paperwork on that too.
Yeah,
workers permits.
And then when your time is up, you head on out, just like we do at any other country.
That's where we fell short, like you say, not enforcing our laws. And a lot of the terrorists in 9/11 their visas ran out, but we weren't enforcing the law to make them leave.
Well, that's what I would say to the bosses today. Look at America. We did not punish people when they did something illegal, and now you can't get it under control. Right. I know you may face some persecution, but you let your workers today not work. You let these students not go to school and face no repercussion. What's the next thing they're going to come up with?
Oh yeah, it's never going to be enough. Never.
35 minutes past the hour. We're back. Some are happy, some are sad, yeah. We gotta let the music play. All right, we make our way back. Speaking of music, and we're going to move off this topic because apparently Greg's decided to be reckless today, throwing out all outrageous statements. Can I ask one question of Adler before we move off this as a legitimate drummer? And could you have ever lived in these bands, and Doobies did it for a while, that do two drummers? I mean, as a drummer, that would drive. I want to be the drummer. Do you want to share? I'm not talking about percussion. I'm talking about a drum set just like yours, playing the beat with you, just like you're playing it.
Yeah, I never understood that. I think that was a pretty big fad, like in the
Allman Brothers did it.
Allman Brothers, 38 Special did it originally.
I don't understand.
Molly Hatchet did it originally.
Why?
I don't understand it. I
never did.
As a drummer, do you hate that?
I would have a hard time doing it. I would have a hard time. Like, I would about start a fill, and I'm like, wait a second, what if I'll walk all over his fill? Like, that's
the Allman Brothers are probably the most famous that did it.
Yeah. I've never understood that.
I never understood it either.
I just wanted to know if you could sing "Happy Birthday," what voice would you want to have?
Happy birthday?
That's what I think.
Axl Rose.
Like if I could sing "Happy Birthday," what voice would I?
Marilyn Monroe.
That would be beautiful coming out of you, buddy.
So good.
That's great.
David Coverdale, Rick Whitesnake. That's a good one.
Oh, that's a great one. See what you said there.
So we're moving on.
Right, I'm stopping. That's the end of that.
I what about David Coverdale? Really
y'all can argue about it later.
Rick, I'm throwing one more. Ronnie James Dio.
Greg, I already said that. Did you? Yeah. What were you? See, that's what I'm talking about. You're reckless today.
Holy diver!
Oh, hey, I hate to say this to you. You know what I'm telling you? In this particular topic, you got to calm down.
Okay. So you think I'm throwing them out there, not really thinking about
you're
it?
reckless. You're reckless, and it's Bubba's fault. He started this whole thing. Speaking of music, though,
About a little Tom Kiefer. All right, I'm done.
Okay, no, that's one of my favorites. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. To hear music and loving the quality. They got the different settings for the kind of music that you love. They've also got the opportunity, if you need to have noise isolation, you can. If you want to stay with the awareness mode, do that. It's your choice completely. They fit snug. Greg, I know you're loving yours. You're new to the Raycon world.
I'm listening to great rock singers in it.
Yeah, I sure say. I bet they sound good.
That's right.
They
Greg,
do sound great, by the way.
Yeah, Greg has a music list he's entitled Reckless. But anyway, so go there now and get yours. This is a no-brainer. 32 hours of battery life, 8 hours of playtime. Go to buyraycon.com. They're about half the price of another premium audio brand, but we're going to get you 15% off on top of the fact that they're about half the price of the others, and they're more comfortable, and you can customize them to your ears, and once they're in there, buddy, they hold on. So if you're going to be working out or whatever, or working outdoors, they stay in place. So go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it under sponsors too. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. All right, so Tour de France. Now,
Tour de France.
Greg was saying that he doesn't think this wreck can be exaggerated. I mean,
Rick, it is massive, and we have a great view of it from above. All these bicycle races, it just seems like there's a problem with these wrecks. Too many people too close together.
Yeah.
But, boy, this is quite a pile. And then when they have somebody go down, it just turns into
you can't stop it. It just, here we go.
Wow.
Dominoes.
Oh, buddy.
Domino effect.
Oh, my goodness.
You can't stop.
Look at them trapped all in the middle.
Why can't they stop?
Well, because they're so close together, Rick. I mean, you can't put on the brakes
by the
quick
time
enough.
somebody's stopping in front of you, you're already up on
What
it.
if you're the good one that started the whole thing?
Oh, man.
Can you tell who it was? It was in the middle of the pack.
I don't know if I've ever seen one take that many out.
That's a bunch.
There it is.
I've seen some that are more violent, but I've never seen
Oh, that one was rough.
Oh, look how far he skid.
This is women, guys. This is the Tour de France Femme. This is the first ever female Tour de France.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah! Oh, girl busted.
That may be a male that identifies as a woman.
That's a great point.
Rick, did you just scream, yeah?
You weren't excited, Rick.
It's
Why did you say
It was uncontrollable.
That may be a record.
It's that NASCAR DNA and all of us that you like to see the
Oh,
wrecks.
yeah. No, look, let me say this. If y'all were showing a video of me and I shot that far in the air, I would expect y'all to go, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I would probably say it too. Oh, man. Yeah.
Sorry, Fran.
Oh, is that who did it? Nicole did it?
Nicole Frayne.
Come on, Nicole.
Is she the one that went flying through there and skidded, or the?
Oh, look at the one down there that started in the ditch down there, bottom left,
Yeah.
already down there, holding something.
And then it just got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, who would have thought if we let a bunch of women drive, they'd wreck?
Shocker.
Okay.
So that's on me.
You are here.
All right. That was Rick.
I'll take that one.
Rick, I second it, but that was Rick.
All of us were thinking the one-liner, but we were not wanting to jump in on a Friday.
I know. I figure I've got 2 days, and most people forget about it.
That's a good point.
So I'm flipping by during the male Tour de France. It was
so
on
you
the
only watched the male one.
USA Network, and I did
Adam
just
Lambert.
in time for them to go through some small town, and the roads were so packed they didn't even have a lane.
No.
And the leaders were going through, and as they went through, all the fans and bystanders, they opened up
They
a little
need to
bit.
get out of the way.
And
really
I was
do.
like, how are they not wrecking right now?
I
You
don't
can see from
understand
20
this
feet.
thing of I see the bikes coming, so I need to get on the other side. Can't you
let
just
me
wait?
Let me lean in real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite's I'm going to run with you with a cape on, and I'm going to run. You know?
Oh, I got a sign up.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when Frenchie was staying with us. Remember, he was staying
How's
this
he
time
doing,
of year.
Rick?
He's doing great. He said he's shocked by the number of people he runs into that listen to the show. I mean, once they open France back up. But by the way, prediction: we have a story today. Though the liberal countries and the liberal cities they think that they can shut everything down again. And the people are saying, and that's a no.
We're not cooperating.
You're not going to get the people to shut down again. And we got a story about that if we get to it today, where one city said, okay, we take it back. And I love how they won't admit that they were taking it back because the people said no. Well, it looks like it's stabilized. We don't need to. But anyway, so Frenchie, it was this time of year he was with us.
Yeah.
And cause you know how it's weird when other cultures, like he can't believe that I'm looking, for anything involving American football, even in the off season.
Right.
And then I can't believe he's trying to plan his day around watching the Tour de France.
Big deal to him.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. And he would go in there and find the schedule of when it shows on like ESPN or whoever was carrying it, and he would just sit there and watch it for hours on end. And one time I walked in and told him, this is bike racing, right? I mean, these are just people on bikes that can go a long way.
Yeah.
I just don't see I understand the physical demands, and I'm impressed by people who can do it, but to watch it, here's people riding bikes. And I want to tell the bike people, and we try this every time, seriously, because I know we've said it before. Now I'm coming out and saying serious business. Y'all be careful. Going to church Sunday, and apparently some people they decided to race on the crest where there is no shoulder. The road in front of our house were pretty active road.
Yeah.
And then the guy's not going to move over, and then he's going to get at the red light and get in the lane
he's a vehicle.
like he's a vehicle, and then still stay in the road as we all turn left to go down the hill. That's just not smart. I mean,
it's not.
When you're in these bikes, y'all got to find roads that if you get in a bind, you don't lose your life. And I know people who have, and know people who have been injured, like the kind of injuries they'll deal with the rest of their lives.
Sure.
It's just not worth it. You can make a stand that says, "Hey, I have every right, the same rights as an automobile," but in the automobile versus the bike, you lose.
Yeah.
So just be careful out there. Don't be so defiant about it. That's all I would say.
You hear that?
Let's all work together.
Yeah.
You hear the argument that we have the same rights as cars, and they do in some areas. But then they will do things cars are not allowed to do.
Yeah.
And I'm always like it now. If you want to be a car, you can't go down the middle of the lane.
Right.
And you can't run the red light when the rest of us
if you don't have
gotta
brake
sit there.
lights, you can't be. Look at that guy carrying. What is he carrying?
Is that an alligator? No, it's not. What is that? It's like a hog.
Is it a wallaby?
It's a fake dinosaur. I don't know why he's running next to the Tour de France with a fake dinosaur.
Has he got a drill?
Let's not forget he's barefooted.
He's got a drill.
He's barefooted.
He's shirtless, barefooted. What?
And how about this? Making pretty good time.
I saw one guy.
Like Joe Pesci.
He had some Speedos on with a cape and a hat with horns on it, and he was running with his phone out like this, and painted his back up, or chest. I mean, it was just a mess. But that's what you're seeing.
Yeah, I also have to go with the What's Eating Scott Gorosky. If you're just in a bike club and y'all go out and enjoy biking, the uniform.
Right.
Come on. Grosky drew our attention to that.
That's a good
not
point.
sure why we have a uniform.
I mean, if you're not really having sponsors, why you got
right now? If you're in a race, then that's fine. But
because I used to,
I don't need to be that air streamlined in the neighborhood.
When Helms and I were training for the Bo Box Bama, we had regular shorts. We didn't have the tight ones, but up under those we had, because I'll be honest with you, if you don't have that pad on your crack, you're in trouble.
And we had that product, that ointment.
Yeah. But we just wore T-shirts. We didn't have,
Right. The uniform seems a little overkill.
All the people, when Helms got caught up in that drafting with Bo Jackson and Ken Griffey Jr., they were all dressed in professional gear, and in the middle of it was those T-shirt.
That's so funny. All right, your phone calls are next. Our first phone segment of the day. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. Whatever you want to talk about, we'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know
Speedy, you should have took off today. You're an immigrant. You're from Mississippi.
I hope you have diarrhea today.
Well, I mean, you're not from here. You came here illegally.
Did y'all know that Obama he deported over 2.5 million illegal immigrants when he was?
Well, how dare him?
But nobody's saying that.
They should have took off work.
2.5 million illegal immigrants.
And he should have done that.
Yeah, how about there's a positive that he
Yeah.
actually did in office.
Yeah.
I'll give him kudos for that. Good job.
Right.
We continue.
Probably should have been 4 million.
Right, but nobody's saying anything.
Like I said, there's a lot that didn't go.
Joe, let's go to Joe. Joe in Pensacola, Florida. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, you are, buddy.
Hey, great show, by the way. So before I get started, I just want to say none of my opinions expressed here are that of the military. I'm currently in the military, but I wanted to talk about that ban a little bit and get another perspective that I don't know if y'all have heard of. And I'm a big John McCain supporter. He was my first vote. And something that him and a lot of other people in the military that maybe on my side agree is that the immigration ban that was set forth actually, in our opinion, was actually more detrimental in the sense that it provided ammunition for radical Muslim terrorism to hold on to and say, hey, they hate us already, so let's and so that's one of our big complaints with it.
Well, I totally disagree with that. With all due respect, you really think that if we don't do a ban on people, not a ban, but a vetting process, somehow terrorists are going to go, you know what, they're pretty good people. I think we'll stop. They already hate us. This does not add to the hate. And not doing it will not. The ones who want to see, this is that mentality why they keep killing us. They keep trying to play our political correctness and attempt to be kind, thinking somehow that's going to appease them. All they do, I'm talking about the people who are committed to jihad against this country, are fodder, meaning they've infiltrated this country. Every time we take the mentality that you just took, all they see that as is weakness. They don't see it as kindness. They don't see it as, well, let's rethink this. You know what they say? You just made our job easier. That's all they see that.
Well,
if you vet them, it makes them harder to get in here. End of subject. And when you don't, it makes it easier.
Yeah, they hate us. They're going to hate us. And now, I'm not saying they wouldn't use that as propaganda, but they use everything as propaganda. They use every movie that comes out. They use everything we do, our whole society. So, they are resolute on our destruction.
And do you hear my point? What's happening is that the very thing that we just discussed, that's what they want.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're saying, look, let's make it so bad that they'll think if they do a vetting process or a Muslim ban that we'll burn more stuff, burn more flags, and scream death to America and try to kill more people.
Help us
So
recruit
what they'll do is they'll stop doing it, thinking that we won't get angry, and that'll just make it easier for us to get in and do what we were going to do anyway.
It doesn't change the agenda at all.
It's come on. I mean, that's like saying that if somehow we'd have been nice to Japan, they wouldn't have bombed Pearl Harbor. They were bombed Pearl Harbor for other reasons on whether they liked us or not.
No.
And there you have to understand the religious component of this. If you throw out the religious component of this Islam jihad fodder, if you don't understand that, you'll do stupid things like worry about whose feelings you hurt. They think they're on an agenda. Look, Tony Evans said it great. I heard his speech the other day, and it's really convicting to those of us who are supposed to be disciples of Christ. He said there were 19 disciples of Islam, and they shut down the most powerful country in the world because they were committed to their conviction that was a false religion, in our opinion. He goes, how much more could people who are disciples of Jesus do advancing the truth? Because they advanced a false doctrine and shut down the most powerful country in the world and have changed the way we travel forever. And they didn't do that because they think we're mean. They didn't do that because they didn't think about not doing it because they think we're nice. They did it because they think they're called to do it by their God and their prophet, and they want to put everybody under Sharia law or die. And until you understand that, you make huge mistakes.
It goes back to that point.
You do whatever you got to do to make that the most difficult as you possibly can.
What travel ban caused the 9/11 attackers to attack the World Trade Center?
Thank you.
Exactly.
See,
there wasn't one.
It doesn't hold water.
You can't blame it on that.
Right.
Now, do they use it for propaganda? Absolutely, but they use everything.
But the people that they convert based on that were on the edge anyway. Yeah. The people over there who don't feel that way turn around and go, "We're getting vetted because of the way y'all act."
This is
you know what I'm saying? The ones that they'll convert using that.
And here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Folks pouring in, and we'll get to your phone calls. We do want to remind you, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out again this weekend, a brand new one. We talked with Greg Phillips, and we'll get into, he's, of course, was part of the research team that gathered all the information that made the documentary 2,000 Mules. We don't talk as much about the documentary this time because that's kind of been established. We really talk about, so what does the country need to do going forward to give people a little more security about our elections? And he's very frank about the things that they've discovered in the states all over the country. and you maybe even be surprised at some of that. But that'll be out this weekend, so enjoy that. We'll get to your phones quickly, but since we were talking about bicycles and the dangers of being on the road, we have a person. What role does she serve?
Rick, she is a councilwoman in New Jersey who is was driving the car on a hit and run.
Oh my!
And hit a bike rider, and you see this footage. It was earlier this week. Look, the bike coming through.
Oh my goodness!
Never stopped.
She ran the red light.
Kept going.
And kept going.
So this is a person that serves on the city council in this town?
In a town there in New Jersey.
And just hits the biker, and she hits him because she ran the red light, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Now, it looks like he's running the red light.
No, it's in the story here. It says,
I'm looking at the red light.
She didn't slow down after she struck a cyclist. Okay. Well, I don't know. The story is read, didn't slow down after she struck a cyclist who ran a red light.
The cyclist ran the red light
at a New Jersey City intersection last week. But she did. I guess the story is didn't slow down, didn't stop or anything, and it happened on July 19th.
So I get to make 2 points on what we said. First of all, bicycle people, you got to be careful. And like Bubba said, if you're going to be a car, well, at least abide by the same traffic rules. But then to the second point, if you do hit a person on a bike for whatever reason, you don't run off and leave them and leave the scene.
He does look like he's okay because he gets up and kind of moves around.
But how
you'll
lucky
see him
is
walking.
He got knocked up over the car as opposed to getting pinned under it.
Yeah,
and that's the only thing.
Thankfully, there was not a car behind him.
Yeah.
Behind her, or coming
Scary
the other
moment.
direction.
Yeah, but the councilwoman does need to come back and check on the person, I would think.
Yeah, she was, it looks like here, cited for failure to report an accident and leaving the scene of an accident.
Right. But bike people, if there's a red light, stop.
Yeah, and originally it was he claimed that it was green when he went through it.
Well, he's wrong. We're looking at it.
Yeah,
that's the first thing I saw when we were looking at it.
Exactly. I think he was 29.
Or he is 29. Sounds like he's dead when you say that.
Oh, yeah.
So anonymous caller out of Alabama, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, the first year that they done the Bo Bikes Bama, they come to my hometown. I was like 12. I asked Ken Griffith for an autograph. He snarled at me and rode away.
Oh, well, maybe.
Was he riding when you asked for it?
No, Bo Jackson had just got done talking, and they were about to take off, so I thought I could slip it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, sometimes just so you know, so you don't hate Ken Griffey Jr. for the rest of your life, just so you know, many times these celebrities in these roles will be told not to sign autographs because it bogs the race down, bogs the pro-am down, fill in the blank. Whatever people have booked them to come and promote, sometimes they're told not to stop and sign autographs because they need everything to keep flowing. So that may have been the case, just so you know. Joe,
he wishes he would have got that information years ago.
Right. Yep. Joe in South Carolina. Joe, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
Great
bud.
show as usual.
Thank you.
Just wanted to know the opinions of Rick and Bubba and the crew. Why do you think it is that we had to tell the one guy that was in Russia with the glasses former military, you and your family sit in the corner, we'll get back to you. All of a sudden, Brittney Griner goes over there. Why is it? What is it that lit the fire under our butts?
Oh, you know that.
Made us get her back.
You know that answer.
And I'll hang up and I'll listen.
Reasons.
Yeah. And I know you're trying to get us to talk, but you know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Because getting Brittney Griner out is politically expedient, and the other is not. And there's pressure on the Brittney Griner front that we have declared that kind of pressure you must respond to. The other stuff's not as important. And you knew that. I know you're just trying to get it started. Let's go to Leslie out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Leslie, go ahead.
Hey, how are you doing this morning, guys?
We're great. We're great.
I listen to you every morning while I'm working, and I listen to you on my way home. I love it. I love your opinions. You crack me up most of the time.
Thank you. Uh-oh.
But I was listening to your comments about Subway. I work as a stagehand most of the time, and when we're downtown, the cheapest place to eat is usually Subway, but not these days.
Oh, yeah.
You can't get out of there for less than $15 for a full foot-long sandwich and chips and a drink.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
No,
This goes back to the tattoo.
I like Subway. I used to eat there, especially when we were doing tennis tournaments all the time.
Would you get a tattoo for a year?
You know,
we have an update on that today.
I don't think I'm gonna get one that big.
I think that's not a stretch for people who are tatted, because I've seen things that people put on their bodies that are much more ridiculous than a Subway sandwich.
Right.
For me, to them, this is an easy win.
Now, was it a sandwich for a year or for life?
I think for a year.
Well, it was.
We did the
$50,000 worth of gift cards, so a sub sandwich for life for the foot long. Now you got the 3-inch and the 6-inch that was offering different.
Right, I was just talking about the foot long.
Here's
so
the
it's
numbers.
life?
Well, it's $50,000
worth of Subway.
Worth of Subway.
However long that lasts.
To her math, if it's $15 a trip, you're looking at about 3,400 trips to Subway.
There you go.
At that price.
That's a lot of trips.
That's a lot of trips.
Is.
Let's go to Jerry.
Hey, what's that on your back, man?
Out of Florida.
Foot long.
Yeah, laugh as I take you to Subway for a free sandwich. Sure. So let's go to Jerry. Jerry, go ahead. 30 seconds. Jerry?
Hi.
Hey, Jerry.
Jerry, Florida, Tesla.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Joel?
Yeah, all right. Well, it says Jerry, but yeah, if it's Joel, go ahead.
Okay. Love your show, guys.
Thank you.
On Monday, you said something about someone should turn the whole roof into a solar panel.
Right.
Just want to let you know, somebody's already done that. Every tile is its own solar panel. And guess who developed that?
Who's that?
Elon Musk.
Yep. Yeah, I knew
Elon Musk solar roof.
Yeah, they do some of those. I mean, it's not common yet, but I mean, you've got it up there. You got to have something to shield the wood that's your roof, and it's sunny up there. You might as well take advantage of it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Here comes the money.
But
I wish you could
just
I wish you could just have a roof like you have now and connect the wire to the corner of it and the other wire and have current come off.
So you want the roof to be a bird burner?
Well, it's a little bit different.
Tell that to the dead birds.
Well, that other thing we saw was reflecting light onto that center thing, and that may be why. I don't think the normal solar panels would burn them up that bad that quick.
Mm-hmm.
But look, no more than tiles would, I guess.
Yeah.
Or whatever you got, shingles.
Top of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be
get
Big.
hot, you know?
They do.
If your time's done with us today, have a good weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, they were on the edge. They were going either way.
This is the same naive foreign policy when people roll over there to the Palestinians and the Israelis, and they try to throw out the religious aspect of it and think they can come to the table and negotiate without understanding that. Yeah. If you don't understand that, you need to just get on the plane you got over there and get back to where you came from.
Just save your time.
You're not trying to work out a sporting event where two teams are playing each other. One says that the other one shouldn't exist. That's a big problem. So you better pick a side and win the war.
You okay?
No.
I'm with you, bro.
This is not a good blood pressure day for me. Because this stuff just seems so elementary to me.
I know.
I mean, I'm a C student from Calhoun County, and I can understand this.
You know,
I don't understand it.
Bubba mentioned
how
France,
people can't understand it.
Mm-hmm. And I was telling him to the break. I didn't get to see it all. A documentary, about the concert that the terrorists attacked in France.
The guy in the truck.
The Eagles of Death Metal. Well, that was the name of the band, which they're not death metal at all. It's kind of a parody. But anyway.
Are you talking about at the nightclub?
Yeah. No,
okay.
It was a concert.
Right, yeah.
This wasn't the truck guy that ran
through there. This is the
no.
ones that went in with the weapons and just slaughtered people.
Yeah,
and you
correct.
need to hear them describe what happened, the survivors, the band members and stuff. Unbelievable. And I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but what I saw, what was going on in there. And like I say, these are people who came in, I think, didn't they say, as refugees, a lot of them?
Yeah,
yeah. But the carnage in that place and the evil.
You think it had anything to do with the travel ban?
Not a thing.
I'll tell you what it had to do with is I got in easy acting like I'm a refugee.
Well, yeah, look at who has been.
It had a lot to do with the lack of a travel ban.
The group who has been the easiest to deal with has been France. They have the most liberal laws, and who has suffered the most under this? That'd be France. Right. They've had the most attacks.
Because
they just let them in.
there was a great, I think it was Fox News. I forget who it was. They were talking about, this is why the ban is on right now for all of you that can't get it, okay? Let's say that, and I know you always use me, so I'll use you, Rick.
Good.
Let's say that you are, somebody that wants to travel and you've got ill intent, okay? You're going to come to America and you're going to do something, but you live in Libya, okay? Well, you're going to fly from Libya to Paris, okay, because Libya just lets you leave. There's no vetting. They don't know who you are. So you're going to fly to Paris and land in Paris and then fly from Paris to New York. Well, most likely you might get in because there's no record of who you are.
Right.
Because there was no vetting out of Libya. And all the Trump administration is saying is, look, there's 7 countries that right now even Obama had down as far as harboring terrorism and not having any records on who's leaving. We need to hold on a little bit, chill out, so we can figure out who's coming and who's going and get an idea before we just let somebody in this country because they might be here to do some bad things.
It's reasonable.
Okay? But
It's a reasonable
that's how they could get in, and that's all he's saying.
Yeah, because there's no vetting on the back end, so we need some vetting on the front end.
Right.
And if we don't have any issues, you're free to go. That just seems reasonable to me. Doesn't seem hateful.
No.
Doesn't seem bigoted. It just seems reasonable, especially when you want to talk about security. They're going to do it. You better make it as difficult for them to do it as possible.
Yep.
Because you ain't going to change your mind on it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Also, Rick and Bubba University, Twiggy Smalls here today. Maddie Light. I was F-I-N-A-5.
He's glad to be here.
I've been doing time. Aerosmith, What It Takes, Helmsy, in case you wonder.
He said he knew that one. He was singing with you.
Helmsy's put under goodies at rickandbubba.com for all of you that always ask about bed music. What was that song you played and whatever?
Mm-hmm.
If you go to goodies, he's keeping a chart there. You can find them all. Yep.
We always talk about the Stones and how old they are. I think Steven Tyler's like 73.
Are you kidding
And I
me?
don't picture him being 73.
Are you kidding me?
I think I saw that the other day.
Mm-hmm.
He looks it.
No, but he can still.
I know.
He can still run around like
I gave him props, man.
What'd you do, Benny?
No, I'm sorry. I've got to ask a question. I want you to look back over your right shoulder to our intern, and she's got her headphones on, but audio doesn't feed those headphones when it's recording, so she's not listening to anything. So I got to know, what are you listening to?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. I had to ask because Helmsy pointed it out.
Are we loud?
I'm so sorry.
She's got headphones on.
She had them on like she was like into it, and it's like audio's not feeding when
There's
it's
nothing
recording.
there. A fashion
Oh,
statement.
you wanted just to like in case.
You want to feel like
Now you can
I
actually.
thought she had those stretched from over there.
Well, that's what I thought at first, Greg, and then I started analyzing it, and I thought, wait a minute, what is she actually
What
listening
do you
to?
do?
Why did
Oh,
you have
my
headphones
goodness.
on that not feeding
Twiggy
any
Smalls, everybody.
audio?
I think it really went well with my outfit today.
Well,
I mean, don't you think?
well, look, Helms does with his, but I
Yeah,
just
sure.
So you that kind of that wears glasses with no prescription because you want to wear glasses?
Accessory.
That's what that
ruin
is.
it for
Did
me.
you think you could hear through them? Seriously, did you actually think you were hearing for some reason? You thought, boy, these are kind of low. I wish I could turn them up.
You guys didn't know I was deaf this whole time. I've been lip reading.
Oh, well, good deal.
Yeah. So did you think they were going to have audio on them?
It made me feel important.
Okay.
You know, I know you.
Trying to press the golden ticket.
I know
seat.
you.
I
and-
know the golden ticket seats are like, wow, can't bother her.
I
She's
tell you
up
what, that's a
there.
broadcast professional back there.
Thinking the TV shot when the angle she's in it, she wanted to have headphones.
Wow, look at that young
Yeah,
lady.
they
Hey, that
see
young
me,
lady's
so.
dialed in, probably grabbing nuggets and editing that and getting it out there for all to hear.
Well, Twiggy,
I pressed the button. It's an important job.
your friendship with Pippet, our former intern, has been well documented, but I didn't realize y'all were so much alike.
Yeah, you're right. That is definitely a pivot move right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you read We Be Big yet?
I am currently reading it. I am
Have you
in
got to the pages that she marked for everybody to read?
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And we are coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And looking ahead to next weekend, Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church, man, church. I'll be there speaking at Man Church, and we've already done a number of those there at Crestview. They're right in the middle of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and I'll be there on the 6th, and then on the 21st of August, I'll be over in LaGrange, Georgia, and they're just now getting started with our game plan, and I'm looking forward to being part of their event that's going to kind of kick that off, coming up on the 21st of August. And you can find both those at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. If you want to see, like I know Wingo is going up to Tennessee, Finger, Tennessee on the 12th. That's a ticketed event, or any other guys on the team that go out and speak. You can find those at themanchurch.com under upcoming events as well. And Bubba, I'm pumped. I got to say, and you're going to love this. So speaking of all things with themanchurch.com, so we're doing that at our home church too, and it's just started there, almost done with the first curriculum, and then you're moving into the second one. And so people are always kind of asking, hey, man, what are some things you would suggest and whatever. We want to get a vibrant men's ministry going, whatever. And I'm going to tell you a new one I'm adding to the list. Find you a man who is retired and who's a go-getter, okay? Because he is looking to say, I want to stay active, okay?
Right.
And if you're a person and you still got, like I see this happen all the time, and it's all well-meaning, but you got to understand the stage of life that you're at. Somebody will say, well, look, I'll volunteer to do all this, and I'll look over there, and they'll have 3 small children that are involved in sports, and they're all still going to school. And I think
you know how that's going to go.
Yeah, your intentions are good, but you really can't commit to this the way you need to, because you're going to be, look, I've been there. You're going to be pulled in a million directions. And then you got, my kids are grown, but I'm still working, so you got that. But let me tell you find the guy who's still got his health, and he's in his 70s, and he's retired just from a vocation, but not from life.
Right.
And you talk about somebody that'll get up there and be at the church and say, hey, we need this, we need that, whatever.
Be early, stay late.
Yeah. And so for me, it's tremendous Tom Haney. Mm-hmm. And so
tremendous Tom Haney.
Yeah, and Tom, and this is one of the things we love about doing that. He said,
Mr. Haney.
He said, my whole life, my whole life, even though I knew that I was redeemed, he said I had never been in a Bible study ever until I started facilitating one of these groups. Well, he's got about 20 guys in his group going through the curriculum, and then he helps there at the church with the men's ministry. Well, he's been after me, saying, I want you to come down. Our guys that meet every week, I want you to come hang with us. Mm-hmm. And really hanging with old men is really your area.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I thought,
you calling me in on this?
Well, I thought to myself, Bubba's missing this. I mean, but so
well, they're Romeo Club.
So they kept talking to me about it, and some of them come to the Wednesday Bible study here too, and so they start telling me, and of course when was the last time that you were in a social situation where you were the youngest person there?
Wow,
for us, that's been a while.
Yeah, been a long while.
There's some groups that I migrate in that I'm on the younger edge, but not all of them.
It doesn't happen as much as it used to.
No.
Does it involve a ham radio?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So anyway, and Bubba, you know how sometimes when you say things to us, we always quote the old Jerry Maguire movie, "You have me at hello." Mm-hmm. Well, in this case, you had me at fish fry.
Oh yeah,
and so Tom came up to me and said, "Rick, come down to my place." And all the guys from the Bible study, they want you to come down and hang with us. And of course, he's also got access to a 30-acre lake or pond or whatever where
that's a good place to hang,
where they catch big bass. Mm-hmm. And so he was like, and then I said, man, just it's such an active time. And then he said, well, I was planning on, we caught a bunch of fish. We're gonna have a fish fry. I just thought you might want to come. Mm-hmm. And I said, fish fry.
That sound good.
And so,
speaking my language,
Bubba, there's those moments in life where you just look around and say, in this moment I'm in right now, everything is okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself yesterday afternoon on a beautiful piece of property, looking at God's glorious creation, hardwoods that had some age on them, providing the shade, and of course they had big fans set up, but it really wasn't that hot in the setup we were in. And over here is just grease and pieces of fish just being rolled in batter and thrown into that grease, and hush puppies floating around in grease. And I'm sitting there in a chair listening all around me to the wisdom of older men. Oh. now again, I'm 57, so I don't get to say I was around the wisdom of older men much. And to listen, and you realize when you get in that group, shut up, because you got nothing to bring. Their stories far exceed yours.
Just go to school.
Right, and you just sit and you listen. And, of course, it was, as you can imagine, they are thrilled with the state of our country. But,
I bet.
But let me tell you something. So sitting and listening to those guys and then knowing that I'm not just going to have a great conversation today. I'm about to eat fish that was just fried and hush puppies. And just when I thought, is it possible? Do I know that Tom can handle hush puppies? Because I always get worried about that. I always feel pretty good the guys have got the fish handled, but I really worry sometimes about can they do the hush puppies? Because sometimes it's better off to, for the wives to deal with the hush puppies. Now let him cook them, but I'm talking about the preparation.
Oh, you talking about the older guys, Rick? They know how to do it.
But just when I thought it couldn't get any better, I looked up and here comes one of them sweet wife out with a big old steel bowl full of hush puppy batter. I mean, ready to be thrown in there. And I thought to myself, I don't know how life is designed and why I'm worthy of all this.
Right.
But God has been gracious enough for me. He didn't have to do this.
Yeah.
And I thought, so I've got men of God around me that are in their 60s and 70s, some in their 80s, and I'm just listening to them tell all their stories. And look, when one of them holds court, I realized pretty quick I got nothing. I got no stories to bring,
right?
And them talking about being in Bible study together and all this kind of stuff, and we got fried fish. Now here's a little bit of a downer, and it's just on me, okay? Bubba, I hate to report this, but you know that I lost my gallbladder.
Yes.
You did that.
And you have been studying this for years, and I think you're 100% right because of what the gallbladder does. You lose your grease perseverance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't hang with it.
And there was a time.
You don't have that extra shot to get in there.
There's a time when you would think to yourself, this one man over here has taken out so many fish. Because Tom, he sent me a text. He said, do you think 80 fish are enough for 20 men?
I love that.
And I said, I got to tell you, if there's some lightweights in the crew, we'll be okay. But I realized
you're going to have a little left over.
That I was able, I enjoyed it.
Are you paying the price for it today?
I have paid the price.
Yeah, got you.
Did you even get home?
And there was a day that I could laugh at the thought of that.
Right.
I sleep like a rock. I tossed and turned last night and wrestled bass. I was wrestling fish.
Tasty bass.
At one time, I woke up in the middle of the night and like hush puppies were sitting in individual chairs.
Right, talking to you
by the bed. Saying,
what kind of bass was it y'all had?
Well, largemouth bass.
Large, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But out of his pond,
out of that lake back there.
By the way, you don't. I mean, it's
is
so
that
fun.
a lake? 30 acres is a lake. Isn't it?
Well, here's what's amazing
yes.
about this. This is how small of a world it is.
Right.
Okay. I actually coached one of his grandsons, Haney's.
Yes.
And we had our at the end of season party at where you were talking about.
How beautiful is that?
Yes. And we fished and we ate and it was awesome.
Right.
Wanted this kid every year because of it.
Yeah. Man, it was good.
How to move him up the chart.
Look, there was a little bit of concern where I thought
he want to play shortstop.
Yeah, I saw Tom panic just a little bit one time. He didn't feel like his grease was hot enough right toward the end.
Yeah.
We needed more fish and the grease was laboring a little bit. And you know what happens though, Bubba? Just picture this. This is gonna. I know I've already got you at fried fish and hush puppies. But anyway, let me tell you how beautiful it is. And this is one of those stereotypes of men that I just love. All of a sudden, you could just see them picking up one by one that Tom was concerned about his oil temperature. Mm-hmm. You think he had help? How many men do you think rose up out of their chairs and got around that vat of oil?
Some of them just popped a thermometer right out of their pocket and checked it.
And before you
it was on their keychain.
Before you know it, 15 men are going to get the temperature right. And there's all kinds of comments on the thermometer itself. I mean, like you said, people pull them out of their trucks. And, at one point somebody says, I can fully replace this whole setup. And so it was... It was a beautiful, beautiful afternoon.
Yeah.
And an early evening. So, Tom, thanks for your effort. Thanks for the things you're doing, discipling these men. And thanks for a delicious meal. Tell the wives thank you for all they did. We even had a guy with a birthday. Got to give happy birthday to Jim.
Oh, sounds like a great day. I guess my phone wasn't working or something. I don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I should take her edit copy because she's very creative with highlighters. We met in a math class, so she.
I wish I could have been in there.
That was amazing.
There were groans in that math class, and then a guy on the elevator one day said. He was talking to McPippet, and he was like, we would get out so much early of that class if those two girls in the front would just stop talking. And I guess he didn't realize that was us.
Oh, wow.
Maybe he did.
Were y'all holding the class up?
Yeah.
Gosh, this is like brunette version.
Please,
I have
found out about her today.
Maybe it should have been Pippet 2.0.
No, you don't know how much they're alike. You know what she told me today? We got to talking about driving.
Oh, gosh.
She's talking about how she just ran into a fire hydrant here recently. She doesn't like driving, and she didn't start driving until she was 18. And then, even when she did, she would only drive to school 2 days a week and make her mother drive her the other 3.
You like driving?
Well, I really enjoy bonding with my family,
No,
that's not it.
No, I mean, my dad was really awesome, and it was great because, I don't like driving. There's so many other things you can do if you're just riding. You can read. I could read Weeby Big in the car if someone drove me here.
No. How far did you drive to school?
It was about 5, 10, 15. I mean.
Okay.
Minutes or miles?
It kind of depended.
You just threw numbers
So
out
you
there.
really don't know
you just went
how
5,
long it
10,
was?
15.
I wasn't driving.
Are you counting by fives? What?
Are you really here?
Yeah, right. Now I understand why she had the headphones on.
Yeah. Right.
Wish I could have heard what, because she was hearing something in the
There's
headphones.
been some other conversations y'all hadn't heard that are precious.
Oh, I know. Well, we see her every morning. She comes in, and we notice she's coming from the far parking lot way out front in the city center. And we said, we have an area where you can park that's out of the weather in a parking deck right here. And you didn't know that?
No, I mean, I'm aware of the parking garage because that's where y'all park is the parking garage, right?
Right, because it's right here.
Yeah,
See those stairs?
It's like
right
20
there.
foot away.
Right. Are you scared of the parking?
If I walk down the steps right outside that window, I'll be at my truck.
Yeah.
Did he not tell you that I hit a fire hydrant the other day?
So you're just trying to stay as far away from people.
Yes.
Oh.
And I don't think she could park down there. It's not an easy place to park down there.
Oh, it's pretty
I don't know who designed that parking day. They didn't do a very good job of it.
Yeah, they're pretty tight.
If you have a truck,
But
it's
when we
real
get
bad.
here, there's nobody there. Right. I mean, it's
Well, that's
wide
another good
open.
point, Bubba.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
wide.
The only
open.
maybe worst parker we had was Bruiser, who actually parked at the theater, which is way far from here.
Oh, wow.
Right, and walked. Yeah.
How's old Bruiser? Anybody talk to him?
I know. I need to get an update on the Bruise.
I won't be asking Bruiser for any driving.
No, because he had never driven on the interstate. So.
Oh, I
I can't
haven't
understand
much
that.
either. I've never driven alone, like home to Tennessee.
Well, how do you get home?
Well, I don't see my family very often. But I guess one time my dad, I was really embarrassed, and I was like, "No, Dad, I can do it," or whatever. And he's like, "You know what? I have a business meeting in Birmingham." And I was like, oh, okay. And it was the Friday before Labor Day. So I thought that was a little weird, but I was like, fine. If you have a meeting and you're already going to be here, you can pick me up.
Oh, my.
And then he got here and he's like, I have a business meeting. We were too scared to let you drive. But
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Well,
I might give Bruiser a run for his money. We'll see.
I believe you may.
So you haven't just surprised your parents and said, hey, I'm home. I'm here.
That would require driving.
That
by
would
yourself.
require driving.
I know. That's why
Now,
I can't
unless you
believe
took
that.
an Uber.
Pippet loved to drive, didn't she? Because she drive down to Orlando.
She just
or
drove
somewhere
real
all
slow,
the time.
remember?
Yeah, she went
drove.
like 30 the whole way. Took her like 2 days.
Yeah. Because she said she got a speeding ticket one time.
Right.
I said, but that, you can't go the speed limit.
Right. Yeah.
I can't believe Pippet got a speeding ticket because I feel like she could talk her way out of that one. She's like one of those people that you would just like, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah,
giving
the
her a
policeman would
ticket.
let her go just for her to be quiet.
Right. Yeah.
People that talk like that.
Can't imagine
Wow.
Yeah. All righty.
I'll be forced to give you a ticket.
So get with it.
Yeah, so get with it. All right. Well, okay. Well, you just keep wearing those decorative headphones all you want.
Yeah.
They're usually used for actually editing with that computer that you're sitting by there.
I did the whole time. I thought she had those stretched from there.
No, not at all.
You thought she's trying to get a feel of the
I
show.
thank you, Greg, for believing in me and my.
Well, I never imagined you would sit there with headphones on with nothing in them.
Helmsy,
That's
what did
just
I
maybe-
do? What did I do when you pointed that out? What did I start doing? I started looking.
He started looking for what everybody looks at first. Oh, she's just stretching the headphones.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And but it just mutes out the entire room, so you couldn't hear anything but your heartbeat. I mean, how did you?
I can hear what y'all are talking about.
Not very good.
I just
It'd be like.
Maybe you know what I should start wearing the headphones is in the hallway, because this morning Speedy tried to give me a heart attack.
Speedy keeps screaming and
he feels like it's his duty, since I didn't grow up with brothers, to toughen me up. So
he scared her so bad this morning. I thought she was going.
I thought she was in a haunted house. I mean, my good gracious! I'm just.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back. It is 22 minutes past the hour. By the way, I didn't realize we'd have so much bicycle news today. Amy Grant is in stable condition, but has been hospitalized after she crashed on a bicycle.
What?
In Nashville.
Was she hit or just wrecked?
61 years old now. She's been treated for abrasions and cuts after she fell on her bike while riding with a friend. So
Wow.
some sort of bike crash. I'm telling you the bike thing. And says, okay, that was different. All right, so anyway, they started telling us about her heart condition for some reason. 2
Yeah,
years
I remember
ago.
she had that.
Right,
too,
yeah. I thought she had another bike wreck, but so she's had a bike wreck. So be careful on the bikes. All right, so we have a Biden update. Speaking of bike crashes, he's had one.
Where'd it go? Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Bubba, the Biden administration now uncomfortably tries to convince us that the definition of a recession has changed since we have now met the criteria of a recession. So,
well, of course, Rick, we can't say we're in a recession because I don't know if you've seen the historical numbers on presidents who were reelected after a recession. It's not good. So we better change that definition quick.
All right, so we've got a couple of things here. We're going to watch, unfortunately for Speedy, Biden try to downplay this on his own. And then we're going to hear Bill Clinton define a recession 20 years ago, and it's going to be interesting what he says. And then we're going to watch Karine Jean-Pierre struggle as well. So there's a lot to be done here. We'll start with 2A. Here's the leader of the free world downplaying our concerns about our economy.
But I started thinking about it.
Oh, boy.
Just as a, somebody who's raised a middle-class kid. 1 year, even though you didn't have the job you have now, even though you didn't get a raise that year, the difference between having a job, having a 5% raise or whatever, 3, 5, 7, whatever it happens to be, in the face of inflation, price of the pump, although that's down every day so far. But, it's like, whoa, I feel worse off. But then again, I didn't get a check for $8,000 from the government. They're just, among other things. Does that make any sense to anybody, or is it just me?
I have no idea what he was talking about.
Okay,
He was talking about stimulus
now
checks.
I think I have mental problems. I didn't follow any of that.
Yeah, I got what he was saying, but
Yeah.
I drifted. I couldn't stay with
I wish
it.
you wouldn't have said at the end of this. Am I getting
That hurt.
That made it. I wish he'd left that part out.
especially when nobody said anything.
Everybody looked at him like, we're not sure what you mean.
This is the game. He's trying to play the game that you think you're worse off, but you're really not. But
Yeah, I know this stuff's going up, but remember, don't forget I gave you $8,000 a family.
Well, that's Democrat.
Yeah.
Democrats always go to this. If you ever get upset with them, they go, "Chair, here, take a check."
Now come tax time, I'll tax you to hell and back. But
Yeah. Well, I'll get it back.
I gave you $8,000.
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
Hey, does that make,
You know,
make sense to y'all?
See, this is the problem. Giving to $8,000 is part of the problem.
It really is.
Right. It's too much money, too little supply. They don't even understand.
No, they don't.
basic.
No.
I mean, I just can't believe that people are in charge that don't understand basic economics. I just don't know how you get to that point without having just some general idea of what's going on, other than we must tax the rich, we must buy votes, and that's how you run a country.
Up next, Biden's going to read the economic reports. Now, remember, we've been told by the press secretary that the definition of a recession is not 2 quarters in a row with negative growth. That's out. But anyway, here comes the way he walks off the stage is going to bother everybody.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That doesn't sound like a recession to me. Thank you very much.
That doesn't sound like a
what's that?
Hey,
look?
it doesn't sound like a recession to me. Thank you very much.
The president.
Well, here's the problem. You and your whole administration have been on record for the past 20 years telling people what a recession was, that it's two negative quarters, negative growth over 2 quarters in GDP, and that's what we got, so that's a recession.
If you don't believe that, here's every Democrat's beloved former President Bill Clinton, and this is over 20 years ago, and he's going to tell you what a recession, the definition of a recession is, probably because at this point we've caught him with another woman. He's trying to take our minds off with it. All right, so here it is.
Mr. President, what do you think about a recession?
Well, a recession is 2 quarters in a row of negative growth. I don't think we're going to have that. But we couldn't keep up 5% growth a year, forever. So I think 49 of the 50 blue chip forecasters think that growth will be 2.5% or better next year.
So he said
2 quarters with negative growth.
And I don't think that'll happen. I don't think we'll be where we were,
right.
But we won't have 2 in a row of negative growth. We'll be up, but not up as high as we were.
Right. And that must have been during the transition time when Bush W was going in.
Now,
it looked like they were in the White House.
Now, this is when people I like when people just go crazy and see if we'll just, we're so shocked by what they're saying that somehow we might question that we're wrong. So now Karine Jean,
Karine Jean Lelepa.
Here's my Jean-Pierre. So here she is
Jacques Chirac
telling us that Biden turned the economy back on. Here we go.
When you look at the economy, how he was able to turn it back on when he walked in, businesses were shut down, schools were shut down.
Good night. We are dealing with a bunch of idiots.
It's like everything is opposite
gracious.
It is.
It's we're in the opposite world.
Yeah.
Unreal.
All right, here she is. Here she is again, talking about when they will and won't talk about the recession. Here we go.
Well, the president run the risk of looking out of touch in this moment by digging in on this definition that this moment is not a recession, if in fact at some point it's determined that that's exactly
I have to tell you, Kristen, I don't think we're digging in. We're being asked. We're being told, and every day I've come in here, I've been asked, so Karine, what, is this a recession? So we're answering the question.
Yeah.
Rick, again, if you can't define what a woman is, how are you ever gonna get close to defining a recession?
You can leave with Helmsy.
That's right. Hey,
I'm out.
Go on. Yeah, I mean,
Get out of here. Going to see the kids.
We shouldn't expect them to know the definition of recession. They don't even know the definition of a woman. By the way, did you see Babylon B?
Oh,
it has Biden up there with that confused look that we were showing the other day. They froze one of those frames, and it says, I'm not able to tell you whether it's a recession or not. I'm not a biologist.
Wait, let me tell you how they would know it's a recession if Trump was president. It would be a recession.
It'd be a recession.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, y'all got $8,000?
Rick and Bubba,
What?
and Bubba.
You'll sneak up behind your screen.
A little payback.
Bark at you.
I did that for Helmsy.
All righty then.
Oh, there you are with your headphones off. Put them back on until we go to break. There you go.
We use headphones without audio in them when we're at the gun range.
Yeah.
Right. Protect your hearing.
15 hearing protection. 15 minutes past. We'll be back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, we talk about how cultures and everything changes and how we're growing up. I really, and maybe I just grew up and I lived in a culture that I assumed was normal. Maybe it wasn't. But I remember our whole deal. We were talking about bird watching. No one were bird watchers. I remember birds were used for you to get your pellet gun and your BB gun and learn how to shoot.
Oh, yeah.
And then you would transfer that into bigger hunting. But to learn to shoot and be accurate with a gun. I mean, I remember what helped me be accurate with a gun is because the Daisy BB gun I would shoot, it would shoot like that. It would have a loop in it because it didn't have enough. And I would try to time how to make that loop come and hit the bird and kill it.
Or each other.
Yeah, or each other, which you don't do that.
No.
That was not a good move.
No.
And when my mom found out about that,
Wasn't
it was a
good.
big thumbs down. You make a lot of rules, and then people won't follow the rules.
Right.
And and one of the rules was you had to identify who you were shooting, and you could only shoot them in the lower torso, below the shoulders.
Yeah.
Right.
And then what happened was everybody got in forts, and what would you do? You just fire in the fort.
Yeah, right.
Or you stick your head out, so you'd stick
It's
it
not
out there
safe,
while
Rick.
shoot
Right. Not safe.
You ever been
Shoot your eye
shot? You
out.
ever been shot in the ear with a BB gun? It hurts a
That
lot.
didn't end well.
Yeah.
I bet
Shot right here, right there.
It hurts a lot. So
Shoulder was just
the
sticking
way
out.
we interacted with birds was different. I don't remember ever.
I'm gonna tell you this, Rick. We always were trying to find something unique. I had my BB gun. I was out by the creek one day, and here was a great blue herring. And I thought, man, if I can bag this blue herring, it'd be like killing a grizzly bear. Of course, I couldn't.
And it's also
I wasn't packing enough.
And it was
gun.
also
is
against
against
the
the
law.
Well, as a kid, I
But
didn't
you
know
didn't
about the
know.
law.
It
No, I
may
didn't
not.
either.
It may not have
Trust
been
me.
in 1979.
Rick, nobody would. It would have never got out of Chihuahua Acres.
I
I'd
know.
have killed it.
Did
But I
it-
remember, it's like I came upon a monster. I was like, oh boy, if I come walking out of the woods, toting this thing,
if you pull that thing out of
y'all
the
have thought I was something.
Yeah.
Like a blue jay, like nothing.
It just bounce off of it.
Yeah, I didn't even hit it. I panicked. I got buck fever.
But I can remember waiting on it. The birds would return to the trees, and you get that BB gun. Here you go, and you lay them out on a log, and everybody come look at it. It was a different kind of bird watching. We would look at dead birds.
You got a real up close and personal look at it.
Right. Remember that time? Didn't Opie shoot a bird, and it was a big.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I got in trouble.
You remember when I had that?
Y'all did not.
Yeah, we used to eat them.
You didn't eat them.
Yeah, we did.
Why would you eat them?
What?
I don't know.
You're eating a sparrow?
I remember Mike
build you a little
Singleton and a couple of other my buddies. We'd shoot them in the woods.
Build a
and
little fire.
And
And
then
eat
build a
them?
little fire, skin them and eat them.
What? What kind of birds are y'all eating? A thrush? I mean, what are you doing?
Redbird sandwich.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I've heard of.
I'm not proud of it.
I've heard of red burrito, but red bird. Wow. What?
That's what you do when you could play in the woods. And nowadays, kids that play in the woods, they're come inside.
What would they say?
Snake's gonna get you.
Stuff like that. And-
Oh yeah, gosh, we were.
I remember.
Wait, man, my parents would just listen for the whistle and get home.
I ain't gonna tell this horrible story. They'll shut the show down. But
Greg, don't
you remember the
tell
time
it.
we found them baby rabbits? We had
Don't
this
tell
dog.
it.
He just
we
won't
had this
tell
dog.
it. Did he just say he ain't not going
I
to tell
got
it?
that. We had this
But it's rude
dog,
to Rich. You can't stop.
and he was the first dog we ever
Y'all
had.
already told it.
It was his first dog we ever had. His name was Spot, obviously.
Oh, perfect.
And he was mean. He had a little chihuahua in him. He wasn't very big. And we found these baby
dog.
rabbits, and we were admiring them, and he come up and just he'd done away with every one of them right in front of us. We were like,
It was
wow,
horrible. It was horrible.
wow, Spot. Well, circle of
We
life.
saw tough things in nature out there.
Yeah.
There it is. That actually is.
I thought that was Denver and the Mile High Orchestra. It sounded just like
That's who you
them.
went with?
that was.
did.
Are you ready for a miracle? Rejoice Gospel Choir.
That's a good group, too.
From the CD All Around.
Nobody hurt there.
But my favorite version is it, and I couldn't find it when I first looked to add that to my iTunes collection, from one of my favorite movies of all time, Leap of Faith.
Right.
And the choir that did it in Leap of Faith, I think Patti LaBelle was actually doing part of the vocals. And when that's my favorite version of it. But I've noticed, and I also like.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. How'd you sleep last night? HelixSleep.com/Bubba can help if you tossed and you turned. Maybe it's time for a new mattress. What about a customized mattress that is designed to your preferences? How do you like your mattress? You like that soft? You like it medium? You like a firm mattress? Then we get into, do you sleep on your side? Do you sleep on your back? Do you sleep on your stomach? Whatever the case may be, they'll take that information from you. Greg, you and Lisa have the Helix mattress. How long did it take to fill out the stuff and say, this is what we need?
Minutes, Rick.
Minutes.
Just minutes, and then you tell them how you like to sleep and what type of mattress is firmness you prefer, and they send you one made just for you.
That's right. And you're a side stomach sleeper?
That's right.
What's Lisa? Do you know?
Side.
Mm-hmm.
I can't sleep on my back. I've tried.
Yeah, I can doze on my back, but I never go fully asleep.
When I sleep on my back, I have dreams that something's after me.
Yeah.
So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. You'll save $350 and get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. Your new Helix will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving $350 at helixsleep.com/Bubba, or just go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and you can be in love with this mattress just like the Burgesses are. All right, so Bubba, where do we want to go next? I know we still got other things out there.
We're going to lose Michael Helms here. In just a
that's
minute.
right. And so he's going down that road that many people have gone down. As a matter of fact,
talking about Racket Road.
Well, yeah, it's so funny. My wife is convinced it's a racket,
Sure,
but
I think it is.
But anyway, she's like, so everybody's wisdom teeth needs to be taken out, the whole wide world. So anyway, this has been new as we were growing up. When we were growing up, it seems like now if you have children, part of having children is they will all need braces and they all need their wisdom teeth out.
Yeah. And the two that are having the wisdom teeth out today have had braces.
Yeah. It's like you just have to.
I'm checking every box. It's like and writing every check.
I mean, I just don't remember growing up there were that many people who had crooked teeth and bad wisdom teeth.
I had my wisdom teeth up until about, I guess, 5 or 6 years ago, and I've never had braces. I mean, I don't have the perfect teeth, but I don't look that bad.
Yeah.
A little bit buck.
Yeah,
a little overbite,
but regardless of how you feel about that or this or whatever, your kids have been told they need their wisdom teeth out, and y'all are doing it today.
Caroline just got called back, so I've been told, hey, you got 45 minutes to get here and get her. So Brady and Caroline both are getting it done today, and I don't know what this means about the situation, but I requested that I get to take Caroline home. For some reason, I felt like she'd be less of a handle.
Well,
and so I had Amanda.
So you're leaving your wife with a bigger handle.
Correct. Now I will get if it helps, I will get Maddie too. So who is our 9-year-old who is also that she's not getting her wisdom.
Well, they're probably already scheduled her wisdom teeth and her braces.
She will be there, and I will get them two, and I will leave her with one child, and I'll get Caroline home. But it's by the way, have you ever heard of this? And Caroline the other day, 2 days ago, she said, hey, we got to stop and get some pineapple juice. And I said, what are you talking about? And she goes, I saw this on TikTok where if you drink pineapple juice 8 to 10 ounces every couple hours, not every couple hours, like every 6-8 hours, leading up a few days before your wisdom teeth surgery, that it will reduce the swelling that you have in the procedure. I wasn't going to tell her. I thought it was crazy. I just stopped at Publix and got her some pineapple juice.
The girl wants pineapple juice.
Get her pineapple juice.
That's
and
not
I
really
said,
that's not a hill to die on.
I said, why don't you get your brother a half a gallon too? And that way, you're helping him. And she said, no, I want to prove. Mommy thinks this is crazy, and I want to prove her wrong on this.
So you got to have somebody.
And I said, well, why don't you get both of them? And then if you both or have a good experience, then you've helped him and you've proved.
But no comparison.
She wanted the comparison. Yeah. So
poor old Braden.
She's been down in the pineapple juice for the last couple of days. I did find something online from a medical journal that says there's something to this.
Okay.
So not off TikTok. I actually went to a medical article.
Right.
Now, again, you Google pineapple juice and wisdom teeth. You never know if it's true or not, but it is supposed to reduce the swelling.
But I think where you may be incorrect on your strategy today.
I know where you're going with this.
I think that Caroline has the potential because of the drugs to actually maybe be a bigger production.
You're right.
Yeah. But
and which Bubba wants video of.
No, that's what I was going to ask. Who's videoing this thing?
I will if she gets I'll video. Amanda will too. And that's the only reason Maddie went, is she wanted to see the show.
Why do we have this show? Because people, get put under for all kinds of things, and they
don't. Well, remember we talked about this on the air before. They use I think like when you have surgery, they use 2 different drugs. One that knocks you out, and one that semi-paralyzes you, so you can't get rowdy. And when they do the teeth, they don't give you the one that paralyzes you, basically. And I'm not using the right term, medical community, so don't.
You just use the
start
word paralyze in case you're wondering.
Well,
yeah, right.
But they
Which
said
sounds very scary.
you basically are out of your gourd, but you can move around. And I know with ours, Betty called me with Hunter and said, I'm afraid he's going to wreck the car or try to jump out because he thought he was being kidnapped.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
That's
Caitlin wouldn't quit crying because she thought her tongue had been cut out.
Right.
And I had to keep convincing her. And I did video We didn't video Hunter because both of us. It took all Betty could do to try to control him, and
She was trying to drive
now
him.
with Caitlin, I did a little bit when she came home.
Of course.
She kept telling me, "Daddy, they cut my tongue out."
Right,
and
but she was going, "They cut my tongue out."
And of course, I was going. I said, "Well, you'll be fine.
Sure.
You can still you can learn to talk without
Right.
that."
They gave you that lizard injection to grow back.
Right. So, but there's some, and we talked about this on the air one time, and people who were knowledgeable with it told us, and they even said that they didn't think they ought to be using the drug they used to knock them out because it's too much.
Well, you just told me your son, y'all had to keep him from wrecking the car because he thought he was being kidnapped.
Oh yeah.
So
He was about to
maybe
jump out of the car.
Yeah, maybe they make a legitimate point.
It seems like that was the the very bottom line of all of it. But I don't know. The whole thing. You got to do the dentistry deal, and we want pretty teeth. But I'm kind of like y'all. I don't know about taking it out. They say they need the room early on, but then later on now I got all kind of room back there.
Yeah.
And as some of these molars are going away, getting root canals on them, I kind of wish I had another one back there.
Well, here's the thing. Here's my only concern. If you look at our society, and look, you can draw whatever conclusions you want to this, and I'm not a medical doctor, okay? But I remember that there's a generation of us that very few people had their wisdom teeth out.
Yeah.
And there's a generation where everybody has them out. Which one seems to actually have wisdom?
There it is.
Maybe maybe they're named for a reason.
When I had mine done, and this was 100 years ago, I had them done in the hospital. Okay. I mean, they went in and like you go to surgery, they knock you out, and I never had any problem with all that. But when they do it in the office, you get all these crazy reactions. So.
Yeah, mine was in the office. But when we were coming up, you only got your wisdom teeth out if X-rays showed that they were in there sideways or they were not going to come in properly.
Yeah, and that's what happened with mine.
But now it seems like they just say, you don't need those.
Mine, I was always told,
cha-ching,
unless you're having issues with them, and to your point, Rick. And then 5 or 6 years ago, I started having some issues with mine, and that's when they put. And I think the reason they try to get ahead of it is because they say kids recover faster and those type of things.
Sure,
I don't remember anything from mine. I remember being home. Yeah, Amanda just sent me that text, by the way.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, they're not taking them out for free.
No, they're not. I'm a little frustrated at why we're even doing this after I saw the numbers she just sent.
Mm-hmm. Well, it may be the right thing. I'm just saying. I don't
Racket Road.
No. Now I'll tell you what, the wisdom teeth people and the braces people, they're working together.
They are.
And boy, if they lock you into that braces thing, you're in there for a while.
Yeah.
I got in trouble.
I know you told us that story. Because it's a never ending. Well, we'll just leave them on a little bit longer.
That's what I went through.
Got to make a few upgrades here.
That's what I went through, and then with our kids, and we first went and enjoyed the folks fine, but they were like, well, we need to put braces on them now, and then we may have to do it again later. And I said, we're not doing 2 rounds. Pick which one you want.
Right.
Of course, I got all kind of mean looks from Betty.
Like, did you have that tone right there?
I don't have to. I don't have to be a scientist on this one. I know what I did. We didn't need braces twice. That's ridiculous.
Right. There's that tone again.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Right.
I'm not playing that game, Jay.
Right.
I'm break it down.
Ain't happening. It's almost like we got a whole generation. They don't have any wisdom, and you know what? There's no character to their teeth.
Well,
all have perfect teeth.
Having all
but
boys,
dumb as dirt.
Having all boys, the whole braces thing. Boys never really. They don't do anything they're supposed to do.
No. Braid's been a disaster. It's been a complete waste of money.
Yeah, we had to say
about halfway through Tyler's, I declared, that's it. Well, let's go back. This time we're taking them off. Take them off.
Yeah. That's it.
We're not doing anything right. We're not wearing the stuff at night.
I paid Dr. Yanowski's light bill for 6 months, and his teeth are, goodness gracious. It's not on Yanowski, because Caroline's is beautiful. But Braden don't do anything he's supposed to do.
No. Well, let's go. Let's go get them off.
Yep.
I think he wishes he didn't have teeth.
I saw an oral surgeon had a really nice boat. You know what he named it? Wisdom Teeth. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On that soundtrack, they also have Don Henley doing the song "Sit Down, You're Rocking the Boat," and then there's some other really good songs on it, but you can't find on iTunes that soundtrack.
I've noticed not all soundtracks are on iTunes, because especially
it's complicated.
Yeah, and you have to get the rights, and there's so many different artists, and so I at one time I had that soundtrack on a CD, and I've lost it. I know that shocks you, Bubba, but I can't find it on iTunes. But the Leap of Faith soundtrack is a dandy.
Well, we have a lot to cover today. One of our favorite comedians, George Wallace.
I thought you were going to say Donald Trump. No, but anyway,
we've got that too. Yeah. He's another one of our favorite comedians.
Yep.
And we also have. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Kevin O'Connor from the PBS series This Old House.
Yeah.
And I got an email. You know, this show is kind of a chain of thought, I guess.
Stream of consciousness.
And I guess this is correct. Said Ryan Greenwood's daughter got her first collegiate hit last night. It was a walk-off double in the bottom of the eighth for a win.
Yeah, I watched the highlight.
Now, is this the Auburn daughter or the Louisville daughter?
Louisville daughter's still in high school.
Yeah, she's next year. Okay. Yeah. Ryan's got so many daughters playing softball on so many college teams.
I saw it on. I watched they got it. You can watch the video.
Okay,
it's a great league.
Well, congratulations.
It wasn't. Don't think it was just some kind of little. One hopped the fence.
Yeah,
it was a bullet.
Jacked it out.
Yeah, it really was a good hit.
It was for a win. It sounds like
it was
a walk off.
I mean, who was it against?
Game over.
Southern Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Because I think the team is
or something like that.
They're ranked number 2 in the country or something.
I don't know.
Congratulations to Ryan.
I just started getting all this information. Helmsley hit it first, and then everybody started sending me because the SEC network puts it out as you get the highlight and everything. As a matter of fact, I watched today. I guess it's on one of the SEC deals. It shows you the last 2 minutes and 38 seconds of the game. Or in 2 minutes and 38 seconds, they give you the highlights of the game.
And for those of you,
you see it at the very end, and she, like you said, she drilled it.
Yeah. I mean, for those of you new to the show, Ryan Greenwood used to work with us here and handled our web services. And one of the things, this is his daughter. She plays at Auburn now. He has another daughter who is committed and signed to Louisville.
Right.
Who'll be playing softball there next year.
Yep.
But Ryan was extremely superstitious, and he loved the Miami Dolphins. Yeah. And we had countless stories here on the show about things he did because he thought he had jinxed the Dolphins and, cutting hair off.
Oh, my gosh.
It's too long he's just hyper superstitious. Well, now with daughters playing on teams, does that add to
Oh, sure. He thinks
how does he walk around?
He thinks anything he could do could jinx whatever team they're playing for.
Wow.
I mean,
that's tough.
And you remember he was the only one that I've ever there's people that think it, and I know people who would say it, but he's the only one that I ever got documented on record that if his children, of course they're female, so it would never happen.
Right.
But he said if he had a male child that ever played against the Dolphins, he would pull for the Dolphins.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
And I know there are people out there that have said that before. As a matter of fact, he said that his dad, because those of you that are around the country, the Auburn, Alabama thing in Alabama.
Oh, if you've seen the documentaries, it's a very
his family are all Alabama people.
Right.
Including Ryan.
Right.
But now she's signed with Auburn to play softball, so his family they will only wear merchandise that has Auburn's softball on it.
Right, it has to have the word softball.
No, they don't just wear just right. Now Ryan will. Ryan said he's full blown there.
Right.
He said,
I've
made the transition because he said Alabama was my college team, but it wasn't like I feel about the Dolphins.
Right.
Yeah. And he said, now my dad, anything you give my dad must have softball on it. It must have Auburn softball.
Well, I mean, now that you've got a scholarship and it saved you money, it's a business now.
Oh, yeah. I tell people all the time, they say, what team are you for? I said, I'm for sale. I got 2 more kids. I mean, I go to wherever they're paying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? and if they don't,
I agree, Rick.
And if they don't pay, then I just go where my check's going. You know?
I agree, Rick.
So
how about first collegiate hit? That's her first hit.
To win
Does
a ball.
it get any better?
Was it like was she a pitch hitter?
I have no idea about that, but I mean,
well, do what?
I think she does play.
Y'all know what I did my first collegiate hit? I wrapped one off the wall to win a game.
Yeah,
that's hard to beat.
That is
pretty big. That's a nice story.
How do you show up at practice today and won't get better? You've kind of done everything.
Oh yeah.
The minute that ball left the bat, what did Ryan feel like?
Joy, because it left the bat in a hurry.
Yeah,
I mean there was no doubt.
It did. Pull up the highlight.
It did.
Yeah, we'll show this. It's really good. And those of you that are SEC fans, you can watch that highlight too. The SEC, whatever it is they put out, they've got it everywhere today. And if you're an Auburn fan, you obviously have it there. They put it out. We'll be back.
I don't wear a toupee.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so continuing some other stories today. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Greg Phillips, our guest. Audio's going to be a little rough to begin with, but stay with it. It gets better. And a very interesting conversation there about the upcoming elections and things that need to be done so everyone goes to bed at night feeling like we're dealing with election integrity. All right, so let's talk a little bit about another story. And, Bubba, you've tried to explain it to me, and I don't understand why there's an issue here. It's weird to me.
Well, Auburn University basketball, Bruce Pearl, the team is on a 10-day trip through Israel, and it's going to begin this weekend. The players and coaching staff will visit historical sites in Israel. They'll also play 3 exhibition games against Israeli teams. The team is also expected to meet with the Palestinian national team coach and discuss basketball issues there too. So all of this sounds good, but we have a group that has come out, the Council on American Islamic Relations, CLAIR, and they are the nation's largest Muslim rights advocacy organization. They sent out a public statement on Thursday that called for Auburn to cancel its upcoming trip to Israel for failing that to at least meet with ordinary Palestinians and learn about Israel's system of apartheid without the presence of Israeli handlers.
Well,
unquote.
Why of all the groups, and I mean there are a tremendous number of groups that are constantly going in and out of Israel and taking tours. Why is this group targeting Auburn basketball to be the place they say, well, I'll tell you what, while y'all are here, Auburn basketball, you might want to hear what we got to say about the way we're treated by the Israelis. Why Auburn basketball? Why is that the thing that flipped that switch?
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good question because I know other teams do these things.
Well, there's groups coming out of all sorts of persuasions.
I read one story, and I really wasn't aware of what the NCAA rules were on this, but they say that a college basketball team once every 4 years can go abroad to play exhibition games and learn culture and see sites and places. And, a lot of these kids have never been anywhere like that overseas.
It'd be fascinating.
So it's educational.
Everybody should go. Everybody should go at one time in your lifetime.
So, yeah, I'm kind of like you. They don't. It seems like if this was the underlying problem, they would call on all tourism to be shut down or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't follow that.
I got news for you. There's tourist groups go through there all the time. Now, when we went, we had a friend there that lives there. But I mean, we still went around, and you know what we did? We talked to Israelis. We did talk to Palestinians. Even had dinner with a Palestinian family in their apartment, and talked with them. I mean, I think it's pretty customary that most of the groups that go there, they do interact with both Israelis and Palestinians.
Yeah,
I don't think the Palestinian people are ignored by the groups coming in.
Even in this, they're playing 3 games, and it says that they will host a basketball clinic for Israeli and Palestinian children. So
yeah, I don't know. Adler, you had something?
I don't understand how people rally against Israel and the only Jewish state in the entire world. That's it. That's all they've got is Israel. There are 26 countries that are Muslim states in the world. Jewish people can't live and don't live in any of those states openly. And yet in Israel, you have Palestinians, you have Muslims, and even in the government that are elected in Israel. And people call Israel the apartheid state that it is. And it's not. It's just simply not the case. I just don't understand it.
Well,
it goes back a long way.
Yeah, and even if you want, even if you want to make your case, I still don't get why you've picked Auburn basketball.
I think it has everything to do with Bruce Pearl.
You would, but why Bruce Pearl?
Him being a Jewish American and from Boston, and I just he's very outspoken on Twitter about his faith and everything, and that's the only thing I can come up with.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
you may be
coach.
dead on there. You may be dead.
Yeah, but he's a basketball coach. I mean, we have,
but
government,
he is very outspoken.
We have government officials officials that go in and out of there all the time, and some of them are Jewish, and some of them have made very bold statements that, we stand with Israel. It just seems odd that of all the people that go in and out of there, that they're saying, I'll tell you one thing, this basketball team needs to hear from us while they're here.
Yeah.
And this basketball coach.
Yeah. And, because like on Twitter, he's not afraid to call somebody out, when it comes to his Jewish faith and everything. And so I'm sitting here trying to get my mind around it, too. And
that's called freedom.
That's the only thing I can come up with. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I just – and it's grandstanding on this organization's part. And what they're basically saying is we want you to hear, the way we see it. But is anybody unaware that some Palestinian groups are out to wage war against Israel and see them as the evil enemy of them? Do you think Bruce Pearl didn't know that? It's I don't know. It just seems weird when you're going to do exhibition basketball games and let, like you said, these young men from that may have never been to this part of the world. He's educating an entire group of young men on this part of the world. That would include. I would assume that would include the whole setup, because you got to know it all.
Right.
We certainly were educated on the whole deal, and I remember even talking to the team of people that work with the Palestinian people, and they certainly aired their grievances to us when we were there, and we heard the whole story, and we kind of know where we stand from a biblical standpoint, and that's kind of the end of it.
Well, of all basketball coaches to engage, Bruce Pearl will probably give them all they want.
Yeah, you're right there. So that may
we'll see how that plays out.
That may fall under the be careful what you ask for.
Yep. Matter of fact, the first game that they're supposed to play will be on August the 2nd, and in Jerusalem at Israel's All-Star Select team, and then they play the All-Star Select team in Tel Aviv on August the 7th, and Israel's national team on August the 8th. But the first one will actually be played in Jerusalem.
That's cool. Man, there's a lot going on there.
Oh, I know.
The center of the universe.
It is.
And it is, and you feel it too. You know how sometimes you go places, you go, I feel a little. You feel it there.
Yeah.
That's
constant pressure cooker.
Oh baby, well, there's a lot in play. There's a tremendous amount in play.
Yeah,
and a lot went on here, and
it's still going on there.
That has turned the world upside down.
It'll be interesting to see how the young men respond to that on the basketball court.
Yeah, I'm Sherry and I definitely plan on going back. I'd love to go back. We got to just find the right window, and we've got some opportunities, but it's that sometimes the opportunities don't. The problem with us, and we have some areas where we a day here, a day there, we'll make exceptions, but we're so rigid in when we can take off and when we can't.
Yeah.
Trying to make things fit into our rigid puzzle.
It's tough.
It's tough. Top of the hour. If you are leaving us, we hope your weekend is fantastic. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. If you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour break, Lord willing, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My hair.
Well, it's the press conference that everyone is talking about. Donald Trump basically spends the entire press conference, just about all of it, dogging the press and just calling them out. And as Hamzy said, and we'll have this in some of this, and reminding everybody that he actually loves all this.
All right.
And
well, it's good. Somebody does.
Well, you guys, if you're like me, when you watch Donald Trump, I'm yet to be able to make myself realize that I'm hearing the president.
I know.
What I think I'm seeing is, hey, look, Donald Trump is dogging the press.
Here's Trump again.
And then all of a sudden
it's a special apprentice presentation.
Then it dawns on me, no, wait a minute, that's the president dogging the press.
That's actually the president.
And things like he can't just say that Chuck Schumer might have been behind fill in the blank. Some lightweight like Chuck Schumer. I mean,
I'll be honest with you, I'm enjoying the change. And frankly, I am.
I like how he'll also decide that. Now I'll tell you, over at Fox and Friends, they do a pretty good job.
Oh yeah,
he'll declare.
If you got the president declaring you do a pretty good job, you run that soundbite a lot.
And listen, and he'll rate your question on whether it's good or is it mean or is it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty mean question. He rates your question as you ask.
Well, and nothing's fair. Anything against him is all unfair. But the thing that I told Bubba, I laughed pretty hard at Steve Ducey today. I was coming to work, and he, of course, like Bubba just said, if the president says that you're the most noble, fair media source out there right now, that's going to be in your promo.
Yeah.
And so they ran the promo of Trump saying that, and he came back from the break, Greg, and he said. He, just like we do, we get texts during the show from family or friends or whatever. And he said, well, my sisters are texting me. He goes, one says, wow, the president just said that y'all are the most honorable news source out there right now. Wow. He goes, and then my other sister said, what are y'all talking about? I'm watching Blue Bloods. She's not even watching him. But anyway, where do we begin, Helmsy?
Well, look, it was probably an hour worth of gold yesterday. And so
I think 77 minutes.
We'll just go through it.
I'm going to say 4 years ago.
I will give you 4 or 5 of the sound bites from yesterday, and then we can dig into the CNN reporter that I thought was pretty good as well. Good, right. Take a listen to this. This is him asking a black reporter if the black members of Congress are friends of hers.
Yes.
Now usually you just answer the question they ask. Now he turns around and asks her a question. Take a listen to this. This is fun. Pretty quick.
Are you going to include the CBC, Mr. President, in your conversations with your urban agenda, your inner city agenda, as well as...
Am I going to include
Are you going to include the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional
Well,
Hispanic
I would.
Caucus,
I tell you what, do you want to set up the meeting? Do you want to set up the meeting?
No.
Are they friends of yours?
I'm just a reporter.
No, set up the meeting.
I know some of them, but I'm sure
let's go set up a meeting.
Now.
I would love to meet with the Black Caucus. I think it's great, the Congressional Black Caucus. I think it's great.
All right. Take a listen to this. It was pretty good.
I'm having a good time. Tomorrow they will say, Donald Trump rants and raves at the press. I'm not ranting and raving. I'm just telling you, you're dishonest people. But I'm not ranting and raving. I love this. I'm having a good time doing it. But tomorrow the headlines are going to be, Donald Trump rants and raves. I'm not ranting and raving.
By the way, they didn't wait. They did it right after the press conference. They started calling him that. But go ahead.
Yeah.
I turn on the TV, open the newspapers, and I see stories of chaos. Chaos. Yet it is the exact opposite. This administration is running like a fine-tuned machine, despite the fact that I can't get my cabinet approved, and they're outstanding people.
Good. I mean, it went on and on. It was like you said, 77 minutes of gold.
Well, he just said they lie, and now when he went on the Black Caucus thing, he declared that there was a meeting set up with one of the leader of the Black Caucus. Greg, is that who this guy is? And he said somebody.
It was a senator.
It's not Cummings, is it?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
And then he said, but then some lightweight like Chucky Schumer told him that it wasn't good to meet with me because they try to make me look bad. And now this Cummings has come out and said, look, I don't know what Donald Trump's talking about. I never had a meeting set up.
And he also said that Cummings was very excited about meeting him. He was real excited about it. Then they told him he couldn't come.
Then some lightweight like
Chuck Schumer. And like I say, now, this senator's come out and said, I have no idea where that story came from.
Right.
He claims he completely made
I'll be
it.
honest, Trump tying into Chuck Schumer, though, I love.
I love some
that.
lightweight like Chuck Schumer.
I love that, by the way.
All right, then the next one is I thought this is where I got most of my entertainment is when him and the CNN reporter went back and forth, and all this is in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Okay,
take a listen.
Thank you very much, and just for the record, we don't hate you. I don't hate you.
Okay.
The volume will get better.
Ask Jeff Zucker how he got his job.
Well, if I may follow up on some of the questions that have taken place so far here, sir, and I don't know which microphone to hold here. I've got 3 microphones.
Do have other people, and your ratings aren't as good as some of the other people that are
They're pretty good right now, actually.
He also does that a lot.
If I may ask, sir, you said earlier that WikiLeaks was revealing information about the Hillary Clinton campaign during the election cycle. You welcomed that. At one campaign rally, you said you loved WikiLeaks. At another campaign press conference, you called on the Russians to find the missing 30,000 emails. I'm wondering, sir, if you...
Well, she was actually missing 33, and then that got extended with a whole
Maybe
pile
my
of
numbers are off a little bit too.
No, but I did say 30, but it was actually higher than that.
If I may ask you, sir, it sounds as though you do not have much credibility here when it comes to leaking, if that is something that you encouraged during the campaign.
Ready?
If I may ask you that.
No, but let me do one at a time.
If I may ask
do you
a
mind?
follow-up. Yes, sir.
All right. So, in one case, you're talking about highly classified information. In the other case, you're talking about John Podesta saying bad things about the boss. I will say this. If
6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. 28 and a half years still here. Still swinging. Yeah! Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Helmsy gone to help with his kids that are getting their wisdom teeth out today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for listening. We only ask for a mere 5 hours each and every day.
That's all. That's all we need from you. So we had some news last hour, if you were with us, and we had a couple of other stories we needed to hit. So this Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, is that her name? Amber Heard.
Yeah, it just keeps going, doesn't it?
Why can this person? And I will tell you, I do not know this person. Okay, I do not know this person. This is a total stranger, random video sent to me and does not reflect anybody on this show. Okay, no one. Not even people we even know. Okay, and I don't even think it's funny. But a guy was walking and the audio said, so Johnny Depp, how many $1 million did he get in the settlement?
10.3 or something like that when it all netted out.
He said Johnny Depp got paid 10.
Right, isn't that right?
About 8 and some change, probably.
We'll say $8 million. He said Johnny Depp got paid $8 million to be with a crazy woman, and here I am doing it for free.
I didn't laugh.
Yeah, and so I just
well, you know,
and I thought that was bad form. And I certainly have no idea what he's talking about.
Their court case went on almost as long as they were married, and
right.
And Amber Heard lost big in this. She lost in the courtroom. She lost in the public opinion, court of public opinion. She has appealed the ruling, so Johnny Depp and his lawyers had to appeal their part of the ruling to keep. So it's just going to keep going, and. You know, one of the jurors had said, and I don't remember the exact phrasing, so don't hold me to it, but at one point, Amber Heard said she thought that something needed to be done to basically knock Johnny down a little bit because he was too powerful in Hollywood. He was too popular with the Republic. And that's why she moved forward with some of this.
With the Republic?
With the public.
Oh, okay. That's what I said. Because maybe she is very popular here.
So, and one of the jurors had referred to that a couple of times, being that she said a lot of this was moving forward because she felt that way. And they didn't care for that and said that hurt her credibility, and the fact that she said she donated the money, she didn't. So nobody was believing Amber Heard. The crowds were outside chanting for Johnny. You remember. Mm-hmm. They were booing her. And she comes out of this and she does, the one interview where she's, playing victim and still basically saying the same thing that got her this lawsuit to begin with. And so now Johnny Depp is going on stage. He's singing. He's having, he's glad. He's like a bird that got out of the cage. We even saw one story where Walt Disney was looking at renegotiating, or maybe they did already, to bring him back for Pirates again.
Right, as long as he'll come out as being gay.
But now Johnny has had an art show, okay? He's selling paintings that he has done.
Okay.
Rick, in the first day, he made $3.5 million.
Did he paint them?
He painted them.
Right.
Now, it's not like a painting went for $1 million. Don't think that. There were 780 pieces of art that were sold in one day. you're talking about the top price, maybe $4,000 or $5,000, and some of them were portraits of other stars in Hollywood. One of them was Keith Richards, by the way,
of course,
that he painted. But he made $3.5 million. Don't you know when Amber Heard heard that, she was like screaming, running around her house?
Yeah. Sure.
Because she already hates him.
Oh, yeah.
She hates the fact that he won in court. She hates the fact that he's won in the court of public opinion. And now he's painting pictures and getting millions for that. And she can't get a job anywhere now. And nobody's going to touch her because they think she's all crazy.
Yeah, somewhere she's got her colors out and she's drawing some pictures or something. But you know what? These are really good paintings. Is that really? Did he buy those or he painted them?
No, he painted those. Those are original artwork.
Dang. He's good.
He's got Keith Richards.
Does Helmsy know? Helmsy, if you're listening right now, the painting of Keith Richards, he is smoking in it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's right after he benched 350.
Right. He said these are based on people that he's known well and that have inspired him as a person. The pieces
I saw Bob
of each
Dylan.
image reflect their character in his eyes.
I don't know if it was.
Who was that one on the far left? I didn't know who that one was. Did you see that?
Come again. Put him up there again.
It's Pacino.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. We whispered it.
Pacino.
Okay, I got you.
Hoo-ah!
Yeah, so...
but don't you know Amber Heard is at home throwing the glass against the wall right now?
Oh, I'm telling you.
Screaming, not again.
Yeah.
Not again.
Well, the problem with you going out and saying, I'm going to enter in a public relations war, you need to have some confidence that you're the one that is going to win that war, as opposed to you could actually come out of this and people like me that have never even heard of you, I can't stand you. All right, so... All right, so we also
maybe they should just lay down their arms on this one and go their separate ways, because the more it goes on, the worse it's going to get.
Right. It didn't work with me. I'd never heard of you, and now I don't really want to hear of you. All right, so Arizona Cardinals, the headline is saying the Arizona Cardinals got bullied into removing Kyler Murray's homework contract clause, and they have come out today, and we were seeing this because, as you see, ESPN that needs to fill 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, has really been talking about this story for the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
And anyway, it's not known for a variety of topics. No. ESPN. I'm sure they'll get eventually to the point is who's better, Michael Jordan or LeBron James. They've only recycled that one about 150 times.
I know.
But anyway, the Arizona Cardinals, they say, look, we didn't mean for it to sound the way it sounded. I think we've shown, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think we show our confidence in Kyler Murray by the amount of money we're going to pay him.
Yeah.
But they have now removed the requirement of him doing a certain amount of film study because they said the backlash surprised them, but they say it's not worth the backlash. Of course, all I can think of now is he's not going to watch enough film and he's not going to be prepared. Right. And he's never going to live up to the 230.
There was a reason they put it in.
Yes, there was, Gregory.
Yep.
I don't think that's something somebody grabbed out of the air. No. They were addressing what they think is a problem.
Yeah, there was a deficiency there somewhere.
Yeah, and of course now they're not allowed to do it because we're in a world now where if the mob comes after you, you just bend to the mob. I'd hate to break it to all of you out there that may face the mob. Mobs love people to crumble to them.
Right.
It is kind of what they do. It is like you're taking fuel and feeding the mob. They're like, yum, yum, yum. We love it. We get bigger, we get stronger, we get louder. Can I tell you what confuses? Can I tell you what confuses them when you just weather the storm and say, all right, y'all work it out. Sorry, you're upset.
Y'all don't like that?
Are you going to change? Nope, not going to change. We're mad. We got it.
Gotcha.
People are upset. I'm sure they are.
Noted.
We'd like our quarterback to watch film, and y'all can go back to where y'all came from. Well, why are you treating him that way? Because he doesn't watch film enough for us. That's why. Is it because he's black? No. It's because he doesn't watch enough film, and we want to be more disciplined if we're going to pay him $230 million.
Right.
They
have that right.
Yeah. If he was a white quarterback with the same talent and wouldn't watch film, it would have been in their contract too.
Right.
Well,
All of that, Rick.
So y'all are a bunch of bigots. No, we're really not. Be tough to make.
Taking our investment.
If you've seen our lineup, that's a tough case to make.
Yeah.
So why don't y'all go on back to where you came from? Well, we don't want you to have it in there. Too bad.
Yeah.
How about the $230 million we give him?
Hey, you'll get
He
over
signed
it.
it. He wasn't offended.
I got 230 million reasons I'm gonna require him to watch some film.
You know? Hey,
Yeah,
if that was
that
a
ought to
big-
help him get over any part that he's annoyed, bothered, or feels
Right.
sad about it.
And if it was a big deal to him, he would have pushed it back and said, I want that part out before I sign it. He
Absolutely.
obviously didn't have a problem with it.
And then I would say, hello there, and what's your name? Okay, let me ask you this. Would you like me to give you $230 million? Sure, I wouldn't take your money. Okay, well, see, not your problem. Mhm. But I bet if I paid you $230 million, you wouldn't be as upset with me, would you? Do you think I deem you of low value if I'll invest $230 million in you? I mean, I want you to think about that. Stop screaming.
Yeah.
I want you to put the sign down. I want you to think about that. You mean to tell me I invest $230 million into something I don't deem of value? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Do you see how crazy that sounds?
Yeah, just to say it sounds crazy.
Yeah. I wouldn't tolerate it.
No.
But as long as you tolerate them, they just look for the next thing they can make you do.
Yep. You're never going to get rid of them.
Nope.
They'll be back for another serving.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's light them up, light them up, light them up. We'll talk to you and find out what is on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
John Podesta said that about me, and he was working for me. I would have fired him so fast your head would have spun. He said terrible things about her. But it wasn't classified information. But in one case, you're talking about classified. Regardless, if you look at the RNC, we had a very strong, at my suggestion, and I give Reince great credit for this, at my suggestion, because I know something about this world, I said I want a very strong defensive mechanism. I don't want to be hacked. And we did that. And you have seen that they tried to hack us and they failed. The DNC did not do that. And if they did it, they could not have been hacked. But they were hacked and terrible things came in. And, you know, the only thing that I do think is unfair is some of the things were when I heard some of those things, I picked up the papers the next morning. I said, oh, this is going to be front page. It wasn't even in the papers. Again, if I had that happen to me, it would be the biggest story in the history of publishing or the head of newspapers. I would have been the headline in every newspaper. I mean, think of it. They gave her the questions to a debate, and she should have reported herself. Why didn't Hillary Clinton announce that, I'm sorry, but I have been given the questions to a debate or a town hall, and I feel that it's inappropriate, and I want to turn in CNN for not doing a good job.
And if I may follow up on that, just something that Jonathan Carl was asking you about. You said that the leaks are real, but the news is fake. I guess I don't understand. It seems that there's a disconnect there. If the information coming from those leaks is real, then how can the stories be fake?
The reporting is fake.
And if I may ask, I just want to ask
Jim, you know what it is? Here's the thing. The public isn't, you know, they read newspapers, they see television, they watch. They don't know if it's true or false because they're not involved. I'm involved. I've been involved with this stuff all my life, but I'm involved. So I know when you're telling the truth or when you're not. I just see many, many untruthful things. And I'll tell you what else I see. I see tone. You know the word tone. Oh, yeah. The tone is such hatred. I'm really not a bad person, by the way. No, but the tone is such, I do get good ratings, you have to admit that. The tone is such hatred. I watched this morning a couple of the network, and I have to say, Fox and Friends in the morning, they're very honorable people. They're very, not because they're good, because they hit me also when I do something wrong, but they have the most honest morning show. That's all I can say. It's the most honest. But
congratulations,
the tone,
Steve.
Jim, if you look, the hatred, I mean, sometimes somebody gets, well, you look at your show that goes on at 10 o'clock in the evening. You just take a look at that show. That is a constant hit. The panel is almost always exclusive anti-Trump. The good news is he doesn't have good ratings. But the panel is almost exclusive anti-Trump. And the hatred and venom coming from his mouth. The hatred coming from other people on your network. Now, I will say this. I watch it. I see it. I'm amazed by it. And I just think you'd be a lot better off. I honestly do. The public gets it, you know. Look, when I go to rallies, they turn around, they start screaming at CNN. They want to throw their placards at CNN. You know, I think you would do much better by being different. But you just take a look. Take a look at some of your shows.
Yo, this is the president talking to a reporter.
He's now got the CNN. Now I want you to lead your programming.
You know what? I see some honesty in that.
And
Rick,
he's back.
When you we have a audience all across the country, and we really, really appreciate that.
Yeah.
But here in Alabama, when you say George Wallace is joining us, it really means something.
It really does. Yeah. Suddenly people perk up and go, come again?
Yeah.
But with the name, I really believe now at this point, George Wallace, the comedian, has been doing it so long that now when you talk about George Wallace, I think you think of him, not the former governor.
When you pay $100 to see me, you definitely know who you coming to see.
Welcome back.
And it's good to be back. Rick and Bubba's show. You can't beat this show. You guys all over the country. And you cannot beat this show. This is the only show you come to is you're welcome to eat in the studio. Eat and drink.
Oh, absolutely.
See, that's a warm welcome in Birmingham. And I love coming here. If you can't laugh here, you can't laugh anywhere.
That's in our contract. We get to eat in here all we want.
Yeah.
Is that right? Well, that's cool. So that's cool. So it's so good to be here.
I've seen that.
We were. I looked and saw you out the window. Mm-hmm. And to see how elated you became when you saw me with something to eat. I mean, you lit up like a light out
When
there.
I come to the door and go, oh, this is where they have food all the time. So.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we mentioned going into the break, phone calls, and they have come in, and there's still some room for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG because the old plaza has 10 phone lines, meaning we can get a much bigger sample of people, and there's people standing by. Let's go to Mike in Florida. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're great.
Fired up.
Yeah. Hey, so I blame you guys completely for getting me into this Skinwalker Ranch mess. I'm hooked now.
Sorry about that.
I'm only about 4 or 5 episodes in, so I got a ways to go. But my question is, is all of what I'm watching, like, is that real or is it staged? Because the acting is horrendous. Like, are they kind of staging it for the show? Because I'm like, man, this is just, they're trying way too hard. So I don't know. I know you guys interviewed Travis, and, is all this supposedly taking place in real time when they're shooting it, or did they stage some of the scenes for the show?
Well, there's no doubt every one of these shows stage some of the scenes. Now, the stuff is actually happening, but, they might go, hey, we didn't get that on camera. Y'all sit down in here and discuss what y'all saw today, and then they go, ready to go. And I think there are some people, they're not actors. They can't help but be aware of the camera. You've seen this in all these, let's put quotes around it, reality shows. Yeah, so they do things like, hey, we missed that. Go back and act like you're seeing the thing in the sky again. That kind of that absolutely takes place. And Travis even mentioned that. So it's they don't sidestep that. But
how many episodes did you say you're in?
I think I'm on episode 4 or 5 of the first. I guess is there multiple seasons or just one season?
Yeah, 3 seasons.
I'm new to it. Okay, yeah, so I'm early in. I think the last episode I saw was when they found the bones in the basement or something like that. That's about where I'm at. So.
Well, some of the early episodes, they're just kind of gathering all kind of information. I think as it moves along a little bit, Travis kind of moves this into more of a scientific method. Right now, they're just grabbing all the facts they can. To me, it got really good at the end of season 2 and season 3.
Gotcha. All right, man. Well, I'm just going to sit down this weekend and power through it. But
that's the best way to do it.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. And sorry,
I'm still going back and watching some of it again just to.
Yeah. Sorry we got you into that. Mike in Thorsby. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Good.
Good. Hey, I was going to say you guys might have already talked about it. If you have, I apologize. What did y'all think about Mike Tomlin? What his thoughts were on the kneeling at his ball games?
Haven't heard it.
He told his players there would not be any kneeling on his field. You're players, not activists.
That's great. I think that's someone showing leadership and saying this is how this team will be run, and I'm the person who runs it. I commend him, even if I didn't. Let's say he was saying something, but at least he actually led and said, this is what we're going to do. I could even disagree and have some sort of respect even for that. Now, of course, I like it more because that's what I think should take place. But I just like the fact that we're finally seeing someone in a leadership role actually lead, because you just don't see that very much at all. And so I'm thankful to hear that. I didn't know that, but that's good.
I think with the Steelers too, this is going to be a big year. I mean, Big Ben's gone. They've got to move on with a new quarterback, and they haven't had those Steeler type years the last few years. I think it's important they get back where they are this year, or where they have been this year.
Yeah, and he's not saying they can't be activists in their life using their platform. He's saying, but while you're working for the team and we're in a game, I'm the head coach, and I'm going to dictate what you can and can't do. And if you don't like that, you can get your agent with us, and you can find some way maybe when that opportunity presents itself, we can trade you. But you can be an activist on your time. You're going to be a football player on our time.
And if you win a lot of games, you definitely will get more attention on your time.
There you go. Let's go to Michael in Georgia. Michael, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good morning, Biggins. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. I had to agree with the first Mike. That security guy is awful. Give me Gary with a pitchfork any day.
Yeah, what was his name? Dragon?
Dragon.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know. He is awful.
He's kind of a wet blanket on everything, isn't he?
Hey, it's people like Dragon that give us people like me a bad name.
Well, and Travis, the way I kind of took it, I mean, Travis was brought in to solve this problem, and if we can't do what we need to do to solve this problem, why am I here?
I love that about Travis.
Yeah. Well, they end up digging quite a bit.
Abby and Gadsden, Z93. Abby, go ahead.
Hey, I'm also sucked into Skinwalker Ranch, and I was watching it the other day, and my 6-year-old came in the room, and she's like started getting interested in it, all the drama and this. And she's like, are aliens real? Well, and then I started thinking, well, she's about to ask if God is real. She's 6, so we're still kind of working through that. I was going to ask, what should I tell her? Should I let her watch it? Bible verses, I need help.
Well, I mean, you're kind of asking a lot, and as far as like whether a 6-year-old should watch Skinwalker Ranch. I think that's awful young to start developing on where we stand, but I think what you can do is to tell her where you stand spiritually and how you see the Word of God, and get that established first, and then you take everything and you kind of lay it across that, and it either fits or it doesn't, and you could explain to her, if there's something going on here, here's what it could be, here's what it likely is, and it's okay sometimes as a parent to say the Bible doesn't cover this a whole lot. And mommy and daddy don't really know, so
we do know that God is in charge of all of it and created all of it, including the stars and the solar systems. I mean, it's very clear about that, and all of it was handed over to Jesus Christ. It's His to do what He wants to with it, and John Piper had a great. If you want to look it up, John Piper had a great article on UFOs and aliens, and I don't know when he wrote it, but somebody sent it to me this morning. And he said, "Look, God is God of everything. If they're out there, He's in charge. If they're not out there, He's in charge. It really is not an issue for our spiritual belief."
Yeah, and that was kind of what I meant by getting the foundational belief right. Whatever's going on, baby, God is who He is. And He's over it. So it's nothing to be concerned about. God's working out what He's going to work out to one day establish a new heaven and a new earth. And, if this is part of that, God's still in it.
Yeah.
And
I don't see it as a big scary thing as much as I see it a science project.
Yeah, and like I said, I could be completely wrong. My personal belief is this is something that is part of a fallen creation and the things that have happened that we've done, that the earth itself is doing, and it's the earth has been acting up ever since the fall.
Yeah.
And it feels at the end of all this, you're going to find something that's a more environmental and part of a groaning earth than beings visiting from another planet. But I could be wrong. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great.
We had it waiting on.
But you don't have any grits.
I know.
Well, that was a failure on our part.
Who brought it? And this food is from Chick-fil-A.
Mm-hmm.
Now, y'all know I'm from Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Now, you was talking about maybe I should have ran for president.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first thing I'm going to do. That's the first law I'm going to pass on day one. Is that what they say, day one?
Yes. Yeah.
Chick-fil-A going to be open on Sunday. I don't care what you say, what you do. But, it's closed on Sunday. Right. But you know what I do? Every Saturday night, I go to Chick-fil-A and buy like 200 sandwiches.
And just have it ready for Sunday.
No. There's not a person in this state that has never driven by Chick-fil-A on a Sunday morning and turn in and go, oh, my God, they're closed. Yeah. I'm going to be there for you. I'll be there for you. Listen to me. I'm going to slice them in half and charge double the price. Once you turn in, you got to get a sandwich. And someone said they're going to turn me into my parole officer. Well, he's with me he's next to me selling lemonade. So I got this down. So you can't beat this great Chick-fil-A food. I'm just having fun this morning. Good to be here.
Yeah. Well, and we were talking about, I mean, you obviously you said you back out on the road about 40 weeks a year.
Yeah, something like that.
So
that's a few miles.
And there's a whole generation because you were out in Vegas for 10 years.
I was in Vegas for 10 years, and now I'm back. I'm in Birmingham. Sunday, I'm in Huntsville, Alabama. Are we up there, Huntsville, Alabama?
Oh, yeah. You're on right now. Yep.
So Huntsville, y'all get ready. All you country people, it's a brand new club called Stand Up Live. And for the people coming from the country, we got hitching posts for your mules and your buggers and wagons. You can just pull right up.
Everybody's welcome.
Everybody's welcome.
So you got a brand new club. That's a good sign.
A brand new club. And is coming back and getting strong again, so that's wonderful. Of course, the best comedy club in America just happens to be here in Birmingham. How about that?
Bruce has done a good job.
Yeah, people talk about that. And we have comedians come through all the time, and they always
But they don't matter. I tell the truth.
No, you do. But it really is true.
Few have been as many places as you have.
Yeah, and you'll be there, of course,
tonight
this weekend.
And tomorrow night.
And you got 2 shows,
7:30,
7:30, 9:45 tonight, and then 6:30 and 8:45 tomorrow.
How about that? So I came here. I did 5 shows on a Saturday when Bruce at the old club, the first club we opened. 5 shows out, and never. This place was crazy. I think I did like 4 on a Sunday. It was crazy here, and it's been crazy since then.
Yeah. Now you and Bruce, you got it all worked out. I mean.
Not really. We don't get along, but
Right. But you look for the win-win.
Well, always win-win, and that's what you always get with Bruce. He's one of the. I bet there's only 4 comedy club owners in America that you trust, and Bruce is definitely one of them.
Let's talk about when you were talking about there's a generation that missed you unless they went out and saw the show and went out there and saw you when you were in Vegas. How does this generation, when it comes to comedy, I know there's been a lot of people that have said, hey, you can't go play colleges anymore because
political correctness
you can't even be funny anymore. Do you find that to be true, or do you think funny's funny?
I find it to be true for some people, but I find out funny is funny, and I'm one of the guys that will tell you right off the bat I'm not PC.
Right.
And I think it's the way you present it, the joke.
Yeah.
Because like I had a lady in Las Vegas not too long ago who came to my show, a blind lady. She came in late. I chewed her out. I said, you got nerve to come up here. You got somebody to lead and guide you around. And I said to the blind lady, look at all these other people. And she was laughing. She was on the floor and just pointing at me. I said, and you're not that blind either because you pointing straight at me. And if you present it properly, she had more fun than anybody. It was so stupid that she had so much. She was laughing so hard at every joke. I was just happy to have her there. And then at the end of the show, I screwed up again. I said, you've been so funny and so nice. I'm going to give you my DVD. And then the audience said, that's how crazy. Give the blind lady a DVD. But I think it's the way it's presented.
Right.
But I never embarrass anybody, and I never want to say the wrong thing if I do. We talk a lot. We say a lot of things instantaneously. So sometimes you could mess up or people misconstrue whatever you're saying. But it's pretty tough now for some people. I know my friend Seinfeld. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like to go.
Oh yeah, we've heard him griping about it a little bit.
Yeah.
George, one thing here
this is
with
how
this
it goes
giant
here.
window that
somebody
we
just
have,
you
never know what you'll see.
But let me tell you, if you can't laugh in Birmingham, you can't laugh.
No,
anywhere.
you can't.
You don't know what's going. First of all, I came here. Last time I was here 2 years ago, on the highway construction. They're working on the same street, same spot. I don't know what's going on here, but it's just somebody you got to go into what they call it, going into the orange cone business.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so
it.
You can make some money.
Well, here's what always drives me crazy when they have the audacity to put up "Pardon Our Progress." I don't see it.
I don't see it. Right. Yeah. What other ones that men at work? Well, I don't see it. I don't see it. Right. It's crazy, but
apparently
so
the clipboard is pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So those of you who don't know, there was a giant cube that just walked by the window out here.
And I just burped on radio. I never done that before.
Oh, look,
that's that mellow yellow.
If that's all that happens today on the air, that'll be the least of our worries.
Well, let me say this too.
Because Greg does other things.
On this show, you were not a pioneer.
No,
you were not the first person to ever burp.
Okay, that's cool.
Ever burp on this show.
Happens every day.
Or the only one today, probably.
Right, that's true.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Man.
So also when you do the show, you were talking about the political correctness. I think if you don't come off angry, I think people laugh at it.
You got a deal. You got to don't come off angry. You should never be angry anyways when you're with a crowd and you're there to entertain.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, and so glad you're here with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. Grab it. It'll be available to you sometime tomorrow morning. It'll be posted and ready to roll. Carshield.com/Bubba. Is your automobile no longer under a warranty? Well, if it isn't, you know it because of these idiots that telemarket you all 24/7 on warranties. Why not just go to carshield.com/Bubba and get a protection plan? A much better idea. Carshield.com/Bubba. If it's a covered repair, it's real simple. The mechanic that you have selected, they will pay directly as long as they're ASE certified. And you make that choice. If it's a covered repair, they'll pay for it. We're talking about right now, Ivory out of South Carolina had to have her entire transmission rebuilt, and she said, I was no longer under warranty. I heard you guys talking about CarShield, and it was a lifesaver for me. They took care of everything. Got me a rental car while mine was being repaired, paid the bill without any issues. Easy peasy. What if she had not listened to us and got a protection plan?
Trouble.
Big
out of pocket.
You rebuilt a transmission lately on your dime? So anyway, why don't you go check on this now? Now, every single protection plan has coast-to-coast roadside assistance. You heard Ivory mention the rental car option. That's there. And trip reimbursement. So go to carshield.com/Bubba. Get 10% off whatever plan you select. That's carshield.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, you have a warning for the world this weekend.
Well, it's kind of ironic that we're dealing with space stuff this weekend when on this very day in 1958, NASA was created. Did you know that?
No, I did. Eisenhower, right? Eisenhower.
Yeah, Eisenhower signed that in after the Sputnik launch.
Well, we actually
put everybody in a panic.
We're actually having a big celebration about that today. We do it every year. Yeah.
Well, Rick, this weekend might be an exciting time. We have a piece of space debris, 48,500 pounds, that's set to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. It is a booster from the Chinese space program that has been building their space station. And where this thing is going to fall, we don't know yet, but the early predictions right now from a group that monitors these things said that it's more than 88% of the world's population lives in the potential reentry area, which would span the east coast of the United States all the way to Europe. It would include Africa, South America, and all of Europe. So the problem, most of these boosters are dropped off of the rocket before they go into orbit, and they fall harmlessly back into the ocean. But the Chinese design of this, the booster itself, actually makes it to low Earth orbit. So then it decays and falls back out at a later time, which is, not as clean, if you will, as what the U.S. and the Russians do. So they are predicting that this thing will fall out of orbit sometime between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. And we don't know where it's going to come in yet, and they don't know if the whole thing will burn up or if pieces of it will make it back to the ground. Could be a nice fireworks show for somebody, though.
Okay. Good job. I was real concerned because I got to tell you this: your red shirt is working today.
Thank you. So is yours.
And I thought you were going
red shirt Friday.
I thought you were going to get too detailed and waste it. that was a good general thing.
That's what I was shooting for.
Yeah, that you did a really good job. Also, we were talking about this. The Biden administration. The claim is we're getting this from Fox News and Doug Combs. The Biden administration. They say just kind of behind the scenes has quietly approved construction of the U.S.-Mexico border wall near Yuma, Greg. Yuma, Arizona.
310 to Yuma.
310 to Yuma. Now, remember, we were told, he even got mad about it, that when Biden got to be president, there would not be another foot, and maybe even said inch, put on that wall. I don't know what he said, but I'm sure. Did he not emphatically say?
Yeah. We're not going to build another foot of it.
You can take your wall and cram it.
That's it.
Okay? But here's a story that says people are looking into this, and quietly behind the scenes, because of the major immigration problem we have on our southern border, that they're doing construction on it over in Yuma to see if they can't cut down, because let's face it, this all-out immigration, illegal immigration, is an eyesore for the administration, especially when you keep talking about everybody needs to wear a mask again and run for their lives on the latest variant.
And we can't let world-class athletes come in to play in the U.S. Open, but you can walk across and come right in.
Right, and remember, it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
They say in the Yuma area is such a problem. They said that they have already picked up 160,000 illegal crossers this year.
Say that number again.
160,000 this year alone.
Call that a hot spot.
Now, 6A, Adler. So Jean, again, how do we say her name again? Corrine, is it Corrine Jean Pierre? Do I have that right? Because I mean,
Jacques Chirac.
Jean Pierre.
Yeah, Jean Pierre.
She must be from Louisiana.
Corrine Jean Pierre.
Yeah. Corrine Jean Pierre.
Caribbean.
Of course,
Okay, yeah, that falls
check.
right
She can't be touched because she is a woman of color who is also LGBTQ. Right?
Mm-hmm. She announced all that her first day.
She got any trans working in there anywhere?
No, at the moment.
No. Okay.
Hey, but it's early.
Okay. All right. So she's asked by, of course, Ducey. She's asked about.
Don't you know they dread him when they see him sitting there, all tall?
Because she's
Is he the only one that asks good questions?
I think so.
She has said that she prefers, or the Biden administration prefers, I should clarify, that smaller towns in Texas and Arizona need to start absorbing these migrants instead of the large metropolitan cities.
Well, now she claims she's not saying that, but that's really what she's saying.
Well,
just listen to it. It's an argument, too.
Okay, all right. See, listen to this.
So the White House's preference would be for small towns in Texas and Arizona to have to take care of these migrants rather than a large metropolitan city like Washington, D.C.
That is not what I said.
That is what you said.
No,
You said you think that people are using migrants.
Yeah, they are. They're sending migrants to big cities on purpose, using them as a political ploy.
So if they don't go to big cities, where should they
There's
go?
a process. I just laid it out.
There's a process. And they come to a big city, and now the mayor says she's the National Guard.
That's because Republicans are using migrants who are coming here for who knows, because they're dealing with humanitarian issues back in their country. They're coming here for a better life, and they are being used. Peter, they're being used by Republican governors. That is what's happening.
Does any of this just make the president want to say, this is causing a lot of burdens on small cities, big cities, maybe I should just close the border?
What I'm saying is what Republicans are doing is wrong, and there is a process in place, and we should follow the process. There's a legal process in place, and they should follow it.
Well,
yeah, we agree with that.
The process and what's going on is they're trying their best to dilute conservative Republican voters in Texas with illegal immigrants. And the governor there and in Arizona has said, no, we're not going to play that game. If we're all going to have to bear the burden of this, y'all are going to have to be in the game too. And they've sent them to Washington, D.C., New York, and I saw one proposal to send them to Delaware.
Well, there was one. So they have been sent to New York, and now 6B, Mayor Eric Adams is just saying straight up. Now, see, Mayor, this is why you needed to feel what it was like, okay? Because people who usually are politically like-minded like you think the border should just be wide open and there's no vetting of anybody, come one, come all. Legal immigration is a wonderful thing. Illegal immigration is a problem. Now, the party that you usually support and the way you see the world thinks that you should just be able to come here anytime you want to, okay? And they won't secure the southern border. And you sitting in the Northeast probably said, well, what do I care? Well, now see that they've been sent there. They're wanting you to experience what they experience on the border. And he's going to admit, hey, this is not good. So here he is.
And we can't have the historical, I believe people should be housed, but just don't house them on my block. Everyone's block is going to be impacted by this. And so we have to add our advocacy with our ability to help our neighbors. And we need everyone on board with this, because as I stated last week, our schools are going to be impacted. Our healthcare system is going to be impacted. Our infrastructure is going to be impacted. But we're willing to do our job, and we're going to do our job, and we're going to need all New Yorkers to be with us on this.
So he says, look, I'm telling you, it's going to impact everything.
Yep.
So get ready to deal with it. We're going to have to deal with it. Now, to his credit, he says, I understand the situation, and we're going to have to deal with it. At least he understands that if a bunch of illegals come into your community, it impacts everybody.
Well, that's why we have on purpose
healthcare, schools,
and planned immigration, Rick, so that
we don't
people
have
coming
an
in are brought into the society at a rate that they can be part of the society, not a standalone country within a country.
Yep.
And that's what you got now.
And Eric Adams was actually in the process of requesting money because New York City, the biggest city in America, can't handle the immigrants that are being bussed in to New York City. It's the biggest city in the country. How are these smaller towns supposed to handle the flood of people that are coming in?
Exactly. And I do like him taking a shot that people who love to get out and hold up signs, but then when they have to suffer the side effects of what their bleeding heart told them to say, they're like, well, yeah, we need to do something with them. Just don't bring them to me.
Yeah.
No, if you're going to hold the sign up, you're going to do something.
Yeah.
We'll take your phone calls and any stories we missed. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba wrapping up the hour right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's what I think. So, but some kids screw up.
Yeah.
But I go out to laugh when I see happy people. It makes me happier.
I like being happy, don't you?
It's easier being happy. Some entertainers won't talk to people after they get off the stage, and they're mean. But I think it's easier to shake people's hand and say thank you and thank you for coming out.
Well, you've been doing it a long time. People need to pay attention.
I've been doing it for a year and a half.
How many years has it been?
Actually, this is my 40th year. What is it? We started. Jerry Seinfeld and I started together, 1976. So my math might be off. Is that 40 years? And this is going to be 44th and 41st year.
Yeah.
In June.
It's a bunch.
So it's been
lot.
fun, and we're blessed to do a job people love you guys. See you guys, and you ain't doing nothing. Trust me, y'all ain't doing nothing. We're sitting up here talking.
We know that.
But
we
isn't that
know
wonderful?
that.
But you're a part of people's lives.
Well,
Wake up every morning, you make people happy.
Is there a better job on the planet?
Being a comedian, being a radio morning show host,
ain't nothing better.
You can't do any better than that. And I wish everybody else enjoyed what they do. I teach people, make sure you enjoy your life. Just because you got a degree in marketing doesn't mean you got to do statistical analysis the rest of your life. So all you people driving out there, if you don't like what you're doing, turn that car around right now.
Turn it around.
Turn it around.
Find something else to do.
You'll find what you like. You might enjoy arranging flowers or painting cars.
And you know what? When you do something you like, I think you're better at it. And then usually the money follows that too.
Money will follow.
Yeah.
The money will come.
I would say I found that to be true.
And when you really like it, money is not the whole, it's not all about money.
Yeah. But you guys have hit on the formula. If I love what I'm doing, I'll spend the extra time, I'll put the extra work in, so I'll do it well.
Right.
And then when you do it well, you have value, and then when you have value, you finally start getting paid for doing it.
Now, aren't you learning something this morning?
Isn't this great?
I'm fired up.
And tonight, I'm going to preach it. Joel Osteen coming up next.
We come back. Hey, George Wallace, obviously Huntsville, you got it Sunday night.
Yeah.
But tonight, Birmingham. George Wallace is with us. Comedy Club Stardome. Birmingham, you got George tonight. 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow night, and then Huntsville Sunday night. You can get all those details. We'll put in show notes today there at rickandbubba.com if you want to get tickets to do that. And George finishing up breakfast today with us and loving it. We've introduced him to the eggs in the full breakfast plate at Chick-fil-A.
You're not
He only
familiar
knew
with that?
you knew about the biscuit, but you didn't know about all that.
I knew about the biscuit. And I don't eat biscuits. I'm the only black person don't eat biscuits. I don't eat macaroni and cheese. I'm a little weird, but
No
I'm from
biscuits.
No
Don't
biscuit.
worry. Don't throw that biscuit away. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, right.
Get you some syrup and it's all over. You don't have to sop it up.
There's gravy you're not using.
Well, I
there
saw
right
you
there,
turn
too.
down gravy too. Who are you?
I'm a little weird. Yeah.
He's been living
No
up.
gravy, no
Rick,
biscuit.
He's been living up north.
I
too
eat
long.
gravy on
No
rice, but I
macaroni?
don't eat gravy for breakfast. What do they call it? Y'all call it biscuits and gravy?
Yeah,
yes.
I don't do
biscuits
that.
and gravy.
What is it? Is
Why
there
not?
sausage? I just don't because I'm fat.
Oh, George.
I got to lose some weight.
George, that don't matter.
Look, at this point.
You
But
can
you know
go
what
run.
Dr.
You can
Oz
go
said?
run all day. You still gonna die one day.
That is the truth. But
Did
Dr.
he?
Oz said a man my size overweight, every 35 pounds you lose, you can gain an inch on your tallywhacker. Did you know that?
I
did not
So
know
this
that.
time next year I will have lost 105 pounds. Do you know there's still people in Birmingham that have not been to a comedy club yet?
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, they need to go to the. You need laughter in your life. It's the greatest. And when you stop laughing, you stop living.
That's right.
And
It's
in
a great
Birmingham,
gravitate.
you got to laugh. You know, it's people. I'm just driving through Birmingham. You know, people still got their Christmas lights up. Some crazy people
that
down
wonderful?
the south. It's
Don't
down
you
south.
love that?
I'm from Georgia. I just love it. Notice Birmingham International Airport. And I told you all this before. Only thing international in Birmingham is the House of Pancakes. Let's get this straight right now. So if you can't laugh here, you can't laugh anywhere. There's so much to talk about.
Well, it's too easy here.
Well,
You just report it.
But every city is crazy, though. It doesn't matter. You talking about crazy. So I'm in Miami last week, right? I'm in Miami. So I go to McDonald's. I had a little break in between interviews, and I ordered a sausage McMuffin meal. And the waitress asked me, what would I like to drink? Cashier, what would you like to drink? I said, orange juice. She says, we're out of orange juice. And I looked at her for 15 minutes. I said, in Florida? How the hell you going to be out of orange juice? Hey, Bubba, there's 10 trees in the backyard.
I know. Just
Somebody
go
go back
one.
there, right?
Just
Get up on
squeeze
the ladder
one.
and squeeze it. You know? That's like going to IHOP and they got no syrup, and going to Chick-fil-A, they out of chicken. Going to House of Ill Repute, they out of repute. What is repute?
I think I know. Don't say it.
Don't say it, right?
No,
don't say it.
Don't
Yeah,
say
yeah,
it.
yeah. But it's crazy, yeah.
So,
Crazy.
do you still? Because you made a huge living off your mama jokes. Do those still fly? I mean, to me, they're
people,
timeless.
They're timeless, and people down in Florida last week shouted out about my mama, and yeah, so they still do. You ever do it, your mama? You know, one, they're timeless.
Yeah.
I told some guy. Well, usually J. Anthony Brown talks about Arsenio Hall. I was with him last week.
Yeah.
He said Will Smith said something about my mama, and I told Will Smith that his mama's so ugly she had to drug Bill Cosby to have sex with her. So I still.
That's ugly.
What'd you say? That's ugly.
That's ugly.
Didn't I tell?
That's funny, but that hurts Rick a little bit.
Well, let me tell you why. We were all talking about the people that influenced us to do it. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba show. So we will take your phone calls here. Some things that we.
Forgot all that.
You know who that is? Joe Walsh.
It is. I almost said that.
In my short black Chevy, go on a downtown cruise.
Space Age Whiz Kid. Yeah.
Completely forgot about
And how we got to that song, the audience would go, y'all are weird. A couple of things we did not hit on a sad note, the horrific flooding in Kentucky. Wow. The death toll, sadly, there is going much, much higher as the flooding, historic flooding there has caused all kinds of issues. And I know we got a lot of markets there, a lot of people in Kentucky, different parts of Kentucky that catch the show. So know that the country, we'll be praying with you. That's a tough situation that you guys are in, and our hearts go out to you. Also, on a much lighter note, they do have a winner, Bubba, in the Subway Challenge. We have James, Kunz, Fort Collins, Colorado. He got a 12x12 tattoo featuring Subway's latest promotion, earning him the privilege of being able to walk into any Subway, shop and order a free sub for the rest of his life.
So he got it done already.
Got it done.
Got the tattoo on there.
Got it. I told you this wasn't going to be a reach for the tat world.
Do we have a picture of it? What it looks like?
It just shows.
What would a foot-long Subway sandwich look like tattooed on you?
Yeah, it says.
You got to have a really good artist there, you know.
Now they also are saying that they gave 8 other loyal customers free subs for a year when they got 3x3 tattoos showing the same logo.
You know, the year-long one doesn't interest me as much as a lifelong do.
Yeah. And
do we have it?
And they also got, as Speedy said earlier, a one-time payment of $50,000 worth of gift cards. So there it is.
So he just got the logo of it. It's not the actual sandwich.
My goodness,
Right?
look at that.
Yeah, he's got the Subway Series 2022.
Guys, that's bigger than I thought it was.
That's a huge tattoo. Greg, it's 12x12.
I thought it was going to be
goodness.
a Subway sandwich. I didn't know it was going to be the logo.
Yeah, it's the logo with.
I wanted a cold cut trio.
Instead of the Subway Series baseball, he's got it as Subway Series on the back with their logo. I guess he's using their logo to also make it baseball too.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Well, how about this? Subway for life. That's not a bad deal. I mean,
I'm not sure it's worth that in between your shoulders, but I mean,
I don't think it is at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Did you think it was going to be a sandwich?
I did too.
I'm disappointed it wasn't.
I did too.
Maybe we didn't read it close enough.
Guys, I mean, you must really like Subway if you're going to do that, because that's a big tattoo.
Just think, if he can make that deal, say with 6 more places, he can have free food forever.
That's
There
right.
you go.
Get breakfast.
Really, if you think
All he
about
needs
it,
is dinner now.
If you think about it, I mean, they got a pretty variety menu. He's got food forever now. If you just eat Subway.
Yeah, but God.
I know, but I for free? You think Speedy wouldn't do that?
He'd eat 3 meals a day.
He would. By the way, I am glad to see this too.
And a snack.
I love how the overreaching governments, they'll never just admit they're wrong or that people don't like them. Los Angeles has now dropped its plan for another indoor mask mandate after the city rebels, and health officials now come back and say, well, no, we look now, the numbers are stabilized. It's not necessary. They tried it. Didn't
That's going to be a tough thing.
Hey, people aren't going back. People not going back.
It's going to
not even L.A.
Let me say this: they may go back at some point in time, but it's going to have to be a lot worse.
We're done with all that now. Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to ask: is that foot-long tattoo of a Subway sub 20 years from now is it going to be a foot and a half long?
That's true. Could be.
It'd be kind of droopy.
Cameron in Alabama, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got a question. When I was a kid, I went to the dentist course and got x-rays done on wisdom teeth. But my dentist told me that I'd never have them because I have Native American in me. Have y'all ever heard that?
I have not.
No.
That's racist, pal.
Yeah, hey, pal. No, I've never heard that.
But if it's racist in a good way, is it still racist?
That's racist.
By the way, speaking of that, today I'll be able to take part in celebrating Camtastic's birthday today.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Yeah, Camtastic's birthday today. Happy birthday, Camtastic.
How old?
22, I think.
22. I remember when I was 20. I remember when I was 22.
Yeah. Cameron Thompson. Let's go to David in Decatur.
Betty was getting married when she was 22.
How about that?
Betty.
Oh, gosh.
This was too, bro.
Somewhere, I'm sure you heard that. David in Decatur, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Man church, baby. One man at a time.
What in the world?
I appreciate your enthusiasm.
You might need to get him in an ad or something.
I know. We need you, buddy. You got to get on the team.
Well, I'm on the team. I'm ready to go, Rick. I'm waiting on you.
Oh, I know who this is. You are. Look.
You know who this is.
Yeah, what I may have to say to you, David, is easy now.
Hold him back, Ray. Hold him back.
Look, sometimes you can burn out. This is a long haul.
Well,
this ain't a sprint.
Listen, don't threaten me with a good time. Because if you're gonna do it, let's do it.
I love your enthusiasm, man. Excited about what's ahead. Thanks, brother. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, man. Let's go to Karen in Madison. Karen, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I was wondering if you had heard the commercial KIV. I heard it last week. She said a seafood restaurant would serve Rocky Mountain oysters before she would have a mask mandate.
A seafood
restaurant would serve Rocky Mountain oysters before she would
okay.
Before she would say we have a mask mandate. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
She
Well,
said a seafood restaurant
funny.
would serve Rocky Mountain oysters
Yeah.
before she had a mask mandate.
Well, I'm glad she finally learned a little political lesson because she had a different attitude about the pandemic one time. She's kind of getting on us, but she's changed her tune. So to her credit, she's learned. In this state, you're not gonna get away with that kind of stuff. Let's go to Mike in Atlanta. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, my July has been rather exciting. Went to Savannah Bananas and went down to Cape San Blas, looked around.
Wow.
Because of Helmsy. And then came back from the beach, got a stroke, getting over that now.
A stroke?
And
Wow.
now my family's got COVID.
Oh, okay, good.
You went from one extreme to the other.
I'm more. I can't even believe your topic says Skinwalker. I mean, did you not even get to that?
Yeah, and thank you very much for having that guy. I emailed you back, I don't know, months ago about having that guy on because he's so.
Okay, thanks.
From Huntsville, so I thought you guys would have known him.
Yeah,
I
so
had no idea you guys did know him.
Yeah, you're all over that, Mike. There you go. Hope y'all get to feeling better, and don't have a rough time with it. What a month for Mikey.
It was.
If you leave us, enjoy the weekend, and thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.